space, not just CRM doing it anymore. And then Apple apparently coming out with a foldable phone, says Ming Chi Kuo.
We'll see. I thought those were kind of over at this point, but I mean, the Pixel foldable one's still doing really well. I mean, it's $1,500, but all of those are really, really high end priced. I was reading this morning, the Model Y, the #1 selling model of any car in the world above the Toyota Corolla in 2024.
And that's been a couple of years now, Brendo, that he's been selling those. #1 in the world. What can you blame?
It's impressive. It's impressive. Let's get a recap here real quick. Refresh this. 221 on the initial jobless claims versus 250 expected there. 1.897 continuing claims versus 1.87 million. Non-farm productivity quarter over quarter, 1.5%, a little bit of an uptick. 1.2 was expected there. We got challenger job cuts way back at 7:30 this morning, 172,000 versus just 56 that were forecast. Remember, non-farm payroll is the big one coming up on Friday morning, which is tomorrow at this point. So make sure you're with us for that. We'll bring it to you. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning. I think we said yesterday, if the move doesn't hold, we have a scapegoat. We'll just blame everything on Marvell and call it a day. What a tale of this is the market environment that we're in. We were doing a webinar this morning, and that's one of the things we both left the discussion with. This ain't last year, and it's not the year before. So even when things look strong on a bounce, this is what we get here. You get more concerns over a trade war. You get and you can read the watch list when we'll talk about Marvell. I mean, you can always find something to report that if the stock goes down, this is the reason the stock went down. But that's what you had to do with Marvell, and they're down a bajillion. Nvidia's down 3%. Everything is down.
That's an exact number, by the way. The bajillion isn't
3% actually. I'm being a little bit dramatic about it, but it's like we had such a good rally yesterday. So then we consolidated. We closed near the highs. Like you had all that textbook. It looked pretty good yesterday, the bounce that we had. And all of a sudden, the only thing that looks good is Randy's haircut.
Does it?
I'm getting one. I need a haircut.
Yeah, Randy, always so handsome there, Randy. What the hell is going on over here? Okay, so... Yeah, we also get, unfortunately, some quantum news today off earnings yesterday. Rigetti down another 10%. I mean, I say another, but today it's down 10%. Been pretty beat up again. I last bought this name at $6. I think we're getting into that level. We have Big Bear AI reporting tonight, so I'm a little. Oops, that's a New York name. I'm a little interested in Big Bear just because it's a name that I've been buying at these levels. So we'll wait to see if it has a bad situation tonight as well, maybe, like Rigetti. But I don't know, man. Yesterday's missed, and I don't know if I missed the opportunity here yesterday, but I was watching Trump there, obviously, when he was talking to Congress, and we mentioned the CHIPS Act, and we knew that was going to be bad for it. Intel can barely survive now, and it's relying on that $7 billion. They've only got like $1.1 billion of that money or something like that so far. So yesterday, we were not aggressive enough early at all, for me, on Intel at all. And it just gave us exactly what we wanted. And yesterday was a good day in the market, right? Like a good day in the market. And Intel did this. Obviously, at the end of the day, we rallied right back to $21, which was huge, making the day look like it wasn't that bad. But at the end of the day, the story doesn't change here for Intel. So for me, I have Intel definitely on watch here, maybe even on VWAP, maybe even on this 200 period. We're going to look at $21 for Intel, but that's again, just like yesterday when we wrote down 22, we never got there. Probably have to get a little more aggressive off the open on some of these plays. So we'll just continue to stay with it. The #1 name idea on here is going to be the futures today. That jobless claims number that just came through obviously rallied this market a little bit. I'll give it to you again. Jobless claims, 221 versus 234. So strong job market, right? Less jobless claims out there rallying the market a little bit. The Fugues, in my opinion. The market, we've seen it digest these numbers. So I'm still sitting up here to go short. I wrote down the TQs for 70. So if we jump anywhere back up into here, I'm going to be short before the market even opens. So that might be interesting, but we're going to wait to see what happens here. I'm net short today for sure until something changes. And look, we trust our spidey senses. It's something that we talk about here. If something does change, we start getting aggressively above VWAP. Like even here on the futures, we're still well away from it. So if we can get up here, change momentum, get a story or two, then I can definitely get on board with the long. I mean, there's a couple names that I like long, like buying Palantir on dips. And then obviously yesterday was one of my best days in the last couple months, and we had 4 or 5 longs, but we had to wait for them. We didn't take them early. We were able to wait and pick up something near the bottom, right? Like this NVIDIA at 115 yesterday, we hit it like 3 times, and it was just awesome, especially when you close at the highs. So we'll see if 115 is now resistance on the upside. I don't think it will be, but again, NVIDIA, another name we can pick on if the market rallies. I just right now not getting those rally feels here. And there's probably some sectors that are up. I mean,
I've been looking.
Finance looks like
how much I like.
Financials look like.
Much of anything.
You know what's been actually good is crypto.
Bitcoin is holding 90. That's what I was going to say.
What's up with that? That's nice.
I was making my list of like bearish things.
I want to go short IBIT then.
I actually didn't. I didn't see any doom and gloom over there on IBIT, which is kind of crazy. I would have thought you'd have a little bit more weakness. Did you do the right side as well?
I did the bottom. I don't know if that's the right side or not.
Yeah, I did the bottom as well.
I mean, I saw someone in the chat say that's the way that monkeys do it, and then someone else said that monkeys also take their, you know what, and throw it at each other. So we don't have to necessarily do things the way they do them. But okay, so anyways, Alibaba, I just heard someone say in the chat, okay, so this is where the strength is, I guess.
Baba, JD.
I didn't even get through our watch list all the way through, so there's probably something about China, but I had missed this. So we had said this yesterday. I was like, well, Alibaba will just take out the highs tomorrow. It looks like we're opening at these highs. So here's the daily chart for Alibaba. That take is 146. I'm not sure. That was, I guess, this morning in the pre-market. But yeah, we're looking to make, right there. So that's also Fugaze. So right now we're at the highs. I'd say a 145 break on Alibaba. I actually might add this to the list. We need to take something long in case this market rallies. Not early, but Alibaba definitely on strength. Pullbacks into the 200 has been key for us. So we'll have to wait for Alibaba, but a good look there. Joe's cool uncle says, okay, there's news on DeepSeek and all that stuff. So yeah. Look, man, AI is all the rage.
AI news for Baba.
AI is all the rage. Whether or not it's Chinese names or Italian names. Shout out to our friends at Finico Bank. If anybody's watching from there. Open it from the side so you can put any uneaten amount back in the peel. Wow, there's so many different ideas here for bananas.
Open it from the sides. Oh, I think it... Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. You get too complicated with that. Try to keep it simple. You know what I mean? Like go short, strong stocks, go long, weeks. Sorry, go short, weak stocks, go long, strong stocks. Wait for things to get to key levels, and eat your banana however you feel comfortable doing it. There's more than one way. So if it works for you, like if you're a swing trader, great. You want to trade off Fibonacci's, great. You want to trade earnings names? You got Rigetti and Zscaler and Marvell as well. You want to eat a little dragon fruit instead of a banana? Then you can go ahead and do that as well. Although
if you have dragon fruit.
I didn't get any dragon fruit in my thing.
So then you can't do it.
So I can't do that. Apparently I'm just going to eat a cantaloupe. Let's go back to the desk. No dragon fruit.
Desk. Now. Fabian.
Hi, there we go. Wanted to show this. Contact's definitely key, very negative talk, negative headlines everywhere you look, it seems. This is a year-over-year change chart. Shout out to Bespoke on Twitter. Year-over-year change for the Mag 7. Microsoft, as of the end of the day yesterday, the first one to go negative. Year-over-year.
Wow.
Yeah, Microsoft now down 0.25%. Everything else still up massively, including 58% for Tesla.
When you look at Microsoft's chart, Brendo, on the daily, it literally ranged all of 2024. It had the big move in 23 when we had that AI bump with its association with OpenAI. But I really don't feel, we had, there's a $40, $50 range that we're talking about here, 450, 460 to the high side, and then about 400 to the low side there. But yeah, interesting look. What that chart there really caught my attention was Tesla. So Tesla's been shellacked lately, yet year over year, we're still decent up on the day.
And it's a narrative, right? Everyone is so negative about not only individual names like Tesla, but also about the overall market. So, I mean, I was saying this yesterday with Michael Noss as well. It's always good to just calm down, take a breath, zoom out, and get a bigger picture. Speaking of that, 487, if you're watching the Qs, 487-ish will be 10% off the high. So we're not even at 10% at this point, which is typically where you start to see a little bit of action coming back into play. So yes, we took out that low, continuing to the downside here, guys. But I mean, going back to that chart of just the Mag 7, I mean, really, really important to understand big picture, I think.
Yeah, I mean, perspective is a rather large deal and a very big part of what you do when you're looking at the longer time frames. Like, in the day trade, you don't want to get too wrapped up in things like that. Like I come to something like Meta, and it's easy for everyone to be like, "Oh my goodness, we're down $100 from the high on Meta." Like that's already made a correction territory move. As a matter of fact, it went further than that. But when you zoom it on out, like just look at every other time there's been a move of 10 to 15% down on Meta, right? Now, what would you call that kind of a move or that kind of a move? Okay, there's not even that many of them. I was kind of hoping there'd be more than just two on that chart. But they've been buying opportunities. Now, maybe this is a trend break. But then I would suggest usually then go look at a weekly chart and go look at a monthly chart. And then ask yourself, what's your time horizon? You're in a swing trade and it's coming on some levels and you want to make sure that you're not getting rinsed, fair enough. But if your time horizon is 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, if you're really young, and even more than that, you can't get too scared by this, and you should be looking for places to get in. I just use Meta as an example because we were just talking about it when we were in another discussion. But yeah, if you like a company, these are buying opportunities, I think, for a lot of them. And it's very different looking at, when I talk about Meta, than say, somebody that's not making oodles of money, like a Rivian, which I just got out of. Like that kind of, it's different. Very different story. Like, I don't want to be sitting on those when I think there's the buying opportunities that are coming in on some of these other names. But I think you just got to be, you want some, that's why you have dry powder, in my opinion. But you do want to suss out the ones you like and you don't. I don't like Microsoft so much as I like a couple of other Mag 7 names in here, and we've talked about them, and Amazon bounced nicely off 200. Maybe it's going to go there again. And if it breaks it, I'm not that concerned long term. I would be in the short, though.
It's interesting you got out of Rivian. I don't want to tell that to Randy.
He was here when I said I go look.
Okay, sometimes it's fine selling at lows because we don't know how low it's going to go.
This time I finally covered some when it got to 16. And then I didn't do it when it got to 18 last time, which was stupid. And I said, if it breaks that 12 bottom, then I'll get out, make in the time the market did a bunch and I made 10% on it, and then just be able to deploy the cash elsewhere because there's going to be buying opportunities. And I guarantee you this, I'll probably be able to buy Rivian again at 10 in the back half of the year.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so just looking at some other names, you mentioned Tesla's still up. I mean, it is all a matter of timing, right? I mean, it's like, you can just fit whatever narrative you want. Like you mentioned, like talking to Michael Noss, zoom out. Well, I mean, when you're making predictions of buying things at the top, and then you do get in at 460, and now it's at 280, that's down 50%. Like that's a bad move. It's not 50% quite. I mean, if you get to the top, you're close. But at the end of the day, the fact that we can look back and say, oh, well, back in March, it was down here, like, year over year, it's a great trade. It's the unrealized gains that everybody's given up or the unrealized losses that everybody's sitting on right now. So, yeah, if you are a long-term investor, obviously the market being off 10% now is just a pullback. But at the same time, like anybody that put any new money to work, basically since the election pretty much, right, is now going to be underwater. So that's the problem. And if you bought up here, you're now down 30%. Well, you need to make that back, and it could take a minute. So it's just like have time frame into perspective and, like when's the next time? And I'm just looking at my list here because Intel, $55, $60, $70. There's traders long up there. There's traders long on AMD at $200. you know, and it's just like, it's just had this huge move down. And what are you supposed to do? Like, now you just got to wait and say to yourself, well, you know, people are going to come on, well, you know, if you just go back here to September of 23, then you're flat. Well, that's nice. I mean, it's losing all of this. It's losing your time. It's the opportunity cost of being into other things. And like I said there, man, like we had traders on that were calling great breakouts on XLF. Take the breakout, they said. So if you did that, right, fine, but you're down 7%. So this is why time frame matters. I still like XLF. We just made predictions, and I thought financials, obviously a lot of us like financials around here, should have a good year. But is this a buying opportunity, or do you wait for a little bit lower? So, I mean, like yesterday I bought the S&P 500. I haven't bought any equities. Probably pick up some NVIDIA if it gets near that 105, 108 again, which may happen today. But at the end of the day, time frame is, probably will. Time frame is what matters. And I just think it's, you know, there's a lot of traders been hurt real bad by some predictions that have been made for the long side over the last 6 to 8 months.
I hate buying tops.
So just be careful with what you're doing and make sure you buy the right names.
Yeah.
You know, and names that you're confident in, that you can withstand certain moves on. You know, because we can call up, anybody can look at a chart and give an opinion, but it's putting your money where your mouth is and then assessing what happens X amount of days down the line. What is your target? What is your time frame? Just follow it.
And remember, trade versus, remember, that's a trade. Like,
Right.
What is your target? What is your time? Long term, very different story. Very different story long term.
Yeah. Long-term investing is a win.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's, you know, it's
hard to lose.
The day trading is the losing proposition. Yeah. Over to you guys.
Chris Farley waiting patiently here from Trade Ideas to talk a little bit about his perspective as far as higher time frame and the overall market is concerned. Let's jump right into it, Chris, because there's a lot to cover here. Talking specifically from key levels, if you're going to mention anchored VWAP here, but talk a little bit about what you're seeing as far as the overall market's concerned.
First off, listening to the last few minutes with Neil and Sean, I couldn't agree more with everything they were saying, especially, knowing your time frame and not just, knowing what the market environment is, right? We've got this, technically we're still in a bull market. We've got it going on since sometime in 2022, but we are not in a buy the breakout market for, like Sean said, since sometime in November, right? Every time we've cracked a new all-time high, it's by, a few percentage points here or there, a few tenths of a percentage points here or there. And we get a subsequent pullback. And I was, listening to the, bought some S&P and things like that. I guess it's almost a couple of months ago now with a pullback on the SPY. And I was looking at it at that 578 area. I was going to buy some. I didn't. I'll call it, I chickened out basically. And we went on to make two different all-time highs afterwards. And now, hindsight's 2020. Oh, if I bought it, I would have sold it at the top, or would I? I have no idea, right? Nobody, everybody can play that hindsight game in the rearview mirror. We came back and tagged that area and then passed some of it. So, at this point, you start to look and be patient, at least for me as a swing trader, you're looking at your 401ks or something like that. You can be a little less patient if you just want to nibble as we, pull down on these areas. And a lot of people will make fun of each other for this, or fund managers make fun of each other for this, traders will make fun of each other. But how many people are outperforming the market over 5 years? How many people are outperforming the market over 10 years? How many people are outperforming the market over 20 years? You're not going to find very many. I've been to CMT symposiums where they pose this question and people put up their hands in the room for this. And you'll see, let's say 50% of the room with the hands up over 2 years. And you see how fast that number drops over, when they get to 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and you're seeing maybe 1 or 2 people putting up their hands that are active traders or active fund managers. There's a reason for that. It's just that simple. And so, for folks that are looking for something that's, let's call it simpler to do, simply buying something like the SPY long term, taking the dividend to reinvest it, it's never going to be a bad strategy over 20 years. And if it happens to not work over 20 years, there's a whole lot of other things going wrong in the world that stocks are the least of your problem at that point.
All right, talk us through what we're looking at here as far as individual sector ETFs are concerned on your first slide.
Yeah, so it was tough finding something positive to talk about with the sell-off that we've got going on, but I have a position in lifetime range scan, and looking at that, if you look at the first, I don't know, dozen plus stocks or ETFs on there, they're all international. I think there's really just one actual stock on there. ERJ is a Brazilian airline. And outside of that, you have a ton of Euro funds. You also see Italy making an all-time high. So, I try to stick away from news as much as I possibly can, but it's impossible in this environment. And with all the trade tariff talks going on, Canada, China, Mexico, you start to name it, where, this administration is going to come after everybody and anybody. Well, it looks like people are putting money to work in other places right now while they're waiting to see how these things, work out. And, is Trump 2.0 going to be the same as Trump 1.0? Oh, we're laying them on this month for the tariffs. Oh, no, trade talks are going well. We'll pull them back. And, we see those market gyrations with it. So, the first thing that I was really looking for is what am I going to bring here that is not everybody else is talking about, essentially. And so that was the first slide that I had up there as far as that goes. And you can see all these on the position lifetime range. EWG is 5% over its lifetime high as of the close yesterday. FEZ almost 4%. EUFN 3.3%, so on and so forth. And, so we're just taking a look at essentially Euro funds and international stocks in general. Now, surprisingly, I was going through some China looks and the FXI, the KWeb. Those look, overall very healthy, but I didn't see a ton of Chinese stocks come through this at the top of the list here. So I was a bit surprised about that. I do think VIPS was one that's a little further down the line here. I didn't have it screenshotted, though, just as a China name to throw out there.
And as far as the overall market, the SPY, the Qs looking almost identical at this point.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So, if you draw that AVWAP now on the SPY and the Qs, that AVWAP to low is August 5th. The diamonds, actually, I believe it was August 2nd, is the lows on that, representing the Dow for you. And so we've come down, tagged it on all three, broken it on all three. And this becomes one of those, where do you sit as a trader? Where do you sit as a technician, right? Clearly breaking it and staying under it, bearish, holding it, and then being able to build upon it, bullish. But again, if we were to hold it, if we were to bounce off those levels, we haven't been in a buy the breakout market in a very long time. So it's one of those, if you want to remain bullish, if you can't short for some reason, different directed funds, 401k, so on and so forth, you can't short in those for most people. It's going to be one of those, if you're trying to buy the dip, you want to sell it as soon as you are up in that money. Is it, you're up $100 or you're selling, you're up $1,000, you're selling, depending on your share size, however you're, allocating a risk management like that. But we're just simply not in a buy the breakout environment. And, I got punished for it on the second to last all-time high that we made. I thought to myself, all right, we pulled back. We almost tagged the AVWAP on the indexes here. It looks like maybe we've got this all clear finally. Trump will probably back off the tariffs, and I was wrong. And it was just, touched that hot stove and learned a lesson on that. So, until proven different, market's guilty of being a sell the rips kind of market right now.
When it comes to individual names here, give us a few ideas. Tapestry actually looking a little bit stronger than the rest.
Yeah, so again, I was struggling to find something, but I said, all right, let's go with an AVWAP theme here. And so a scan that we have is a pinch on the AVWAP from recent highs, recent lows. And I was trying to find some stuff that was tradable. You don't want to see stuff that's trading 400,000 or 500,000 shares a day. You want to see at least a few million shares a day on average here. So Tapestry, it had a positive overall earnings reaction. It gapped up on the earnings day, gave it back, and then it made it, new all-time high from there. You could go either way with this again. It's come down to the bottom and the top of that gap there. And if we see a bounce back on it and we could break above that AVWAP from that all-time high, obviously they're looking good. When we break down that 80 level, it's got a long ways to go to that AVWAP from that prior low back in October. So it's an idea for either side, and beauty's in the eye of the chart holder, I like to say. One person's going to look at this and say, what is he talking about to the upside? Another person's going to say, I get that. And on the flip side, someone will agree that to the downside, it looks the same here. EA, another one here, positive overall reaction to earnings. It's almost nestled right up against that AVWAP from that November high. It's really starting to pinch in there. So again, you could call this either way. You could look for it to get to that AVWAP level and try to play it a short off of that. If you could be patient enough to see if it can close a day or two above that, maybe you've got a little room to that 140 level on that case there with EA. So, there are some okay positive ideas out there, but you're going to want to be really, really careful. I would say this is the kind of environment when I've done any of my live streams recently that let's just say you're taking 100 shares normally. Maybe you want to dial that back, 50, 60 shares, something like that. Nibble a little bit. If you're wrong, you're not wrong for a large share. You're not wrong for your full share amount. If you're right, you can continue to build on that position afterwards, which isn't something that a lot of traders are always comfortable with. It is something that I think for me, it took time to do that. I just always wanted to go in on my full share lots. In the last, let's say, year or two, I'd say 18 months or so, I've been able to learn to do that. It's a different kind of discipline, but something to consider when we're in these environments, which are just much tougher and much less fun than just a straight on trending bull market.
Yeah, well said. Things change very quickly sometimes. Chris Farley over at Trade Ideas. Guys, if you want more information, take advantage of that deal on screen right now. Go scan that QR code. Chris, great stuff. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you all very much. Have a great rest of the week. Take care.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Chris. And, it's, we're talking about like false breaks and not a breakout market. I was just looking at, JD first, and it led me to Alibaba, which, by the way, that just made a 52-week high pre-market and then has fallen back underneath it. So it literally just failed this break at the high. On one of the strongest names, you're not going to see many charts that look better than this that aren't, you can find some small cappers, I'm sure, but for a large cap name, you're not going to find many like that. But try to sustain a break. You fall back in there when it's making the move on that top in the pre-market. And this feels like the environment that we're in. We're not getting that follow through. Now, I would say you can blame this to a certain extent on the fact that JD is given the entirety of its move back. You got to be kidding me. Like JD, strong, China's strong, all that stuff. It was breaking. Just yesterday, we were talking about this shelf, and it broke it out, went right into the highs, and everyone said, give me that money. Let's just take it. We're at the highs. Oh, we'll take that profit and gobble, 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 and you're right back in. So if that's the environment that we're sitting in, you got to be willing to short at resistance or short at double tops and things like that. And if you're looking for longs, wait patiently for some dips. Like an example, like today, I feel like this could be, we've joked around about how improbable, well, yesterday, how improbable it would be that Palantir could get down to that double bottom and show some support. Well, I don't know, those levels could come into play. Like we're at 87 now. It's not crazy to think you could see yesterday's low, 82.5 for one dip spot and a 78.5, 79 for another. Because this is the environment that we're in. So if you're observing a stock that's trending into a top, nothing wrong with taking profit out in front of it. As a trader, obviously, and I know we keep making the distinction. When you're trading, much different story. You get out, take some profit. Then if you fail that top, you don't feel so bad about it. But not buying those breakouts. It has to be a very clean and good-looking one. The breakout needs to be as pretty as a Cybertruck, I think. Otherwise, why would you want it?
Yeah, what's up, Chef Joe? Just right here, I asked people what people were trading, and here's Chef Joe. Nice pup, man. We really like that right there. But there we go. Congratulations, Chef Joe, talking him in the chat. Took his delivery of the Cybertruck and is absolutely loving it. So there it is right there. Cash Money likes gold bars. I responded to that as well. We definitely like some GLT. There's some Rigetti. What's up? Jim says looks like a short Thursday. I agree with that. Cats in Space says rip Rigetti calls, obviously meaning rest in peace right there. And so we'll continue to watch out what's going on. RGTI, yeah. you know, I mean, there's still that short float attached here. We'll see what happens with Rigetti, down 11.5%, 11.25% right now. And yeah, getting into that 200 period moving average. Rigetti to me looks like a buy, but I think you got to wait. That little bottom is $6. Do we get there today? I don't think so. But yeah, downside push there. Let me just double check what the short float on RGTI is. And we're going to go through our watch list in just a second. There it is. Okay, symbol Rigetti. Yes, enter. Okay, well, I'll get this figured out. It's not working right this second, but short float on Rigetti around that 20%.
25.
25%. Okay, so thanks, Neil. There it is, Rigetti. We'll just double check it right here. Just finally load it up. We got to go into overview. I just want to see what they have. 23% for Rigetti. So downside move right there was up yesterday. So like yesterday up 4%, today down 11. Not horrible. We could get a bounce back there on 20% short float for RGTI. Sticky note is out. Let's go back over to the desk. We're running on time, but maybe a little bit late, past 9 o'clock.
All right, guys, 58.50. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES March contract. Sadly, we are well below that, 75 points below that right now, 57.77, with the overnight low being that 57.69. So here's the deal. Yesterday, we defended 57.50. So we're going to look at that area again as support. And then we're going to look to the overnight high, 58.50 as resistance. That's if we can even get above 5,800, guys.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab the absolutely free watch list. Jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page. You just need an email address, and then you get that sent right to your inbox every single morning. Has everything you need to know on it for free. 3.5% right now to the downside for NVIDIA. Yeah, tech in general. I mean, if you zoom out a little bit on NVIDIA, the downtrend well intact here. Starting to roll over once again. That's a 15-minute chart, so you get an idea of the past couple of weeks here. But I mean, you can look at any of these. I mean, you had an interesting note on Apple. We have this AI day, whatever you want to call it, coming up on Friday at the White House to keep in mind as well.
Very interesting day, Brendo. We're going to talk about crypto as well. So all the crypto heads out there, wait for Friday. Let's talk about Apple right now. They are launching, or apparently Ming-Chi Kuo says that they're working on a foldable iPhone, and they have been for several years apparently, with the potential launch date in 2026. Ming-Chi Kuo goes on to say he expects the final specs to be confirmed in Q2 of 2025, with the project development to start in Q3 of this year, with mass production to be to start in Q6 of 2026. So well down the road, but volume production may not ramp up until 27. He's expecting about 3 to 5 million of these bad boys to ship in 26, with about maybe 20 million in 27. Now, some of the features we're talking about over here, it's going to look a lot similar to some of the already available foldable iPhone or phones. It's going to have a 7.8-inch screen with a crease-free inner display, so you don't have to, be distracted by that. They're apparently going to reintroduce Touch ID because Face ID may not be available with all the space limitations there. So we'll have to wait and see whether this even moves the needle, Brendo.
I don't think they've perfected that crease-free thing yet. I mean, I haven't seen one that isn't perfect at this point, but maybe Apple can do it. Here's Tesla, meanwhile, 2.8%. Interesting note, as we were talking about earlier, the Model Y, number one selling individual model of any vehicle in 2024. So another notch for Elon, but we're kind of going sideways here now, guys, for Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, a lot to look at in tech today. Look, Apple was just going back to Apple for a second, that was a very strange one. It caught all of that weakness early when the rally was happening in the market, and it could not seem to get out of its own way. And now all of a sudden today, whether it is about the foldable, I don't know if that's going to be a big enough deal on a daily today if the market goes down. But you're down 1.5 in the NASDAQ, you're down 1.2 on the ES, and Apple's only down 0.5%. It's suddenly back to relative strength. But I lean back into what happened the last time we saw this, and essentially it tried to go higher. It was relatively strong back on a couple of days ago, and it couldn't seem to do more than go up a couple bucks. It went in 36.37 into this 39.40 zone, and then faded it. So if we do get any kind of an upward rally, like 237 looks like it could be a bit of a wall. But on a day where Apple's flat, and I almost said Intel there talking about NVIDIA. Intel's been sold the last couple of days. I think it is again today at the even dollar. But NVIDIA down 3 points. Well, the buy zone was right in here, just underneath 115. So support to resistance on NVIDIA, and then resistance to resistance if it breaks that. That'll be 115 on the south side. Well, we're south of it right now, back into prior high. It works out to be the pre-market low from 7 a.m. And if we even break that, then NVIDIA 119 up here. When you start talking about trade wars, and there's already been that story about NVIDIA and Singapore and looking into some of the chips getting to China that shouldn't be. There's just a lot of negative sentiment, and it is in a downward trend locally. So the first look will be short at the levels prescribed on NVDA. Apple, I'll probably stay away from because the last time it showed relative strength, it basically failed to break out and gave you like really small moves, and then eventually just followed everything else anyways.
All right, we wrote down here as just talking about a lot of names. We're going to go, I guess this is Alibaba. Nice response there. I agree to the sticky note. So look, TQQs, man, $70 short. Let it go. We'll see if it's 70.50 as a stop. The Nasdaq's getting crushed early. Be patient and try to fade the pops. So we do have a little talk here about how we're bearish coming into today with a couple names on the sticky note. So go find it at Trader TV, Sean. Almost 100 new followers yesterday. So thank you so much for that. The 200 period moving average is right here on the Nasdaq. So again, just into yesterday afternoon, we dipped into $70 before actually ripping into the close, and then a little bit of a fade at the end of the day, but right into there. I like this $70 mark. I think it's worth shorting. 70.50 is kind of where the 50 period moving average is going to be here on the 5-minute chart. We'll see if it can get going. I just don't want to hold anything 50 cents past. So that will be a key level for me. So we're going to short $70 here on the Nasdaq. It can get going, no problem. Remember, this is the TQs, so it's triple the aggressiveness of the Nasdaq. I feel like this has been I don't feel like it. I know it's been a top stock for us, as I'll be the only one that will trade the futures, but I use the TQs. So very similar. If you guys are trading, you can use the ESs or the NQs or the triple Qs. We don't have shortable issues with the TQs, and I don't have buying power issues either. But you could use SQQ to go the other way. So you could actually go long on SQQ if you were looking for, which would be down here as well, 32.50, 30, somewhere in around here. Or play it, again, off that same 200 period moving average, 33.50 long. But I just prefer to go short when I think the market's going down. So we'll stay short the T triple Qs. Look, man, it could battle back. I mean, looking at these imbalances early, pretty mixed. Nothing too big on there. BBAI we'll probably talk about today as there's earnings later on. But gold with a little bit of a sell there. Gold down today. That's Barrick Gold, but GLD is also down today, so that's down 1%. Walmart continues to be holding above that 92 mark, which I think is somewhat reasonable ahead of Costco today. I think Costco's tonight maybe or this week. But anyways, so a few names on there. We'll wait to see when tech names hit at 9:25. But as I said, that little bump up there on jobless claims, that could be the most local high, so we can try to play off that. But we're still not really making any higher highs. That's the high, that's lower, that's lower. We tried there, and now we're still lower as well. So it's getting close, man. They're trying to change that trend, but right now we still looking like we're topping out at some of these local highs. So let's just wait, man. Let's wait for this volume to kick in at 9:30 and see where we go. But for right now, tech tariff sell-off, as it states, I'm in full agreement with that, and we're looking short today.
TTS.
Yeah, TTS. Yeah, good one.
Some Palantir trying to hold on right now, 87.25, 87.30, down 3% as well. Had a really good end to the day yesterday. We got above $90 even after the close yesterday. There's this deal, Sharif's going to touch on that in a second, with this Spanish company, but there was some insider selling that was filed as well. Yep. Overall, this is a market move.
Yeah, you got to expect that. With near all-time highs, they're going to take some profits there, Brendo. Let's talk about this. So EYSA, a Spanish company, striking a deal with Palantir. Basically, what they're going to do here is they've announced a 3-year partnership, and the collaboration is going to integrate Palantir's AI-powered Foundry and AIP platform into EYSA's mobility operations. The goal here is to accelerate their mobility application development and enhance data-driven decision-making. Some of the things they're going to use it for, they're going to use it for real-time road safety platform to reduce accidents. They're going to use dynamic pricing models for parking and toll systems, so different prices there. Pay-per-use mobility systems to improve efficiency. And I feel like we need this kind of stuff in Toronto, Brendo. The traffic here is already hideous. We could definitely use some AI to help move gridlock, please.
We could use just more roads, I think, or bigger roads
nice.
or something, but there's no room.
I got an idea. We should get rid of lanes and put bike lanes.
More bike
That would be a great idea to do that. We should do it on as many roads as possible. Put as many bike lanes as possible, and just take it out of all of the citizens' pockets. That's what we should do, and that will correct everything. And then I could be driving in cars and looking at empty lanes.
For anyone that doesn't know, that's Toronto in a nutshell. But yeah, I'm going to be experiencing that terrible traffic tonight when I try to drive from here to my physio. But yeah, we're talking some Palantir here. So,
I mean, it took me 20 minutes to get into work today.
well, this morning was a joke. I actually got here too fast, but it was so early in the morning. That's a different story. But anyways, after is always going to be a different thing. Palantir, the last couple of sessions, it is dipped heavily at the open and then bounced. And the bounces have been relatively big. Not relative. They've been big bounces off the bottom. Relatively big. No, it's been one of the bigger movers. And you had yesterday's drop, 86.5 to 82.5. That's almost 5% down, to then end up green. A couple of sessions ago, you were dropping all pre-market. It then hold higher low, double bottom, and look at the reversion back to the upside. That 78 is also a double bottom down here. So if we do that same pattern, looking for the trend reversal at 80. Yesterday's low, and if that breaks, looking for it at, it's like 78.5 is this low, but anywhere around 78.5 to 79 in front of that bottom that's been put in this week. So those are the two areas I'm looking for the dip reversion that we've seen the last couple of sessions on Palantir.
All right. I mean, yesterday Palantir was a big time top stock. Again, we really ran this stock yesterday off these bottoms of $84. So it did crush early. It's been doing that, man. I mean, you know, huge moves, like huge move up, huge move down. A lot of this flush happens at the open, and then the buyers come back in the afternoon. So I'm thinking like you know, I mean, we did get that huge move down there a couple days ago, but it seems like, you know, in the afternoon, generally speaking, I guess not really when the market's been doing this. But from what I've been seeing is you want to just hold off the open for a stock like Palantir. I mean, we know there's buyers here. We got to $90 yesterday. Nice fade down, obviously on insider selling. I never have a problem with insider selling. It's over with. 1.7 million shares off open yesterday. That would make sense right there. So if we do flush, I would just say 84 to 84.50 as a reasonable level. So remember, everybody here trades completely different share sizes. I'll use maybe 50 to 100 times, sometimes more shares. So I have to be very, very specific on what we're doing. So we're going to wait out to see on Palantir down here near $84. So I'm just going to wait and be patient, see if we do get this push down. I'm really favoring trading the futures off the open instead of these single stock names. So we're going to have to watch out with Palantir off the open. Very dangerous name. I get down early on it, and then I just have to battle back. Like yesterday, we were lucky enough to make that battle back. I don't know. Like if the market doesn't bounce and you keep buying bottoms, eventually these stocks are really going to fall down. So be careful with what you're doing. I'm going to be very patient with Palantir today, man. I'm not touching this thing until I see something or it gets into this 84, 85 area, but stay tuned for Palantir.
One of the biggest movers this morning, Marvell, absolutely crushed $74. Wow. Coming into play right now, down better part of 18% this morning. The thing to understand, earnings actually not that bad on this. And some of the analyst notes, I was just running through a couple of them, actually not that bad on this either.
I don't really know what's going on. So I'm just going to report and you guys make up your mind here. Revenue, 1.82 billion, slightly above Wall Street's estimates of 1.8 billion. Likewise, with earnings per share, they printed 60. The street was looking for 59. So they beat on the top and bottom line there. Now let's talk about the guide. Their Q1 revenue guidance company is projecting 1.875 billion. The street was looking for 1.87, so basically in line there. The sell-off kind of indicates that investors were expecting stronger results. Some of the things that are really driving their growth here, they're expanding their custom AI silicon programs, which has entered volume production. Brendo, they're using it for things like mobile AI on cell phones and the like. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Matt Murphy, the CEO, he says, strong revenue growth for the fiscal full year. He's feeling quite optimistic.
Yeah, AI specifically, sales forecast for 2026 higher as well, even if you break it down to just AI going into next year. So, time to zoom out here, guys, for Marvell.
Yep. What's interesting is, when we're doing the aftermarket show, and you see there's always that wild price action. You saw Zscaler dip and then rip, and we've seen so many names like CrowdStrike, whatever it might be. When there's a double-digit move in the aftermarket, typically speaking, there's some kind of a dead cat bounce at some point, even if it gets back to the lows. There was none of it for Marvell. It just didn't happen. It went to 75, straight to 75. It stayed at 75 and just sat there. There was a small amount of bouncing. Ignore the dark pool wicks, or just late reporting prints up at the close, and you ticked some 76 in here. Like, it just sat in that range. What that affords us is to, ball don't lie, price don't lie. Report is whatever it is, and that's where it stuck around without a bounce. Then that's where, if it's underneath, fade. If there was going to be some signs of a bounce, I feel like buyers would have been there, and the buyers aren't there. Until the buyers show up above 76, I think Marvell is short. And you can go out to a higher time frame, like a weekly chart, and say, okay, like a lot of other things, it looks not that bad on a weekly. It doesn't. The 200 period on the weekly is at $68. That's the next level of, I think, like obvious support, 65 to 68, I guess. And even then, you could argue it's even bigger down here around like 50. So can it go lower? Why not? That 68 level, like 65 to 68, that would be a spot that I would at least consider a reversion, but 60, it showed you the range in the aftermarket. I think you just short the top of that range. And I was so completely shocked, like not even a little relief rally when it dropped so far, like $16 down, and it didn't do any post-market bounce. I can't remember the last time I saw that.
Okay, shout out to Shane D here in the chat, who hit cash and takes down 25,000 points. Everyone, please scan the QR code in the description, the link in the description, QR code right on your screen there, because we want you to take some interest here in Foremost Energy. Unlock the nuclear renaissance with Foremost Clean Energy, leveraging one of the best mega trends on the planet. It's nuclear energy. We talk about this every day. Partnered with Denison Mines, with properties strategically located in the Athabascan Basin, known as the Saudi Arabia of uranium. This undervalued company is poised to capitalize on the exploding nuclear market and offers unparalleled growth potential. The future is nuclear, and Foremost is your entry. FMST on the NASDAQ, FAT on the CSE, and many different nuclear names to look at, but we've had Foremost on the show, and it's a very, very interesting read, and look into what they're doing. FMST right there on the NASDAQ. Scan the QR code on your screen. Look, chip names today, I'm not going to be looking at Marvell for sure, but Intel I will be. We talked about this yesterday. Waiting for 22 was a problem and never got there. Waiting for 21 might be a problem as well. As this market and Intel not agreeing with each other, man. The market tried to go back up. Intel really didn't. Intel's now at the bottom of the pre-market right now, and the market is not. So this is definitely going to be weak. I would say this break right here, right now, we only have 10 minutes until the market opens and 5 minutes until imbalances. This is probably a good short, man. Fading into VWAP as well, $20.50. I want to have it up and I want to watch it so I can get aggressive with it. But for right now, like Intel, I'm waiting at 2080 up here for the short. but I just don't think that's going to come in. So I'm going to be watching Intel like a hawk right here early because I think there's a big time opportunity there. And then the same thing with AMD, man. AMD right now breaking above 101. I think we can wait for that 102. I think if we were going to be patient, we could wait for 102, have that come through, and move off of that. So I right now have offered 101, $100.80 right there, just thinking that that's going to be a start. If AMD's wrong and it does break above 102, then we can get out of there. So these are two positions here in the chip space. Now that we're talking about Marvell, and we don't really have too much else here on chips, those are my two plays. They're right here on the sticky note. The number one idea is, here, just do, let's do this. The number one idea on the sticky note today is going to be the TQQs, followed by AMD and Intel. Then we have Apple on here, Alibaba. And then I do like Palantir, but a little bit lower than where we are now. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk, and I'm going to do another spin here.
Another one breaking to the downside currently, just tagged 20% for MongoDB. A couple other earnings names here. MDB on the list. There's Zscaler as well. The exact opposite. I mean, it's coming back in here. Was up more than 5%, now 2.8%. But hey, there's one that's positive.
Yeah, Zscaler did quite well. So let's talk about how they did. EPS handily beat Brendo, 78 pennies. Their street was actually looking for 69 pennies. Their revenue grew 23% year over year, well exceeding that $636 million estimate that the street was looking for. Deferred revenue also increased 25% year over year. Calculated billings rose 18% year over year, ahead of that 722 print the street was looking for. Also the guide, decent. They raised their full year adjusted earnings to $3.04 to $3.09 per share, up from $2.94. Full year billings $3.15 to $3.17 billion, exceeding the prior estimates of $3.12 to $3.15. So fantastic look there. Now let's talk about how they're actually making this money, Brendo. So they're benefiting from obviously increased adoption of their zero trust security and AI-driven solutions. They're competing with companies like Cloudflare, Pandub, CrowdStrike. CEO Jay Chaudhry highlighted that the company's zero trust architecture and AI-driven security innovations as key growth catalysts.
One either direction here, depending on what the overall market move does today, guys.
Yeah, I feel like Zscaler's fortunate in the fact that CrowdStrike had that guidance that they did, right? So CrowdStrike kind of gives you that negative look because they might have sandbagged, but they were a big miss on guidance. So when Zscaler was right there or just slightly underneath, they were able to be up today. I think that's pretty much the reason. I don't really have a trade for it. It's done 82,000 shares in the pre-market ultimately. And so when I'm looking at stocks I have up right now, when I look up, I see Intel, SMCI, NVIDIA, Tesla. So I don't likely trade it. However, if this market, I'm bearish on the market, if we actually start trending to the upside, which goes against what I'm thinking right now, then this would be a name that I would come back to later on because A, it's relatively strong, B, it's well above prior resistance. Like there are levels that could break out above, and then you want to be able to join a trend, whether that's somehow getting back to 99 and holding it, or maybe it breaks out to 208, and then you work back into VWAP or something like that. But that's if everything else flips on its head and I'm looking for something to the long side. Just like the other day when we liked longs early and I went over to try to find some short trades because I only liked Intel short, it'd be a similar thing. There's nothing wrong with going back and looking at your watch list and saying, okay, well now we're starting to trend up. Can I join a trend in the stock that we liked when we sat down here this morning? That would be Zscaler, but it would have to show me a little something more volume and trend-wise. For now, it's a pass.
Yeah, so for me, it's really simple, man. We talk about this every day on how to trade, names that have been moving, how to trade earnings plays, and it's really simple, man. We used it yesterday. Whoopsies, no. I have to call that back open, which I will do right now. We talked about that yesterday. I forget which name was earnings yesterday, but once it broke that pre-market bottom, it was an interesting one. So here we go. We don't want, that's IBIT, the automatic chart that opened up for me was IBIT there, so that was interesting. All right, so here's MongoDB again, down 19%. Obviously, it's going to be SSR today. So the pre-market low right now is right here. So you don't really need to look at the pre-market low right now, but it seems to be that the playbook is see what happens if and when we get back up into the pre-market highs once you're beat up like this. So I would say a short in and around 217, 218. Give it up if it breaks 220. Like that seems pretty easy. $3 or $4 worth of risk seems like it's worth it. And then if you do get that move up and you don't fade the top, which is fine, then I think you want to look at whatever the bottom happens to be in the next 3 minutes, which might be in and around here. So for me, same kind of play there for MongoDB. Wait to see about the pre-market move. And then for Zscaler, again, you know, a lot of these names moving in opposite directions, but this name is going to be underneath what its implied move was. So again, for this one, pre-market high in and around, I try not to look at like what happened off earnings, but again, not too much volume here today, 83,000 shares. So maybe 207, 208, and then the fade. So yeah, not too much energy, not too much volume here, creating much interest for me. Okay, there's Rivian. Whoopsies.
Was that a sell?
Yeah, big sell for Rivian, a mill.
Jeez.
So that's their breaking down through. Everyone's going to get their dream on Rivian soon to be long at $10.
Hey, look at that data.
And then they can punch out at 8. All right, so there's Dada's there as well. Big Bear AI. iBit trying to hold, right? That's a nice little bid as we have NASDAQ making moves down, and so is Bitcoin now breaking through $90. Other than that, man, Palantir's caught a bid, it looks like right here, but again, only 100,000 shares. It's already done 4 million. So it doesn't look like it here, Sharif and Brendan. Now we have too much interest right now on the imbalance locator.
The trend possibly continuing. Real quick here, we'll wrap things up with China. JD.com reporting better than expected earnings. This is a daily chart. We're up here right now in the pre-market, $45 coming into play. So strength across the board, though, for China.
Yeah, not bad here. Look, Brendo, 9.9 billion yuan. Analysts were looking for 7.6 billion for JD, so an easy beat there. Alibaba as well, coming out today, introducing their new AI reasoning model that's supposed to take on DeepSeek's R1. It has 32 billion parameters compared to DeepSeek's 671 billion. But here's the deal. Lower parameter volume improves efficiency, so that's what they're kind of going for there. Alibaba stock has absolutely done quite well this year. There's a look there. So it's better at math tasks, Brendo, coding tasks, more efficiency, and looking to take on DeepSeek.
A couple of minutes to go here, guys. Even the EV names, XPeng, daily chart still looks great. Super strong.
Yesterday, Baba had a wall at 141. We shorted it twice in the afternoon show. The first time Warwick got like 50 pennies. The second time it stopped out, but the 141 is the level. Just coming quickly to the chart, we have a minute and a half to go. There's that top. I think that's where the bounce zone, in theory, looks like it could be. JD, I'm going to stay away from that. You gapped up and gave the entire move on JD.com. So, yeah, let that one lie. If something gaps, it was a huge gap up on JD. For it to give it all back, not interested. That's the only one in China that I'll be looking at today is Alibaba at that 41. And Rivian, by the way, on that imbalance, Rivian went all the way down into prior low. So we're going to keep an eye on Rivian. It wasn't on the list, but when a million share sell imbalance, if it holds underneath that prior low from 2 days ago, that might end up a short opportunity as well. But just keeping it on the back burner.
All right, yeah, very excited here. Forget about it. I have Alibaba written down on the sticky note at 138. If it comes in, it comes in. It's a lot lower. Alibaba 138, I'm looking for that as a long. But all right, with less than a minute to go, man, we're looking to short the TQQs. I just put a bid in, an offer in for Intel. I'm going to try to get VWAP, which is rated around here, $20.50. So we'll see if that can come in, but there's Intel with a dip down. So we're looking for that. We're looking for AMD. We have less than 30 seconds. We're looking for, I want to thank everybody for watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. $99. This is already starting to go, man. It looks like we have to fade 100. This is going to be a nasty day. You can sort of already tell. And then we're trying to short Apple as well. So yeah, man, all the orders are ready to go with less than 10 seconds left. Well, a little more than 10 seconds left. Oops. This is brought to you by Foremost Clean Energy as Adair goes back and forth. Excited to start this day. 3, 2, and 1. All right, now we are now open. So, all right, U.S. market's now open. We'll wait to see what winds up happening. AMD trying to figure itself out right now. Be careful of volatility, that is for sure. Yeah, Intel cranking. Just touched $20.
Already?
So, yeah, but it's coming back up a little bit here. Let's let it settle down. I think maybe the $20...
50.
Yeah, I know, that's the thing. I think the $20 break might be worth it. We'll try a little short here as it is trying to figure out that early imbalance. I mean, again, play the short back in. I'm going to short it if it breaks. That chart 2020 maybe, 2025 as a stop for this play, but here we go. I'm going short as long as it fills. I don't know if we're not SSR, so we should be okay on a break right now of Intel. So I'm sitting here because that's what we're looking at. NASDAQ still going lower as well. So yeah, man, Intel,
one other look.
Not much happening there other than low.
Forgot to mention SMCI, which was down 5%, is actually rallying here.
Okay.
So it's almost through pre-market highs. That's what the market going down is. You guys just saw there. Prior low is 38.4 right here. There's that double bottom or whatever you want to call it from yesterday. So looking for the short into that level. I didn't even have my order out on that one. I was just staring down Intel like Sean was, looking for a different plan of action, which is going to be VWAP, or let me just cancel, don't need the 88 off. What's the point of having a 21 offer? We're going to get VWAP first. NVIDIA, no pop there. When we're down like this, usually we're thinking pop at the open and be able to fade it. NVIDIA nowhere near that 115 level to try to grab any kind of a fade. Marvell as well, straight down off of the open. So if you're looking to short a pop, there hasn't really been a pop just yet. Position board, I'm sure they'll work on it.
Is,
yeah, I guess same thing.
Yeah, faulty again. All right, be patient. Yeah, we're sorry about that. We'll try to get that up for you ASAP, as it is the most important thing. All right, so Intel, we're short right now. So there's Intel right here into the short, $20.15. If you come over here, Andre, we'll be able to show that. There's the short, so we're short now. We are short also AMD, as that's trying to break through 99. We'll take out 5% here if we can get it. We're short AMD right now at 99.25. So, excuse me, here's the push down for AMD. There it is. Thank you so much, Ramin and Ayal, whoever fixed that. All right, so here comes Intel. We did get that bid. So there's a quick little 20 cents cash register play so far on AMD. There it is as well on Intel. Neil, we're doing it again already. 2 for 2 to start the day. It's early, but it's okay. There goes AMD. AMD is trying to break through 99. I'm going to put another bid right here at 99. Feds Harker now speaking. There's another 25 cents, and we're starting to hit lower right now. So let's get below this level, AMD. Where can we go? We're at yesterday's low right now, so hopefully lower. What's up?
We're talking about Origenics, OGEN, friend of the show here. This morning, they did submit their investigators brochure for their phase 2 clinical trial of ONP-002 in mild traumatic brain injury, or MTBI. Apparently, this treatment has studied demonstrated promising preclinical results and shows the potential to reduce inflammation, oxidative stress, and brain swelling. Some of this was confirmed through phase 1. So now phase 2 clinical trial has had its investigators brochure submitted. Check out OGEN, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dara. Shout out to them and to Origenics. So I'm at 20 quarter Intel. I'll get to SMCI in a second. It was just up at like 37, like 90 or 80 something. It's like underneath 37. It just felt like an absolute rock. So obviously didn't get that. But Marvell didn't pop into 75. Flat bottom break through the lows of 73. I'm shorted out in front of that 73 level. Scaling will be jacked up unless we zoom in there. There you go. You can see a little bit better now. It came right back into that prior high. Low, I should say. So we shorted into it, looking for the low of the day on Marvell at 72s. Here's SMCI. So it came all the way to 37.8, was sitting there for the top, couldn't get it, went through VWAP, missed that too. SMCI is falling like everything else, like an absolute rock. So we did grab that Marvell. It's about 70 pennies in the money. Intel must have just come back a little bit here into VWAP, which is at the quarter mark. So I want to short back into the quarters. The market's headed down. I mean, I don't really see anything. Like the strongest stock I saw off the open was SMCI, and that just tanked like $1.30. So if there's a strong stock out there, you guys let me know in the chat. I see people talking about Google, but the short so far is so good. Is at least what I'm looking at.
All right. Same kind of stuff happening for me here. We're still in these two shorts, so we'll wait to see if anything else is popping off here. Just a quick look at the NASDAQ.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it didn't really get to our levels, so we'll have to wait. I'm going to try to be patient. I'm actually going to cancel the TQ trade right now because it's a little bit higher, man. It's at $70. We're not going to get there right now. The 200 period is coming back in just a little bit here. Remember we started the short. We were talking about the short. The NASDAQ was down 0.4. Now you're down 1 point almost 2% right now on the NASDAQ and getting lower.
2%.
So, yeah, we're right at TQQ, possible bouncing spot right here. Yesterday's low right there coming into play again. That's 67.50 on the NASDAQ. But oh boy, man, we're starting to get a little more juicy action here as we did get that short, and now we're starting to break below on AMD one more time. So another out right there at O's and another out at 75. So we'll see. That's the first out. Let's see if AMD wants to hold up as we're starting to get back in. I'm going to put another bid down in the 80s. Maybe we get that. We just got some more Intel up here. We'll wait to see what that wants to do. Short Intel right now at 18s. But it's AMD that's really coming into the downside now. So hopefully that will continue to work. And there it is, man. It is a face slapper for you to start the day here with AMD.
Google is super
strong, I hope you're going to say?
Oh, shoot. Sorry, I got to go to a different chart here for a second. There we go. We can come to the chart now. Shout out to the chat. There is a stock that is relatively strong. Alphabet just broke the pre-market highs. Let's see if it can continue. There's a little bit of relative strength here, but we have to go to the desk with Adara.
Let's talk about Worksport here. Our friends at Worksport. So one of their subsidiaries here, Tariff Energy, did announce that they had a positive reception for their recent unveiling of their AetherLux heat pump system, which included the incorporation of its zero frost technology. So Worksport here on Watch is one of their subsidiaries here, announces a positive response for one of its heat pump systems, guys. WKSP this morning. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
So I'm going to get out at 2:30.
Position where prices are wrong. I have 77 short 72, 77 short Marvell. I do have 2020.
My AMD is right, but the Intel.
I'm short 2022 on Intel.
I'm close to being right.
So I'm short 2022 on Intel. I'm still in it, and I'm short Marvell at 72, 77. But this is Alphabet, which is going strongly upside. I don't want to say parabolic or anything like that, but it's certainly looking very strong over there on Alphabet. NVIDIA as well. No break. Okay, very briefly broke the low of the day and starting to come right back into the upside. So you're getting a little bit of a bottoming tail wick overall in the market. See, I'm in Intel with a stop here, which, oh, there you go. See, I was in it. Well, now the position board's correct on Intel because it just ran that high. So I'm out of Intel. We're still in Marvell, at least for now, but that's even starting to come back in here, retest that 73. I think if this gets back out and above VWAP, I'm going to get out because of the bottoming tail candle and look for another re-entry. I think this pop-up might also get me into SMCI, as SMCI right back at those lows. Remember, SMCI is the one that I actually missed. So if I can grab this, maybe heading back into VWAP on the way up. We wanted to be short SMCI as well, but didn't quite get it. It was going up when everything was going down. All right, it's staying down when everything else is up.
All right, new trade alert here. We'll wait to see what happens with Apple. We shorted Apple up there. It just went for a run, man, right into our 236. So something's brewing here with Apple, but we'll brew it up to the short side right now. Short Apple. Yeah, you're right. The position board's not working. They know that.
Yeah.
Ramin, are you resetting the position board? The position board's not working. Okay, good. All right, so we are short Apple right now. As you can see, let's see if this one wants to come back in just a little bit for us. Also, man, AMD right now we're short. I don't know how we're short. Oh, yeah, there it goes. Yeah, okay. So the whole market's starting to blast here a little bit, right? So I was looking at the prices. I was like, what are these prices exactly? All right, so we are going to get stopped out of Intel because it's right here at the 200 period. I wrote down 21 for Intel, but I don't really want to wait that high. We'll re-short it if it gets back up there, right? Like, things not working out right now for Intel short. So we're going to be short Intel right now at 30s, and we're 15 cents out. Not the end of the world, but definitely going against us right there. If Apple takes out 237, hey, look, man, the short rhetoric might be off. Yesterday we were looking long, turned out to be right. Today we're looking short. Let's see if we're going to be right. I don't know. But for right now, it's Intel short here at 30s. It's a tough position.
It's still not.
I don't know, but we haven't taken a hit on it yet, so we'll have to wait to see what's going on there. Apple does pull back. So we'll hit the sirens, we'll take a win on that early. But will it continue to fall down? Who knows? But there goes Apple, there goes AMD on a nice little reload as well. We'll put some bids out here. If we fall back in, then we've got it pretty good here on AMD. So yeah, so far so good with the patience, but patience pays, but just hopefully a little bit more than it is right now. Here comes Apple, man. This is going to be a big trade. Honestly, if it can work out for us, we are bidding. There it is. Yes, sir. Nice move on Apple, baby. Nice move back in, man. 30 cents in the money on Apple and starting to cover a little bit there. I don't know what that move was about, but if the market does fade, we are very, very well positioned. So again, the position board's getting worked on. I know
yeah, you got to take advantage of that fade. I'll tell you right now, you just said it on Apple. I reloaded VWAP on Marvell, was able to catch a bid when it moved down about 60 pennies, got the bid, and then right after that, in the time it took Sean to mention, to just say Apple in that move, it came right back to a pre-market high. So we got the reload. Thankfully, we were able to get it out there at 72.6, but now it's headed back in higher. So I'm out of that. Intel wicked the high, was able to jump out, but it's wicked the high and jump back in. But it's SMCI, which is absolutely, what's that? Someone just took 50,000 up on the bid on Intel. I just took it out in front of that, but SMCI is breaking the lows. It's not even going back to the upside, so this is the miss for me because I never even got into this short. Next available pop in SMCI, I am going short, whether it's in the pre-market lows or it's in the VWAP or even just one of these prior bar highs. Big swing and a miss for me on SMCI. But Intel, someone just took 50,000 shares on the bid right here. In one shot, they filled them. So when it got to the pre-market high, it wicked it. I got in right back underneath the prior bar, but it can't seem to get to VWAP on Intel. Google's still looking relatively strong. It wasn't on the trade plan at all, but it's SMCI that I got on my mind. Here it's starting to bounce with the NASDAQ. But so far, the NASDAQ's been in this little bit of a range. Like we've held the pre-market low to yesterday's low and back and forth twice now on the NASDAQ. So if it breaks a fresh low, great. Your shorts are still going to be great, and I think they'll be fine. But if you break back into the top end of this range, got to be able to reevaluate. Didn't have a lot of long ideas out there that I liked, outside of unless Palantir got to a crazy level.
Yeah, man, no worries. You'll get it back. This is very, very early rate here. It's unfortunate that you can't see our positions. I'm in 3 of them right now. Apple, yeah, I am saying them. Yeah. Ramin's working on the position board. She wants everyone to know that. We do apologize for it. Normally, we do have our positions at the bottom. I'm short Apple right now, 236. So 236.01. We'll see if that comes out. We just got some nice bids down low, though, on that one. 235, 25s. Like, this was a good level for Apple. It's exactly what we wrote down on the sticky note, so we take it. Our AMD level is right now 99.62. So we're short right now, right here. I'll take another spot. I did put the stock, actually. So my stop, actually, I don't have a stop here. We covered, and this is why our average price is where it is, because we were able to get out of that winner, and then it popped upside. So I was actually looking for AMD still up here at 101, to be wrong. So I'm still going to try to hold out for that, as here it comes right back in again. And then the biggest position here is going to be Intel. We get that up here at 2050. We're going to wait to see if it breaks through 2060, and we are trying to cover over there as well. So once again, we do apologize. We will try to get this working for everybody ASAP. And I know we had the same problem yesterday. We'll try to fix it right there. But there it is, Neil. It is your first dollar winner on the day, as there goes Apple straight to the downside. So we're kicking so far, man. Nice day there. Yesterday we were net short, let long at this time, and now today we are net short. It's a positive day. Hopefully you guys are having some good luck as well. There it is. So not going to be right, the position board, but at least there's something there. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware here, comments coming from Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada. He's saying that Canada is continuing to talk to the U.S. administration with the goal of getting tariffs lifted. So some tariff talk. We know these negotiations are still in place between Canada and the U.S. Justin Trudeau saying that the goal is to get these tariffs lifted. We'll have to wait and see if that comes to fruition. But just be aware, talks are apparently being had, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, so that's kind of, let's just call that a bit of a nothing. Talks are being had. Goal is to get rid of the tariffs. You don't say, oh, okay, I know what's happening now. I just covered some Intel at 2031, so that's why you would have It's the first fill that I put in is going to be getting some short out at 2031. So that's what just popped in there. I'm obviously not long Intel, as you guys can see. I've only gone short. We were out of it once, and then we jumped back into it. SMCI starting to come into VWAP. The other thing about SMCI, it's so far from the prior lows. That was the initial plan to short that 38.4. So we're working off of VWAP and the pre-market lows as well. So I have Intel short at 20.45, Marvell short at 72.75, SMCI short, that's correct. The shorts are correct. It's only Intel that's wrong for me. So it looks like it's okay with the exception. I guess that means it's not right.
I'll see if I'll take a fill here, if it will show the right positions for me. Hopefully we'll take one and we'll be able to get into it. Okay. All right, so we're just net short everything. Maybe we can start looking at some other stuff. We're short Apple, we're short AMD, we're short Intel. Pretty simple stuff here. Hopefully we start to get, there we go, I just took a fill. Nope. I'm too frustrated. I won't be entering any more positions, so I'm just going to wait to see what happens. We're now $1 plus in the money right now on that. I mean, I don't want to keep explaining the positions. We're net short everything right now, and we're hella up. So I'll leave it at that right now. Alibaba, I was looking at 138 to come into play. If that comes, great, but that's what I'm looking at, Alibaba right now. Apple, look, we're flat on AMD right now. We're flat on Intel. Looking for more, man. We talked about it. We're short Intel 32s. We're short AMD right here at 65s. And we're short $1 right here in the money on, and it's a big position on Apple. So we wrote down here Apple early that we like that short. We also like the TQQ short. So we did like the overall market there. The only thing that's really been disappointing, AMD's ran up and we were able to get a great price short, so I'm fine with that. The most disappointing thing has been Intel. And, you know, I know that it was a great green name for me yesterday, but we played it in the afternoon. So we're going to try to stay patient up to 2060. It could easily break that. I'm not in love with this. I would really love to get out if we do come back down. Intel not trading the way I thought it would today, that is for sure. You know, CHIPS Act, I thought it was a bad thing, and I don't like it. All right, the next fill should be correct. Right now, I am long nothing. So either that gets wiped out. I will take a fill right now to see. So I just took a fill. Okay, here we go. It's going to work. So this is going to work. So now all my positions should show up there on the bottom. So there we go. Looks like we're good to go here, Neil.
Yeah, it looks okay. Yeah, it looks right. I am long Palantir. It got to the first level. So Palantir goes into, there's 3 support levels. There's the low, yesterday's low, there's the higher low, there's the absolute bottom at 78. It just went trend reversion. I just drew this trend line. It just went a trend revert. So very quickly here, prior bar 84.5, or it's more like 84.44, where the stop is going to go underneath, and then play back into VWAP for Palantir. Just a mean reversion play here on PLTR. We said the only long I liked was if Palantir did a crazy move to the downside, like that trend down and reversion up, which it's done a couple of times in the last few days. So yeah, we'll see if someone heads to the upside. Not much has been all that strong this morning. So I guess if you're looking long, you had to find a kind of a support level or mean revert anywhere you can. Intel, I just typed it twice. Right, we'll do this, go to the black chart while we're waiting for that to give me time to reload. Intel has been trending higher. There's no question about it. So I have a bid to try to get more out underneath VWAP at 2020, but if it runs a fresh high, I'm out. You know, not going to fight this stock. And at the end of the day, if it goes, I'm going to get in and I'm going to get out where my stops are going to be. So I played on SMCI, not at the level we wanted. We wanted it up here, but I played under VWAP. It broke prior bar high, so we jump out of the trade. That's it. And now we move on to the next opportunity. Intel, we'll see what happens there. Palantir, I just realized we didn't get our other fill down there. So I don't want to chase this up. I was trying to grab it through 84.50. I didn't get anything till 90. So I am trying to add to this position, but it has to be down closer to that, 84 high to 84 mid to reload on Palantir, and we're out in front of 86.
All right. Yeah, NVIDIA, I mean, we should look maybe at some Rigetti, maybe, so we could definitely have a quick look over there. We did short some more AMD. AMD is right here at 100. I am not going to be taking any more until like $100. I put down $100.80. I still want to look at 101. The issue here for me is that the NASDAQ is doing nothing. And it's just like you're battling with it. So I'm going to stay with my own rhetoric that I like the short. We're underneath the 50. We're underneath VWAP. If I have to like withstand being flat on a couple of these trades for now, fine. But at the same time, definitely understanding that we could be wrong. NVIDIA's trying to go right now. Obviously, if that goes, then AMD probably follows. So we're going to let it just settle down. It's not moving. I mean, the last time AMD did a move like this, I normally off the open, what I'm trying to get at is like,
rarely.
you had that big move there. Now you're up here. I just don't think it's going to hang out. It's 950 right now. There's a move coming. I'm just going to favor the short. Could be wrong, that's for sure. We are 10 cents away. We're short right now at 30s. We did cover some down there. We still have about 75% of this position on. And I don't want to reload. I don't want to reload any of the shorts. Let's just be wrong with what we have. We're not layering into anything right now. We're very, very comfortable with the amount of shares that we have. We're green on the day so far, but that's position pending. So again, you can ask us anytime if we're red or green or what we're doing or what's going on any of the stocks. I know we did have that position board down, but it is right now. So yeah, we're going to wait. It looks like we're about to get stopped out, which will put us red on Intel if it does run that top. So you were just in a couple positions.
Well, if I had winning stock off the open was going to be a long out of the 4 that I was in on my bingo card, I didn't, flat out. But I did just cover Palantir. We didn't get that ad, but it got to 86, so I just covered it there. I'm surprised. I really did think there were going to be some better shorts in there that you could hold on to. You had to basically it's right at the open that you had to have it. But we took our Intel. I'm always gonna get out when it runs that prior high. And so the last entry got to VWAP, and it's at that prior high right now. So the only way that I'm gonna continue to like this, gotta have it. You want to select your draw tool if you want to draw a trend line. Is if it holds the trend or holds the top, and it can break this trend. I didn't draw that very well. It's a little bit higher up. If it can break that trend, hold a double top, then I can reload what I got out in front of VWAP and then keep my stop in on Intel. Palantir gave you the revert. Let's see if it can continue. I mean, if Palantir holds VWAP and does the whole Palantir trend up thing to run all the shorts to the moon, great. But that was one shot mean reversion. And now I'm looking for, back to the thesis, like what's at our levels. I just looked up at NVIDIA. That's getting close to 115. Which is, there you go, prior day lows where the bouncing was, 114.5 to 115. That's still underneath the pre-market high, so this is starting to set up. NVIDIA was in the trade for me, but it could start to be one here at that 15 level.
All right, it's still Apple, it's still $1 in the money. As I said, I'm going to be positive today so far, positions pending, so we'll wait. Rigetti, congratulations, man. We did talk about that. Was another one that you could have had there. Have some water. Yeah, up to 850. We talked about that short float there today. Rigetti was down 11% or something. I'm not sure the exact number there. But yeah, down into $7. I had mentioned that the hold, we had last gone long Rigetti at $6. In my own account, we got out at 9 on that same day, which turned out to be a mistake because it went to 14. But right there, Rigetti's having one of those days again, as we've just bounced off that low and just kept going all morning. So right now, it's still going. I was going to say watch out for 850, but like we already took out that 825. Now it just continues. Wow. Okay, Neil. Now we're starting to get excited again. There goes, hopefully, Intel. We did get some more up there. We're short at 38. We're now in the money. Let's just start to piece a little bit out there. 37s, 38s on Intel. Apple's going to be a monster right now. So this is a big day for me here. We're starting to get this going. There's Apple, Neil. It's $1.50 now in the money. We have AMD now starting to go to the downside. So we are green over here today. Positions pending again. We said stick with it. Neil, have your confidence ready because we went short and stuck short there. This is what we talk about. Neil says it goes against him, gets out quickly. That's fine. Different trading styles, right? We all have our different styles. At the end of the day, you want to look down and you want to see red or green. And if it's red, it's not going to be a lot of red. That's the main idea. So we had our stops. Now that this is falling back in, let's take advantage of it. This market is just a real funny thing, man. Like at any point, anything can get turned on its head. So that's why we're taking some profits. Obviously, I can see the net right now, and it's been pretty good. So let's just hold on to these shorts. If the market does fade here, we're going to be huge. If not, we have our stops, and we've been taking profit to keep this day in the pocket. So there goes Apple. Again, like I don't know. This has been a big trade for me today. Here's Apple right here. We talked about 236 short, key level. Let's wait. Let's be patient. We got it, Neil. It's $1.50 now in the money. So let's see if Apple wants to continue to go. But this market is.
It's starting to look strong again.
I don't know what you're doing, but it's a pretty choppy day.
So look, I'm only like I got a Palantir. Palantir's at 86 and going higher. So if you're thinking short and it reverts, I'm probably not thinking hold the long through VWAP and it's going to break highs. But Intel, I got 44.5 as a price. Yeah, whatever, it's rounding down this time, doesn't really matter. The high is 57, so we're risking 12, 13 cents. VWAP sits at that same level. So we got some out at VWAP at that 1-to-1, but there's just no follow through. I said if it broke trend, that I would add back in. Now can it hold on to that top? I still think it's a short up here, but the money fills have been, sort of at 50 and above as opposed to in the 40s. Meaning that's the, like the good prices on the short. We call them money fills sometimes. And it can be above like a line. But anyways, if we get another reload, it's going to have to continue to show these wick tops here. Like on the way up, let it wick and then get in. Because on the way down, when I'm in at 15, out there, and then we're in 25 and out there, like taking like 10 cents away each time. Like my style, I don't want to hold that 2 points against me. I'd rather find my way back into it, see if we can't build a better position. Because if we flush through the low of the day, Intel's breaking 20. That's just the kind of stock that it is.
Right.
Yeah, it's how that stock rolls. Palantir, I want to hold hope that if the market goes up, this is going to be the one because it's done this 2 days in a row. But it's starting to roll right back over to the downside. So no higher low yet on Palantir. If you're patient with it, it did it yesterday and did the day before. Initial flush, higher low. Even when it pulls back, you get the higher low. So if there's going to be a long on Palantir, I want to let's calm down. Don't want to jump into it too early because if you think the market's weak and Palantir goes lower, 78's in play.
Oh my. I just want to say, like, we're going to have completely different trading styles. Like, I have right now, like, many shares, so I'm going to start to cover into this area. Like Intel, we took those shares, we got nervous about it, so I'm covering at VWAP right now, and we just hit our 1 daily goal. So, but that's with all of these positions still pending. We still do have many shares on board, so we're going to start to exit out of some of these positions right now. So here goes AMD. Let's take some more out right here at VWAP. So just to let you know, we're out of about 40% of our AMD. We still have about 70% or so of Intel, and I'm going to start to cover it right here. Like, see how it's getting stronger? Like, it's bouncing off of that VWAP. I don't want to be here for it. We'd rather cover. We just got some more covers down there just to let it go because, see, now with this move back up, we're no longer at our 1 times daily goal. We're still in the money, but we just gave back half of our day by sitting there and holding and waiting for something to happen. So take advantage of it, man, and just trade what you're trading, and let's just keep going. So again, trade whatever size is comfortable for you guys, right? Apple right there, down $1. We're waiting for that. We just got a great fill, and this is what I'm trying to do: find out key levels. Like Apple was just down here, was a huge move down, and we didn't take enough advantage of that. So we got to do that. Like, these numbers are coming out. That's 234.70 right down there to the downside. So I'm going to put another bid down there, 234.75. We'll see if we can get out of some more because now the market is trying to rip against us. So more covers. Yeah, I don't know if the market's ripping or not, but I mean, I could just tell by my net right now that we're fluctuating. So we've given back about half right there. And look what just happened to Rigetti. We're still up.
Oh, NVIDIA just lost
right now. I do want to say right now a big shout out. I mean, I can see shout out to ADRA is going to be there as well. Positive day for ADRA, positive day for myself. Joe, congratulations too on a positive start so far there. So let's just keep it going, man. Apple, AMD, and Intel.
Yeah, NVIDIA just broke VWAP, so I was like, oh, the market's coming back in there when I saw us go lower. But you have a big divergence between things. You've got NVIDIA beneath VWAP. You've got Google breaking the high of the day right now. On Intel there, so like I said, we got 44s, 45s, and there's our stop there, risking 13 cents. I just now am out half of it when it bounces off of VWAP. So don't want to let this one get away. Like when it pops 10 cents in the money, you have to ask how much are you risking to that high and what can you get out of it. So let's go over to ADRA. It is time for Happening Now.
We're waiting here for some numbers. Right now, it's just about 10 a.m., so we should be getting these wholesale inventories revisions. There we go. So 0.8% versus 0.7% forecast and previous. Wholesale sales month over month actually negative 1.3% versus positive 0.5% expected and positive 1% previous. So again, wholesale inventories revised month over month, slightly above expectation. Wholesale sales month over month, lower than what we were expecting. We will have here at 12 p.m. comments from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. I'll be covering that for you if anything is market moving there. Then at 2 p.m., Donald Trump is set to sign more executive orders. This has been announced within the last few hours because it wasn't here as of 8 a.m. So just certainly keep an eye on that. Donald Trump signing some executive orders. The market here trying to make a little bit of a leg higher, a higher low of this drop at the open, but pretty weak start to the day for the SPY and the NASDAQ. That is for sure. About half the Mag 7 names are trading lower to start the day as well. Let's take a look here at some earnings plays though. Rigetti, RGTI with earnings initially pushing lower, now pushing to the upside. This one also is about a 25% short float, so decent short interest. Be careful with RGTI as always. Then we have Zscaler, another earnings play from last night. They did beat on earnings and sales, but their guidance was a little bit tepid for Q3 2025. Just remember, after the close, we have Broadcom and Costco reporting, and other earnings plays you can check out today include MongoDB and Macy's, guys. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Dara. Yeah, so the number comes out, and of course, now we got to sort of like absorb what's going to happen right there. So again, look at all these covers. We just got another cover right there for Intel. Worried a little bit now. We just got down into VWAP again and bounced for AMD. So I do have more bids down there, and we're just going to wait to see what winds up happening now for these names. Again, pretty comfortable with what we're in, and just letting it happen naturally. Good covers down there, but trying to put some more orders at VWAP. Like, I don't need this profit to sort of vanish away, right? So we've been having a good day. We're just net short. The Apple 236 was huge. I don't even like that gap up there. Like, I'm not even sure even when it came in, I was like, Apple just gapped there? Like, that's pretty crazy, but still does do that gap. So we do have that fill, and we're taking advantage of that. Any dips down now, I mean, we might as well take another 235 fill, because again, we've got some more shares here, so we'll take a little bit of a dip in that. And then Intel, man, Intel's not exciting to me anymore. I do have lower bids. We can let this thing fall down for sure, but I am bidding. I'm just looking at my math here. We're bidding about 15% down here again at VWAP at 30s, and then we're down for, significant more, about 50% of our out if we can get it down here at 2020. I'm actually at 2018s for that downside play. So here it comes. We'll see if we can get a nice move down in for Intel. Like I said, we'll bid out 25% or so in and around, 15% or so in and around 30s to 31s for Intel. Apple's trying to get back up to the upside as well. So I don't know, man. This is just a pretty wild day so far.
Yeah, I think Palantir is a long. We shouldn't have got out of it in the first place, but that was a plan of action. We were bearish on the market. It's stair-step to the upside. It's doing everything that it did yesterday and the day before, with the exception, I'd say, of having any kind of weakness after the first push. Like, these are the red candles on Palantir. Like, you can go back and see, like, there were real dips yesterday in the morning on the way to the upside. There's no real dip here. Like, it's just going sideways for a bit and then gone. So the next time, if it can go sideways off of VWAP, then I want to go long off of... VWAP's just a line in a chart. I kind of like here a little bit better, like 85.8. So even if it dips under VWAP and holds these prior lows, this one should be a long. We were in it and we kind of let it go, and that's a mistake, like I said. I wish I could tell you that these were longs on Intel, but those higher lows aren't. Those are covers. And the only way that I get short again in front of this high is if it puts a wick high. Break 50, fail a little bit higher, and then short back underneath. Otherwise, it's time to look for some flips to the long side. Palantir being the first one, because that was one that I liked to the long in the first place. Looking for others, Google stands out. Google definitely stands out as one for sure, but let's go to Adara and then come back and find some more.
Yeah. Just to be clear here, I can see that Howard Lutnick is speaking on CNBC. That is the Commerce Secretary for the U.S., Howard Lutnick. He did make some comments recently as well, suggesting that Donald Trump would be willing to meet Canada and Mexico halfway on tariffs, and also making some comments about the potential strategic reserve for crypto. So Howard Lutnick does have the tendency to say things that move the market. Be aware, he is speaking on CNBC, guys. Watch the market. Back to you.
I mean, that is exactly what we're trying to do, is watch out for this market. I took a short here in Palantir. Let's see if it wants to work out for us. Again, short off the 200 period moving average. I'm just going to give this to 87.50, not even 88.50. I mean, I know this name is super strong and they can get on this. And it looks like right now, as the market continues to go higher, right now they're on Palantir, and that's fine. We're short. So we're short Palantir at 90s, as you can see. So we'll take a piece out like in the 50s if it can get down there. Don't know again where we're going to go here, but that's where we are bidding to take something out of PLTR. So, all right, that's going to be my play there. All right, the only thing that's in trouble now, obviously Palantir is still working. There goes Palantir, now 15 cents, now 20 cents. I do have a bid, 62s if we can get out of 20% of it. That will put us in 30 cents worth of a win, and we just got missed. Can you believe that? I think it went to 65 right there. So it's AMD, the only one that's in question so far here for me right now. What's that? Oh, there it is. We get it. Right there on Palantir, another 25 cents there. We'll wait to see if Palantir can get lower. What's up, Adara?
Howard Lutnick is still talking. He just said that the tariff reprieve that we're seeing with automakers, where they have 1 month until these tariffs come into effect, he said this is likely not just about automakers, and it could include all USMCA covered products. The USMCA is the United States, Mexico, and Canada trade agreement. I looked it up. It mostly covers auto and auto parts, chemicals, steel-intensive products, and textiles. So basically what he's saying is there could be a reprieve for quite a lot of these tariffs, but he said this is still going to only last 1 month. So Howard Lutnick hinting that this tariff break or exemption for U.S. autos could also apply to other things covered in the USMCA or the trade agreement, but again, only till April 2nd, 2025. Also, I'm just seeing some comments from Trudeau pop in. I think they're from about 10 minutes ago, but worth noting. He did say that as long as there are tariffs from the U.S. that are completely unjustified, they will be responding strongly. He also said that the Canada-U.S. trade war is to persist for the foreseeable future. And that's just me quoting him. Back to you.
Nice, nice.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, I don't think we got anything too crazy out of that. There were every now and then you'd see like the book drop or move around a little bit. The other name is coming into play. We haven't traded NVIDIA yet because it never got to those prior lows, which are now the pre-market highs, but you're starting to work into there. So 115 is the level. The market, it's clearly strong going into it, so let's let it get there before even considering the fade. Alphabet, we keep referring to it, and then going over things that are shorts. But Google looks real strong today. It just went green. I mean, you can look at the chart. The thing I don't like is that you're at a resistance spot. I don't want any part of a long at resistance. We talked about it this morning about breakouts in a general sense. So yeah, Google's too late. So it's NVIDIA 115. Intel's right at that top right now, that 2060 level. So it's a good chance that it's going to run it right here. We're in it for the third time up here. If it breaks out that high, then we got to wait for 21s. And 21 will be next. So I think it's either 21 or 2060 breaking out here on Intel and I get out, or we're going to have NVIDIA come into 115. So we're waiting for it to get there, show some kind of weakness, play the curl back in. Got to wait for a dip buy on Alphabet. I'm not taking any punches in the high of the day.
All right. Yeah, same kind of talk for me here as we just wait to see, if the market's going to take out the top. I mean, it's running right now. We said that there was going to be a level that we decided to reverse into the long. I don't think we're there yet. It hasn't really been, I was going to say it feels like a slow grind because my net's kind of just doing this, but it's starting to get going a little bit. And I think the number one problem right now is Apple because, and again, we're out. We only have 30% left, but you're right at the top here. I don't really like all of this tariff talk because I have no idea where it's going to end up.
Stop talking.
I mean, it's better if they stop, but it seems like there is some relief happening here. So we'll short a little bit of Apple up here, but waiting out for 237. Adara with more news again.
We have more news. So Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, said, quote, "We're in discussions on possibly delaying the second wave of our planned tariffs." So in case you were not aware, in case you missed it, on, I believe, Tuesday, Justin Trudeau announced that Canada would have some tariffs going into effect immediately. That would be 25% tariffs on $30 billion Canadian of goods. Their second wave was supposed to happen in 21 days from that announcement, and it would be 25% tariffs on an additional $125 billion Canadian of goods. So that second wave, $125 billion wave, might not be happening. He said they're in discussions about delaying this new tariff wave, guys. So Canada potentially delaying another round of tariffs. Back to you.
Right, I'm not sure. So right now, Palantir, we did get a reload up there, and we did get some more out. So we got some out in the 90s right now on Palantir. Palantir, 40 cents in the money, but again, like just tipsy-turvy here with the futures. Thanks for that reporting there, Adara. Apple, okay. We did it again. We got some more shares upside, but does that mean that we can get them out? I don't know. We're bidding now in and around 236. Maybe we do get that fall. Okay, there it is. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right now, so that's a good trade there for us. Neil, Palantir is now 50 cents in the money. Shh, the whisperers here. We'll figure out what's going on with Palantir again. Nice push down in. There it is, man. Palantir, one more time. Nice trades back into the downside there for PLTR. Let's go. It is going to be your P&L number one name here so far today for us, Palantir. Intel's a little bit of a problem. I know you're on that as well. We're right here at $20.60.
Yeah, it didn't break the high. It kind of wicked the pre-market high. They're at a dark pool wick that went through. No, it just broke the high now. So I got back in at the same price, but it's not broken the top as far as I'm concerned. So I'm out of it. That was just a 63 print. Slap to fail on Intel. 2 days in a row, it's been a good short. Right now, it is not. It's higher lows and continue to trend up. Nvidia got to 115. Again, these are just dark pool wicks. Ignore that. The pre-market high, at least from after 6 o'clock, that's what we track it, that's where I track it from, is 115.14. But then remember, this was also a quadruple bottom yesterday. So support to resistance, playing it back into VWAP here on Nvidia. Alphabet still tracking and looking really strong in here. Might pull back into VWAP. When we're talking about this, we got some questions addressing a webinar this morning about trends up in VWAP. If it's respecting VWAP and an upward trend and you like the long, that's a good place to try to get back in or get in the first place. So Alphabet, relatively strong, no question about it. I like VWAP in here if we can grab it. And then just before we go to Adara, Rigetti reported, obviously was down, now 6% up. It just bounced off $8 and went back into the high. I think you can safely say this has the potential to squeeze at this point. So that's a big reversal, trap some shorts down here and break it out. I actually think this is a better opportunity than Google just on a percentage basis. So I think looking for a dip on Rigetti is just going to pay you off a little bit better than it will on Alphabet. Dara.
Just keep an eye here on Macy's, another earnings name on watch. I mentioned this one a bit earlier, and it was on the watch list, but in case you missed it, here's the move because it's bounced really nicely. They did beat here on earnings per share, but missed on sales. Their guidance lower than expected for both revenue and earnings for fiscal 2025, I guess there. But also we have some comments, just be aware, comments coming out from Vladimir Putin of Russia, so be aware for any geopolitical tensions, those can move the markets. Also Donald Trump posting here about the massive trade deficit with the world was just announced, so he will change that. We got trade numbers earlier today. Donald Trump says that he will be changing the trade deficit, so keep an eye on that. We know that the trade and tariffs, of course, have been on watch as of late, guys. Back to you.
He will be changing the trade deficit.
Yes,
well,
he will.
You know, there's certain things that aren't completely in your control that have to do with that. You got to worry about the U.S. dollar. Is that going to get any weaker? I mean, come on, man. You had the ECB lowering rates, everybody. And the U.S. isn't doing anything. That's not going to make the dollar weaker. So come on, NVIDIA, get down. I know you want stocks to go up, and the market is actually, the ES just has broken through VWAP. It's tracking highs, and NASDAQ's broken through VWAP. Cannot get filled on the south side of 50s here on NVIDIA. So I'm going to try to bid right there at 50. Oh, never mind.
Go.
I did just get filled on the south side of 50s on NVIDIA. So we'll play it into VWAP in here. It's held the 115 level. If we can get VWAP, great. And we might get a chance to dip buy on Rigetti after all of this. But like the fail for me is going to be I liked Intel 2 days in a row, but that's it breaking out the high. It is just completely upside at this point on Intel. If it does work, it's going to have to break the day-long trend. So now you've got a big higher low put in. You got to do something along those lines. All right, NVIDIA, get down into VWAP because this is when we want to work in here. Patiently wait for that price. It finally got there. And then I remind myself, what's the price I like the most on Intel? 21. It's at 2060. The even dollars have been paying out the best on that stock.
All right, so tough morning so far for these shorts, but we'll see if they can still pay out, man. I mean, the only stock that we've taken a hit on here is Intel, and for good reason, man. I mean, it's actually up right now. Like, that's a great trend higher. I'm going to sit in it just against 70s there. Again, that's where we closed yesterday. We'll see if it holds it. We're going to sit in that one. I don't know if Palantir is a short or not, but it's 70 cents in the money. So we're going to start. There it is. Take some more out here. Palantir, been great off the 200 period moving average. You know, with this market at highs, I don't think this is a short. So we're already out of 65%. I'm going to put another bid right there. We just got more before it just ripped up there. Out now on Palantir. Like, this market rips. This stock is ripping people's faces off. So let's get some more out there on Palantir and stay positive on it as we watch out for these futures now ticking highs. We wrote down on the TQQs that we wanted to. We're still, like, considering all the thousands of shares I've traded today, we're still well in the pocket. We're going to be red because we're holding on to some of these right now. Without Intel, we're green, but we can't say without a stock. We're waiting for TQQ to come up to $70. And so if that can get there, then I feel like that would be that short that we're looking for. Right there, there's 70. It's your 200 period moving average on a 5-minute chart. So we'll look to see if that can hit right there. So there goes Intel. We tried it one more time against 70, I guess. I don't know if it broke there or not, but we did get out of Intel. So our only red stock today is going to be Intel. What's up, Adara?
We have more comments coming through from Howard Lutnick, who is the U.S. Secretary of Commerce. And I do want to clarify, this is just the market, that Howard Lutnick, he's not, of course, Donald Trump, who was the president. He's just making comments, and he has made comments before that have not necessarily been timely and or come to fruition. But regardless, it's worth noting, he did say that the expectation is that the April 2nd reciprocal tariffs will be starting high and then start to come down. As mentioned earlier, he did say that the plan is to make everything that's USMCA compliant or compliant with the US-Mexico-Canada trade agreement. That could, much like the auto tariffs, be deferred for a month. Now, in terms of how much of the goods in question are compliant, he said it's probably roughly 50% of Canada and Mexico products, but, quote, that is an off-the-cuff estimate. So basically, long story short, Howard Lutnick's comments imply that roughly 50% of Canadian and Mexico products might be, I guess, viable for a potential exemption until April 2nd, at which point we'll get tariffs, reciprocal tariffs, but these reciprocal tariffs might also come down lower. So lots of comments of a variety of nature from Howard Lutnick, basically just suggesting that these tariff talks are still continuing. Speaking of Lutnick, Justin Trudeau of Canada just said that Lutnick's most recent comments are, quote, a promising sign, and it aligns with some of the conversations that Trudeau has been having with officials from the administration. Back to you.
Right. So a bit of a bounce here in Bitcoin here. 91. Ooh, yeah, the scaling. I don't know what it is about that chart. Every time I come in, my scaling's changed. I have to fix it again. 91, and you're heading right into, it's like 91.8 or 91.6 to 91.8's been resistance on the chart. So look for it to get in there. Maybe there's a reversion, but strong moves. Just want to acknowledge it. Not trading any. I think it's the first time this week that I wasn't looking at Bitcoin, but here comes 115 and that pre-market high on Nvidia. So we're able to get some out.
Highs.
Oh yeah. I'm only in Nvidia right now, so yeah, you're right. I just looked up and I'm like, yeah, you're all the highs. So this pre-market top, if it breaks it, I'm out. If it wicks it and does a stop like this, then I get back in, and then we work off and see if it can work down into VWAP. But right now, you're just trending to the upside. I know I'm going to look at Google right now and say, okay, there wasn't a good chance to get in, so I probably wouldn't have got into Alphabet. All right, I feel a little bit better about that. Like, there was no dip that I would have reasonably taken on Alphabet, but here's a wick at 115. That means re-entry onto Nvidia. I want to see if I can get 80s in here. Still giving it to that same high. Should be willing to take something in the 70s like last time and then play back into VWAP. Rigetti has shown zero signs of pulling back, everybody. I said I'm not taking that top break. Rigetti's just going to have to wait. If it does go full squeeze zone, I think we'll have a chance at it later. But we're back in to what we covered on NVIDIA and still have the stop at that. It's about 115.25 on NVDA as we're just rocketing to the upside in this market.
Yeah, big time rocketing up right now to the upside. So, yeah, look, we got Palantir still green for us, but we did get stopped out. We talked about that. It just made a high into 88 and then came back in. So I shorted 65. I mean, I wish we would have got much better, man, prices. But unfortunately, by the time I noticed it, it was already back in 30 cents. So the high of the day there right now, for Palantir is 88. So I'm going to go short against that. I do notice that we have this level here, 88.25. I think you can wait for that if you really wanted to do something, but I'm going to wait for an 88 break. If we break too much above that, then we can reverse out. Look, again, Apple, we'll be red on Apple. We'll be red about like 1 or 2 units or so on Apple there because it does take out the top. We did have a good move there, but we were trying to think about that level there. And of course, the futures just continued. We're still down that 1%, so I'm still happy thinking about the short, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the short's going to come in. All right, there's Intel. We reshorted it. We just looked at our sticky note, and it's like we didn't even want to get short Intel till 21. So we got excited there early and just trying to play off pre-market highs because we thought the market was going to be down. But then when we break higher, we just need to get back to the strategy that we had sort of thought about in the beginning. And that was going to be short this. So let's stay short until we break 21. We do have more offers upside right here. So we'll take a position. We're in a position. So, if it breaks, it breaks. But for right now, we got to wait. And that's what we're trying to do. So be patient with this as this move continues to go to the upside. Sort of the show just continues, man. I mean, I still want to be negative on the trade. I'm just not sure. Like, here's the triple Qs. Again, just to have a look at it on a 30-minute chart. Like, I still feel, although we took out the 50-period moving average, there's this look right here, 498 and change, all the way up to 500. I kind of want to be short until 502, 503, but that's more of a longer-term play. We have to deal with the positions that we have right in front of us because we're intraday traders. So be careful with whatever you're doing now today. AMD getting up to that 101 again. So let's put more shares on as we get into 101. That's the area that we liked. We have to stick to our guns at some point here. So let's do that. We're still in the short, but stocks are getting real frothy right now to the upside. Still down 1%, but some of these NASDAQ names really rebounding. Shorting Palantir, not right, it looks like.
Yeah, no question about it. Was that a call for ADR?
I don't think so.
Okay, we'll go to ADR for the small cap recap.
All right.
A lot of small caps having some big days today. We're going to start though with the IWM, the Russell 2000, bouncing here. Not quite a double bottom on the 15-minute chart, but nice bounce off this 204.70 level. Currently just above 207. Nice recovery for that Russell 2000, the IWM. First name here is AEON. This is Aon Biopharma. Penny stock about 80 cents at the high. Couldn't find any news on this one, but it does have about a 350,000 share float. So very small float for AEON. Then we have KITT. This is not a KISS Robotics. This name has run in the past pretty frequently. Announced last night they're intending to acquire Ctrapid International. So acquisition interest here from KITT. Then last but not least, ALXO. This one has a notable 19% short float. It's also one that's run in the past. ALX Oncology, basically highlighting this development plan for their evorpacept treatment, which has been used to treat a couple different cancers in a trial process. This was through an R&D Day webcast event. So research and development on watch for ALX. Also getting a price target increase from Jefferies. So make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to the guys.
Yo.
Thank you, Adara. And I said wait for 21. 21 here now. 2090, 89 at least on Intel. So this was the prior high. It wasn't just at the close yesterday. It was also where it was in the open where the shorts were actually working. So every single time we actually there were some good spots where you could get at the $0.50 into VWAP, but that's about it for Intel. I just went over to Rigetti's absolutely flying at this point. It hasn't really done a big pullback outside of the one into VWAP, so we know this can fall 50 cents in a heartbeat. So keeping a close eye on it. I want to see if it can hold the higher lows and maybe dip into VWAP and catch the next available dip in Rigetti. It doesn't really matter what the report is. They don't make money. It's a squeeze potential name, 25% short float. So if it wants to go up, it's just going to go, and it doesn't really matter. And it's into a strong market as well. So Rigetti, VWAP. It doesn't look like it has a chance to get that close to it. So NVIDIA ran the top, but it just wicked it. So I'm always going to get out when it runs through the stop level and then try to get back underneath that 115. Unlike Intel, NVIDIA is at least at the 115 level. Like that's the price that we liked. So let's see if it can get to VWAP this second time through. So Rigetti, We're still watching Intel for the 21 and then NVIDIA at the 115 level as well. Yeah, Bitcoin kind of pulled back off that 91,000 level for all the strength that it just had.
All right. I don't look. We reshorted AMD right now. It's trying to work out for us. We're into the TQQs. Why? Because we had said this was the price we wanted to short 70. So we're there shorting 70. I'm in it late because I wanted just to see if there was some sort of a pullback in. So the high of the day is $70.20. So we're going to wait to see if, so we'll take a little bit of a profit there. We're going to wait to see right here what comes through. Put the stop out there, 70. 30. Let's just take a little bit of a run at the top. $70.30 there at the top. Here it comes back in, man. Nice pickup for us here on the futures as it's coming screaming back in there. We'll take some more 75s. It's a 20 handle win. We said that we would want to short the futures. The only name that we were really patient enough for there today is this one, and it's a good one. So far. Anyways, I don't know. We're out already of 20% of it for those 20 handles or so. Let's wait to see if we can get even lower. I would say a good spot right here, 69.50s. Here it goes. Look at it, just getting aggressive again to the upside. So let's put a bid down there, 69.50. We'll see if we can get something on the TQQs. Right now, short 95. So you can cover it all right now and, put this in our pocket. Look, Neil, I'll tell you if you tell me, man. I have one green stock today.
Palantir's the only green one that's a long.
There we go. So Neil
and it's a long.
One green.
And it's a long. I came in here thinking no longs.
Okay, here we go.
That's, by the way.
Futures.
Yeah, we just came back in. Well, it turned to the camera and turned back, and NVIDIA just dropped, about 50 pennies in there. Look, the buyers came in last time at 114.20 on NVIDIA, so I want to make sure we get a couple outs there, and it's same plan. Play it out back into VWAP. If we get VWAP, great. So right now, I'm on the bid at 42, I believe. Check that. I was not on the bid at 42.
It was short.
That's the price that we like. Now we're on the bid at 42. Just got the 42 fill there. And now we're looking for VWAP on NVIDIA.
Let's go.
Intel just broke the trend line as well, but I was in NVIDIA when it happened. So there's Intel breaking the trend line. Oh, that shorts to 90. So we need to get something at the 80 level on Intel. One at a time, though. One at a time.
Thank you, Monty G. We did call that TQQ play. Bang, man, the chef is in the building right there, but we are not in the building on Palantir. Our last short was 88. We got stopped out at 88.20s, that high of the day, but it looks like it does hold. It basically broke it by like 10 cents to give us that dollar right there, dollar plus. It doesn't matter, we don't have it.
Kill somebody.
All right, so anyways, we covered more than 50, we covered actually 70% of the futures. We called this right into this level. So shout out to Monty G. Shout out to everybody as well. We covered into 69.50 right there for the TQs. I mean, basically playbook, man. We wanted that. We are nervous. If the futures drop down, fine. We'll be able to hold a little bit. Let's put something else. Okay, here it comes. I'll put another 5% here in the 50s. If that hits, great. But then my next little level there, 69.15 or so to come into play for the TQQ. So let's just put that in right now. We'll put about a 10% of that trade right there. We did not get anything out. I mean, that went to 72. I'm actually bidding 72, ironically enough, but it was on ARCA, so didn't have a chance to get it. It's going to have to break the level to get on that gateway because, again, they pay the most rebates pretty much. So I'm going to wait there for ARCA to come in and give me that fill. But, right here, hopefully we do drop through on Intel. We were weighted at 93. We missed that fill. All right. So again, one positive name so far here today. It's going to be the futures, and then, you know what? I mean, AMD's positive, but we got to wait for this trade. We just didn't cover it again down there at $100.15. So I don't know, man. I'm just going to start putting some bids out to try to cover some of these plays because the market is definitely running longs. So it's running long and running our shorts out of the building. So be careful with what we're doing here. TQ's all the way back to 70. It's been a fun day, but definitely more fun for the longs. Man, we were long yesterday and we switched it up today. I'm still going to be net short as we go over, and we'll figure out Neil's positions after this.
Well, I'm in only shorts.
Okay, so you can see the positions there. All right, so same rhetoric.
Kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah, we haven't done crypto too much, but 91,000. is holding. So I think it was maybe Bitcoin.
And it held all morning, Adara.
Yeah, good position.
Nice hold for Bitcoin. It's worth noting that one of the biggest stocks in this space, MSTR, is actually above that $300 level, trading around 317 right now. So good look for Bitcoin. Let's talk about Bitcoin itself. This is BTC on the daily chart. Right now, making some lower lows. So you get lower highs, higher lows here off of this 3-day drop we had last week. So let's see what we do here. As mentioned by Neil, holding nicely here, just below 91,000 as of right now, and poised for a 3-day winning streak. So good look for Bitcoin, but really who's going to be center of the focus for Bitcoin this week is this individual. His name is David Sachs. This is admittedly a slightly older photo of him, but he is the White House's AI and crypto czar, and he's expected to lead tomorrow's White House Crypto Summit. I've seen some questions in the chat about it, so we actually don't have that much information, but I'll tell you what I'm aware of. It's going to take place from 1:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. tomorrow, Friday, March 7th. Again, David Sachs is expected to lead this event, but we're not even really sure if that is the case, though again, as crypto czar, it's very likely he will be. A lot of people are expecting an update here about this crypto reserve. Donald Trump teased this reserve, which could include Bitcoin, Ethereum, Cardano, and Ripple, and Solana. He teased this on Sunday. We had some comments from Howard Lutnick about it as well, so we'll have to wait and see what happens. But he could be the center of attention as we await the Crypto Summit tomorrow, 1:30 p.m. Eastern to 5:30 p.m. Eastern. So that's the deal there. In terms of other cryptos here, everything pretty strong. XRP up 7%, Ethereum 3.5%, Solana almost 6%, Doge almost 4%, but Cardano actually slightly red today, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, everybody. You can see it on the screen right here. Trade money, gain real experience with the Real Trading Campus program. It's back because if you're ready to become a real trader, the next training cohort for Real Trading Campus kicks off March 24th. This time, they're expanding their reach. If you live outside of the U.S., it's a chance to apply and join this program. You're going to trade U.S. equities during regular market hours, so be sure you're available for the continuous U.S. session. You've got market microstructure, marketplaces and venues, different order types you're going to learn, professional execution as well in 4 separate phases, all culminating with the chance to go live in a funded account. Space is limited, everybody, so don't wait around. These tend to fill up really, really quickly. So if you're outside of the US, you want to trade on a professional platform like we do here at Real Trading, then here is your chance. It does require your time. Not going to lie to you about that. You're going to be trading every single day. You're going to be spending at least a few hours a day each day in the market. You're going to have one-on-one coaching, and you got to execute, and you got to be willing to learn. But if you have a passion for trading, it doesn't cost you anything but that time. So scan the QR code in front of you, go to realtrading.com/campus, start your journey. How's about nowish, everybody? So shout out to Real Trading, appreciate them for that. I mean, we always talk about trading being hard, and I'm not afraid to say that it is, but it's always difficult for me to be too overly negative in trading because it's given me everything. And I haven't done anything else, so I can't be overly negative about it, but I can tell you I learned a lot from the mistakes and successes of other traders on the trading floor over the years. It's an invaluable experience, so take advantage of it. NVIDIA just did another, I didn't get filled there, just did another lower high, wicking the 115 level, now starting to work back into the downside. So unfortunately, I just didn't get picked up there on the 115. I'm going to leave it in, see if we can't get it. We still have the original position underneath 115. Position pending. We'll see if this one can get to VWAP. So far, so good on that name. We missed the trend break on Intel because we were trading NVIDIA. That was this trend break, but it came right back into the high, holds the lower high at 2090, first bids at 75 at pre-market high and this level. And then if I zoom it out a little bit further, you can see the range when it was up here in the afternoon, found support at 66, so bid there. The opening range top here was at like 55, bid there, and then VWAP, right? So we have our bids kind of strategically in front of the key price levels on Intel. If it falls into VWAP, this will finally look a heck of a lot better for a short trade. The other name, everybody, is just this Rigetti. Like Rigetti, rocket ship, red to green on earnings, super strong name, starting to pull back into VWAP for the second time here today. Haven't traded Rigetti. I feel like it was a miss. And when going through, I'll call a spade a spade. When going through all of the names that were in play today, I kind of missed this one, and then now you just got to work over into what's an incredibly strong name. So we get to VWAP. I'm looking for a bottoming tail candle and a reversal here on our GTI. So far so good on NVIDIA at least, as hopefully that'll join Palantir, but it's position pending. I just tried to add to it and didn't. We get to VWAP, we'll be green on it, but it's still a kind of upward trending market, at least for now. But so far it's looking a little bit better on these latest shorts.
Okay,
Coffee is good.
Coffee, yeah, we got another refill there of the coffee.
Oh, that's the Thing shirt. Nice, I like that.
This is that infamous salmon shirt that is probably 7 or 8 years old.
No.
Yeah. Well, when did we start the show? I don't know. When 5 years ago. Okay, so 5 years old. All right. We now have multiple names that are positive for us here today. There goes AMD. So, if we're just patient, man, like we don't have any, first of all, AMD's fine. We stair-stepped it up, we got out. We never got burned on AMD, thankfully. But we wrote down on our sticky note 101. We wrote down on our sticky note up here 70. Well, TQs is fine. We wrote down on Apple 236. So this one I can't hate on because there's the 236 short. We nailed that for $1.50. The problem is we're red on this. Well, we were red, but barely. This is not the problem for me. Actually, we're not really red on anything. We're red on Intel is the most severe one. But then, we shouldn't be short up here then. Once 236 breaks with confidence, gets to 237, it's too much. We should not have re-shorted into this area. Okay, so, bad job. Right there, not a great trade. But the futures, okay, so now we're bouncing around here. Let's take another advantage of this down here at this spot. I was talking to Joe. There's one thing trading to make money. There's another thing trading for the show. I'm trying to make money, and I said to Joe, I think it sometimes looks ridiculous when I have all of these outs like this, because it's most traders that are trading the futures probably wouldn't be scalping it this way. But then Joe set me aside and was just like, dude, you got to trade. If you're here to try to trade to make money, don't worry about how it looks on the show. And I think that's been something for me that I've had to battle with. And I'm always saying, I have this many shares, that many shares. It doesn't really matter who has what. I think at the end of the day, if you're red, you're red. If you're green, you're green. The net is completely up to you. It's not even relevant to anybody's discussion. Everyone can trade what they're doing. And that's why I'm saying, ask us, how many red stocks do we have? How many green stocks do we have? And then up to that, after that, it doesn't really matter. All of these ideas, we're getting out of AMD. I'm telling you, I'm nervous. It's at the 50-period moving average. We're green on the stock, but if it runs, then we're screwed. So you got to try to be as patient and sticking to what you're doing, because if I get too caught up, looking at the net and worried about what my positions are, you have to trade your blotter and trade your ideas. And I mean, that's the number one thing across the whole board. And here we go again. I know what my number one problem is: sticking in names and being stubborn with them. I just told you, my worst play today was Intel. So I averaging into it again? Anyways, we wrote down 21 on here, so we want to try to be patient. Now we're short here at $20.87. Feel much more comfortable about this play than we did blowing it all right here. So let's give it a spot. If it does break above, we have our order to get out on a break of 21. So if that happens, we're out. And that would be the end of that play. I see you were short as well, and you got stopped. So we're all going to have
it broke the high of the day. So
exactly.
And again, you'll always see me, generally speaking, unless I've keystroked in the past, sometimes you place an incorrect stop order. But if I take that trade, I'm out on the break. And then I wait for the other high. And the next high is 21 into 21.10. So I'll take another shot up there. But it's always going to be that tight stop. NVIDIA is still doing its, before we go to Rigetti just pulled back. And I'm trying to I didn't actually get filled on Rigetti. So it just did this dip on Rigetti. So since it bounced off VWAP, it just put in a higher low off $8.50. I want to see if we can't get the 860 as we're going to go back over to Adara. I want in on Rigetti, but it's now, forget about VWAP, it's the trend line. It's just the trend. If it breaks this prior low, I want to be out. So I want to risk 20 cents on Rigetti to be able to play into the highs. RGTI is a rocket ship. Adara?
The whole market.
Keep an eye here in TNXP. Speaking of rocket chips, it's dropped a little bit since then, but Tonix Pharmaceuticals, I'm not seeing any news on this, but it has about a 187 million share float. And we also want to take the time to thank our friends at eSignal. Traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it is everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts predicted with back-testing, reliable, real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform, so do not miss out. Execute your best trades now with eSignal. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code or click the link in the description. Back to you.
Are you ready for it? Yeah, so there goes the TQs. So again,
Mara's
staying in the pocket with it, but there it goes blasting higher. So we might have liked the short, but hard to like the short now as we are well above everything, man. We said that there was going to be a time where maybe we flipped long. I guess we should have just trusted VWAP and then we would be absolutely huge. But again, was thinking the short, and I actually think that this is a very hard time to intraday trade. Even though we had the long yesterday and we were really celebrating, it's just with all this news coming out, Commerce Secretary this, President that, Trudeau this, it's just like all this tariff talk is making it very difficult to layer into some of these.
That's why I'm mad about Rigetti, because not going over Rigetti in the pre-market, Rigetti was quite possibly the cleanest scenario for a trade. Something that if it starts going, you don't have to worry as much about all the nonsense and the talk that's going through, because it's a simple squeeze play. It was down because everything else was gap down. It broke past the prior highs. It was a breakout through prior lows. It was a breakout at the pre-market high, the prior lows, the prior highs. Every single breakout worked on Rigetti. Now I'm trying to grab it through VWAP, through the higher low here. If we get VWAP, we get it, but I want to get into this trade. And again, sometimes it's just that preparation aspect, like, a little bit less time this morning than usual to go through all the list of names and might have missed a couple. Didn't really talk about what's blowing up on my eSignal trade rate is Mara. Like, this has actually been near the top of the list the entire time as Bitcoin continues to go. And there's a pretty standard long setup. Like, there's your stair step up, there's the prior high, it pulls back in, VWAP, same thing. So, got to try to get into some of these longs. As I said, Rigetti, I'm trying to get this 860 right now, give it to the 840 level. I believe that's another call. We have Sector Watch. Let's go to Adara, maybe see what else might be relatively strong and weak that we can work ourselves into. I already know I want Rigetti.
Have to go long now.
It's interesting because despite this bounce in the market, there's actually very little green in this sector board. We have a lot of weakness in finance, health technology, consumer services, some sharply red names, including Airbnb and Starbucks, commercial services, consumer durables, Tesla leading the way to the downside, with some of these other names relatively strong. Utilities really weak. Producer manufacturing has a lot of weakness. Retail trade lightly red here. And then let's talk about these tech sectors, because a lot of names here are selling off quite aggressively. Broadcom down here, Netflix, Oracle, Palantir all weak. Meta slightly red as well. But two Big 7 names are trying to buoy the market. They're Google and Apple. So keep an eye on these two. AAPL, we know we had Ming-Chi Kuo, noted supply chain analyst, commenting earlier today that he thinks this foldable iPhone could begin production late next year. So keep an eye on this market. It is interesting, though, given that bounce, that there's not as much green as the sector board as you might expect.
All right. Thanks, Adara, for all of that update. Look, man, we finally went long on Intel. We were horrible shorting Intel all day. But never fear, we have the ability to flip over our positions. So right there, as the market is taking out days high right now, obviously, thanks to Derek for that update. As we look at different sectors, we look at the DXY, obviously, US dollar moving around, bang, here we go, Neil. We make back right there a third of position pending again. We'll take some more outs there at 11, but position pending, we get a third back on Intel, finally going long, breaking that 21. We said we'd have to find a spot. I'm gonna get out of another piece right there of Intel. So we just got out there of 70% of it, some at 09, some at 11s. And then we'll wait to see what winds up happening now with Intel. I was gonna use again, on that short, not horrible. We were able to get something out there at 91s, but I'm gonna use that now as our area to get out the other way. So we could still lose. Obviously it's pulling back. We're only long here at 02. Although the market is trying to go higher, you could see Intel right now trying to pull back a little bit. Let's see if it can ramp up and get going long now. AMD breaking 101. So We didn't really average back into this trade. We took one fill there at 80. We got it. We got not it all out, but we got some out here. So my stop is at $100. 101.11s. So 10 more cents up, and we'll get out of that one. Obviously, holding short AMD and long Intel. Probably not going to work. I mean, they're both really ramping upside right now. So if this does pull back, we'll get out of some. But for right now, we're 3 times the shares, obviously, in Intel. That we are a little bit more than that than we are in AMD because, again, Intel's a $20 stock. But here goes, it looks like AMD will be a red stock for us as well, as that's going to run the top now finally. So, yeah, man, the short's not printing here today, but we did get some money back going long a little bit there on Intel. So, yeah, man, I lost the plot right off the jump, man. We were short early, but again, I feel okay with stuff. Like Palantir was fine. Obviously, we had that short and that pulled right back. If there was anything that's not at the highs right now that we were shorting, it's Palantir. Palantir is under every single spot that we were short. So, sometimes it is about the prices that you pick. Try to be patient with your trades. And we weren't really that patient with Palantir. We gave it a go. And we were able to take some money out of it. But at the end of the day, it does run that top before making a VWAP stance right now. So this is also another possible long spot for Palantir.
Rigetti just broke the high again.
That doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
That's right.
That's right.
I gotta get a haircut just like that for when I go to Florida. I'm overdue. I know it looks short, but I need one. Palantir for my only green stock to be a fail, it is one. Why? Because I kind of missed the full entry, and there was probably a higher low that I could have worked off of right in there. Didn't get it. Not going to chase it. Market's at highs, and it's down all the way at VWAP. That doesn't look that good. Come on, Rigetti. All right, so if it pulls more than like 40, 50 cents away from my bid to the upside, then I don't leave the bid in, because that way you're getting long if it kind of rinses to the downside, which is not what I want. So Rigetti just broke the high another time here. Gonna look for the next available dip. I want to join this trend, but I don't want to force it. I hate buying at highs at this time. It's 11 o'clock, and I have a rule about breakout trades at this time of day. I don't like them. That's the rule. I don't like breakout trades right around 11 o'clock. I'd rather let other people take the break, let it fail, drip back in, and try to buy the dip. I am eyeballing Mara, however, because it's been good structure on Mara. So if you got something else that's stepping up, it's at resistance now, but it's got an obvious sort of higher low support at 1540. That's only like 1% away, which is 15 pennies on Mara. So if it dips into this level and goes a little sideways, then I want to join that trend, but it's going to be about that patience. So whether it's that, or whether it's Rigetti on a little bit of a dip, those are the two things that I am now looking at. And I saw an observation in the chat that the Chinese stocks are weak. Baba just went red on the day. So I'm a little bit surprised by that. I mean, they were strong, everything else strong, but it is what it is. All that tariff talk is going on, so that's going to weigh heavily on it. If Baba can hold 140, that was actually the level that we had the short yesterday. Late in the afternoon, kind of this little pullback in here. It went 50 cents and then broke higher. This is the spot that I was looking for a theoretical long, because I didn't think we'd get there. Well, we're here now. So it's going to have to break trend, and it's not going to do so without some kind of significant move up. I'm not going to get into it now, but this is the area that if it holds, I'd try to get it back through 41 and into VWAP. But it's going to be a Rigetti story, I think, at this point. Rigetti or Mara.
Look, guys, some decent reds across the board here for us trading, but we're gonna battle back, man. We do have the midday show coming through. I already hear them talking about Rigetti, which has been a nice play today. I'm getting out some more Intel right here at 2110s. Again, just to like sort of stop some of this bleeding here, because I don't need this to retrace back in on right now. So we're getting some more out, and we've done pretty good, man. We're out of half of this already. AMD's fallen back in, and we're starting now to take some out. Yeah, I wish I had some of that, Ramin. But yeah, don't we all right now? But here it comes back in for AMD. It's trying to go. We're bidding some lower lows here. I'm bidding breaking through $100.50 would be nice. That's right where I'm sitting right here, $100.46, right at the 50 period moving average. See what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to cheer for Intel Sorry, I don't want to cheer for AMD to go down because I feel like that would obviously affect this Intel trade. So I'm going to start to get out of some more of this Intel, even though we're just basically flat. We just took out some 05s. We'll reload it if it comes back in, but I'd rather this market tank because, I think I can get some more oomph in this short for AMD. So we'll bid here in and around the 50s and see if that can matter. But yeah, took a little bit of money back there on Intel out of half, but here it comes back in, falling back. We did want to give this a shot down here again into these 90s. So we'll see if 90 can hold. Reloading a little bit here on Intel, but it's AMD that is starting to come in right into the 50 period, right where we said we should be sitting. I'm sitting in the 40s. Let's take a piece out here in the 50s. So far, so good there. Yes, sir. It's AMD right now as we go to the downside. But the most red name here today is Intel, and then we'll let that go as it falls back down as well. So AMD downside finally, Intel trying to go as well. Adara at the desk with Money Talks.
The money's certainly speaking to the downside here. This looks a little bit like a head and shoulders in retrospect on this daily chart for the UST, set for our fourth straight day of downside. Next level of support resistance on this daily chart for the dollar would be around 103.4. So currently here trading around 104. Not much left there to drop to that level. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. Today was pretty light when it came to economic data. We did have a couple things of note here. This trade balance, which we know Donald Trump already spoke about in ending this trade deficit. Initial jobless claims higher than expected. Labor costs lower than expected here. And wholesale inventories above expectations. At least that was the revision. And then wholesale sales below estimates. Now we're going to have Fed's Waller coming in later today around 3:30. But two events are going to come earlier that are going to be of more importance. Scott Bessent, Treasury of U.S. Treasury Secretary. Sorry about that, guys. He'll be coming in at 12 p.m. At 2 p.m., Donald Trump will be signing executive orders. Then tomorrow at 12:30 p.m., we're going to be getting Fed Chair Jerome Powell giving a speech on the economic outlook. It's going to be at this monetary policy forum held by the University of Chicago School of Business. So Fed Chair Powell, 12:30 tomorrow. Economic outlook is the subject of the speech, and that's something we're certainly waiting to hear a lot about. Really quickly, before I throw you guys back, I don't think it's huge, but just be aware, Axios just published this article saying that TikTok sale talks are at a standstill, so not any progress. Beijing and ByteDance are not super communicative with any potential bidders, so it looks like we're not really sure what's going to happen on April 5th when this deadline hits on the TikTok ban, guys. Back to you.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They keep moving the goalposts on that.
Yep.
I think we stopped. I shouldn't say we stopped caring about those headlines, but I think a lot of times you're just waiting for something a little bit more concrete. I do believe, regardless of how anything plays out, I think win for Meta, I think win for Alphabet. Because even if they divest, they don't get the algorithm anyways, and you end up with a weaker form in North America, and then that's just better for Google, and that's better for Meta regardless. So I like.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm the one I'm dip buying is Meta, so I guess I'll say I like Meta better, for lack of a better term. But I like them both. I just like Meta better right now. Rigetti for the first time since 10:30, and then again at about 10 o'clock. So every half an hour, it seems to try to dip. So I just grabbed it on that trend. Intel, I'm going to show you the 15-minute chart. Sorry. Well, I can zoom out a 3-minute chart. That's good enough. So I made the top. When it broke that top, I wanted to get out. Showed you where we wanted short, where we wanted out. It just, again, broke that trend, which is actually not from the bottom. Let's just draw it again here from the higher low. So there's another trend. What's annoying about this is when it's making the trend break, it's just sort of like someone's piling into it. So like getting it on the way down isn't working after it does that wick top. And that's exactly what happened the last time it broke trend. Like I didn't get the initial push down. I'm ending up getting the fills on the back end instead of on the front end of that flush, which is frustrating because it means it gets immediately going down like 10, 12 cents, and you're not getting that first profit take or two. But still going to put the bids out there at sort of the obvious support levels there. So we're into Rigetti finally. Mara, we're not in Mara yet. That's certainly one worth watching. It's holding that 15.4, but some lower highs off of this as Bitcoin's actually back underneath 91. So just a bit of a small alert there. I mean, I like the trend on Mara has been to the upside, but you're starting to see IBIT lose the trend a little bit. So, yeah, I don't think I'd want that Mara long unless I see Bitcoin starting to go back up a little bit.
Because I just heard Sharif talk to Adara. Adara is the #1 P&L here today. So congratulations to you, Miss Adara, as we celebrate. We celebrate successes here. That is for sure. Congratulations to Adara. You know, it's not hard to be #1 when we're red, but congratulations there to Adara for being that. And great trades, right? She trades the spreadier names. I think she said Zscaler. I'm not sure. AppLovin and Zscaler. So 2 names that we ignored.
Zscaler.
But good for you there. Adara. All right, so nice moves down for $200 now and 40 cents. So, hey man, okay, we've got AMD at least. As this one has really, you know, we wrote down 101 for this. We wrote down 21 for Intel. We're finally in the prices that we thought we wanted. So let's wait for that. I was very, very... All right, the TQ, same thing, doesn't matter. We had written down short 70s. Doesn't matter, it went up to 40s. I'm not, like, honestly, to hold something, we held at 30 handles or so against us. We were short there at 70. We were short there again at 70 15s. So I think on average, we probably lose about 20 handles on that play. We're flat on the TQQs after everything, but this move down is nice, and we don't have it, but we did call it. Doesn't matter, you can call anything you want unless you trade it, doesn't matter. But that's a nice move right there to the downside. This is that area that we had got out in the past. So if you are still net short on the TQs, congratulations, I got stopped out. We can look again as like, you know, yeah, why we punched out and this and that. And that's why we talk about e-signal and back testing and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, there's really no reason for that to have stopped there. Obviously 70-50, an even level could have been it, but not on a triple ETF. No one care. I mean, individual cents, no one's looking at that. I wouldn't think on that. So if anything, I would say 71. You know, if we ran all the way up there and came back in, I think that would be a mistrade, but I'm not hating myself for getting stopped out of that one because we had broken above all my levels. So for now, that is fine. All right, man. I mean, we're making the money back right here. So let's go. Bring it on down to Amityville as we get hit right now at $20.82. Sounds like that was a good idea to get back into the short of Intel and make a little bit of bread here on that. So I'll put another bid. We didn't get out of as many shares as I'd hoped there. We'll see if we can get one more fill at 82. We're bidding it now. Just one little move back in there. Did we get filled there? Not yet. Now we did. All right, so there's the fill there on 82s. Oh yeah, it's just covering it up because it's the same candle. So, all right, so we get the fill there. Now we'll wait for a little bit lower on that one. And then here we go, Neil. Finally, man, hopefully this will be a green name. And let's just start to cover a little bit right now. As AMD back in the money now, 50 cents. Didn't even realize that we were all the way down here because we were looking at Intel. So let's put a bid now. We just missed it. Let's punch a little bit higher. All right, we get 26s. Let's see if AMD wants to fall back into VWAP, which is $100. So if that falls, great. Now we're starting to bid back up a little bit.
Yeah, so we're bouncing off. I'm watching NVIDIA and the NASDAQ, and they're obviously leading a bit of everything here. I'm going to get to your super chat, Mr. Black. But like, same thing Sean just said about the Qs. I'll say the same thing about NVIDIA. I'm not in it. I saw a couple of people are still in their short. I also got the fills off of 81, 82 just now there on Intel. So I'm at a third of the position. But Tyler Black, I don't know why I said Ty Black. Oh, there's a baseball player. T Black.
T Black.
I think it was a guy on the Brewers. And
T Boone Pickens.
I'm in draft mode for baseball. So T Black, thank you for the super chat. Any thoughts on Airbnb? Thanks, guys. Trade safe. We're actually not using Airbnb for the first time since we've been going down to spring training this year. It's weird. Every year we use an Airbnb, and we're not doing it this year. But with that bounce, the reason I got some more out on Intel was A, it was catching a bid at 80, but B, NVIDIA and the market were bouncing right there. So I actually love Airbnb. I love the business. I've never owned the stock. And I think this is the kind of name where I don't know that it's bouncing off the 50 period yet, but I care more about where the buyers have been than the line on the chart. I know we talk about the 50 and the 200 period a lot, and I like them as well, usually on the stocks that I'm in love with. But I think when you see where there's a bunch of buying coming in there and it's like 10% lower than where it is now, well, you can long that to the stop there. But I always think in the longer run, I kind of like those levels a little bit better on a stock like Airbnb. So that's the first thing that I consider. The other thing that you want to be able to consider there is obviously it's in a big hefty downtrend, and maybe let it reverse that trend before getting into it. But in a general sense, like I really, really love that business in general. Like, we're not really hotel people anymore ourselves. Although we were in a hotel from Montreal because we were there for like 2 days. But we use specifically like Airbnb almost everywhere we go. So shout out to them. I just don't love the level it's at now so much as that support 10% lower. So Rigetti's, oddly enough, not doing much. It held the trend line and is bouncing off the trend line, but I haven't been filled at the prior high at 890 just yet. And we already talked about Intel. It was Mara that I kind of backed away from because Bitcoin lost 91 and Mara bounced anyways. So maybe Mara doesn't care about Bitcoin today. He just wants to go higher. I guess that's possible.
Yeah, that could be definitely possible. I mean, here goes crypto again, 91,000 and still going. Shout out to Jag there for the T-Boone pickings. Okay, so let's just quickly look to see who's making money yesterday and what these numbers do look like. So, we had a couple big days the last couple days. Yesterday wasn't too huge as we looked at some of the P&Ls, but there it is. So yesterday we had in New York, and it's past 11 o'clock. All right, New York and NASDAQ, 15,000, 16,000, 10,000 right there on Canada, Amsterdam. So a little bit of a look there for Europe yesterday. Look at this. Yeah, Saudi Arabia market is in the building. The first time we've seen that there as well. Madrid, LSE coming through again. It looks like we had some nice trading happening right here over in Europe yesterday. So, hey, man, the markets just aren't here. That's why we're with Real Trading. Over 60 plus markets available to trade at Real Trading. All right, I got to hit the gym. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. Disastrous day here, but I'm thinking we'll get a lot better.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia.
Nice to see Saudi Arabia on there.
I didn't even know we had that market.
Yeah, man.
Shout out Real Trading, everybody.
Yeah, we have that market for sure. We got it about a couple months ago. We did get that market. Okay, it's Joe. It's Sharif, the unnamed soldier there, because we don't, Joe's not on the board there, but he will be
I know why.
gracing your presence immediately. Okay, thank you, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock.
You can't see him.
Ciao.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade during the midday. That is your boy, Joey Dang Options.
Also known as John Cena.
Dun, 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 dun.
You can't see me.
You flipped heel now, bro. What's going on? I heard you flipped heel. The Katina Man was at that. You know about that?
No.
John Cena flipped heel, correct? The Katina Man has confirmed it. He was at
I don't even know what that
location.
means.
Means
Flipped
he's a
heel.
bad guy now.
Is he a bad
Babyface
guy?
and heel. That
Oh,
means
so
good
like
guy, bad
like
guy.
New World Order, right?
I'm losing my mind. What's up in TSLA? Lionel Flores, Andrew Chow, and Tiger the Cosmic Cat. Meow. We got Dino, we got DLV, we got Pax, the Corleone family, we got Bovin. How about White, Nubian King, and Matt G? Shout out to Stuart and Notorious G88. We got Stevie B. We got Bro, Kalua. Who else? Charmine Khan. Why not? Los Palomas, Hermanos, Gladys G. We got Easy Media, Dinkelberg, and Farm Boy. Shout out to Muhammad and Mary, Junior Son, Ronaldo, Sam L, The Skips, Glenn Smith, 1320. Oh, Miss A. We got, oh man, it's moving too quick.
Moving quick,
We
man.
got Adrian, we got Roger, we got Diggity, Jacobs, Venado, Tez, Farmer Boy R, DJ Resky. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Everything's good. Vern, Frank Hong, Midday Rester. What? Courtney Blake, you can't rest midday. That's when we're trading, baby. Juan Padilla, Cleo 3, Venado. Shout out to Adara. Fred Lou. We got, who else? Fred Lou's spam in the chat, bro. Chill, Fred. Just because you're from Canada doesn't mean you can't spam this chat. One more. Indeed Money. And then that's the Tariff, said Katina Man. Indeed Money and Lo-Fi Soul, as opposed to, hi-fi.
I'm a big lo-fi.
High fidelity.
Big lo-fi. I like lo-fi.
low fidelity, huh?
Yeah, I like lo-fi girl. You listen to lo-fi?
baby.
No, I guess you don't listen to lo-fi
Bro,
girl.
I
right?
told you this
that's
already.
all right,
I'm
man. The
100,
Asian
and I can't help the fact that I'm aging, bro.
Well, I said I was referring to I'm on one yesterday, and you gave me that that blank stare there, like what are you talking
I don't
about,
know,
bro?
Joseph, I'm not gonna lie, I just don't know.
Whatever. All right, man, my guy. So this
sir.
is what we got cooking up here today, thus far, guys. We'll pull up my screen here real quick. Okay, let's see what we got going on here real quick first. Then what we got here is some TQQs, and then we traded some JD, but we'll talk about JD right after we get back from Adara.
Sorry, guys, I just want to let you guys know, especially those of you who trade these smaller names, Gorilla, G-R-R-R, G-triple-R. This one dropped here. There was a short report coming through here online. Then, that was about 7 minutes ago. Just now here, Citron Research, which is run by Andrew Left. That is the individual and group that was pretty heavily shorting GameStop as of the short squeeze. And then again, in 2024, Citron Research reposted this short report saying, quote, "This is just the tip of the iceberg on this one." If you don't recall, the short note on MSTR from Citron Research sent the stock down $100 from its all-time high in a single day. So Citron Research can move the market, posting, I guess, echoing this GRRR short report. So GRRR getting 2 negative notes today, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, guys. All right, so this is what we got cooking up for this session thus far. So a nice little trade on the TQQs here. These are 2 separate trades, guys. So this is this is my last out around here, and then we just added here for the break of the high day, and then the continuing to the top side, and we've now pulled back. And then now let's take a look at JD as well to see what we cooked up on this name here as well. But yeah, guys, same thing. It sold off after, so a nice break of VWAP and then the continuation to the top side. I mean, the report was pretty good. I like it. China's trading relatively better than the NAS and NYSE Amex, whatever. They're up higher year to date significantly. So I'm like, okay, let's just follow the strength, especially when you have an earnings report. You just want to try to continue because price actions tends to be a little bit more orderly, and we like that. But we got a lesson today, Sharif. We're going to be talking some options, right?
Dude, I want to know what that head and shoulders pattern that you have on your screen there is like.
On JD here?
Screen?
Yeah, on JD here.
What the hell? That's a
shoulder one, head, shoulder two. Yeah.
Right there.
We'll see if we can do here.
Do we have an uptrend preceding it? Nah.
No, it was a downtrend. Yeah, downtrend. But I didn't even recognize that until you mentioned it here. So very, very good point there, Sharif. And then you have a break of a nice support level right here as well too.
Yeah.
So there you go. Break of that neckline there. So way to point that out. I didn't even look at it in that aspect. This is pre-market trading, and then right out the open there, you get shoulder one, head, and then shoulder two right there. So yeah, good luck there, my friend.
Sir.
You want to cover something before we hop in?
We got these are the small cap gappers we've got in feud today. As you can see, GV is giving up the ghost. It's the top left-hand corner. It might lose its spot on the side chart awfully soon. But we got a holdover from yesterday. It goes by the ticker TNXP. It's up 50 points. It's trading at the day's high. It just rejected 17. I like it off 1550, hence the 10 exponential. Rigetti knees are heavy. It doesn't need to make any sense to you. Bad report, good report, it doesn't matter. Quantum's in vogue right now, and this bad boy is up 9.5% despite the bad report, so we're going to keep that on watch. Astis, ASTS, as well on watch. It's only up 2%, but it's a multi-day runner, and a one we know is kind of like a high flyer. It has that history. It's a repeat offender, so I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Getting a bit expensive now as it moves up. So we're going to have to size in appropriately. ALXO, kind of doing a bull flag here, doing the dance with no pants with this $1.25. Seems to have a range between $1.28 and $1.35 with this outlining area. Good move, up 28%. We'll keep an eye on that. SG, another bull flag looking name. However, it is breaking down below the volume weighted average price. It will have to maintain its price level above it for me to stay interested. Viking Therapeutics up and to the right. VKTX, not even touching the 10 exponential. The last time we even glanced that way was like 9:35. So it's been an hour and change, an hour and a half since we've touched that. And last but not least, Teladoc, TDoc. Not one that I typically trade, but it's got a good price. Obviously not a small cap gapper. Up and to the right, Joseph, up 8 1/3. These are the ones I'm watching.
Bang. All right, yeah, let's go here, guys. We got a good lesson here today. So just make sure you are paying attention. I know a lot of traders like to talk about this stuff, calls and put walls. So this is what we're going to do on today's option lesson. All right. So we talked about what did we talk about on Tuesday on the options? Anyway, yeah, that's short term. Anyways, guys, we're gonna worry about right now. I did the lesson. I'm trying to ask you what I did. Anyways, but here we go, guys. Call and put walls. This is what we want to pay attention to. All right, so guys, let's get right in. In options trading, call walls and put walls refer to price levels where there's a significant concentration of open interest in call or put options. These levels often act as support or resistance in the market due to hedging activity by market makers and traders, okay? So one, understanding call walls and put walls. So what is a call wall? a price level where there's an extreme high amount of call open interest. Very simplistic, okay? We went over some examples and we're gonna go do that shortly. So it acts as resistance because many traders have bet that the price will not go beyond this level. So if you're looking at the call side and you see an outsized number of open interest, that can act as a resistance zone. And what we need to do to get through that resistance zone, someone needs to absorb that liquidity. But if there's too much, you need a big participant. That's why it acts as a resistance level, all right? So market makers may sell calls at this level and hedge by shorting the underlying asset, reinforcing the resistance, okay? So it gets a really tough wall to go through resistance-wise, okay? So keep that in mind. So a put wall, a price level where there's an extreme high amount of put open interest, so the complete inverse of that, okay? This can act as support because many traders have bet that the price will not drop below this level, okay? Market makers may sell puts at this level and hedge by buying underlying assets, reinforcing support. So, okay, so when they say they're buying they're going long, right? So when they sell puts, you're synthetically long. You're essentially long because you're on the inverse of what a put is. If you buy a put, that means you want to go short, okay? If you sell a put, that means you have a long buy. So example, if a stock is trading at $95 and there is a massive call wall at 100, price may struggle to break above 100 due to resistance created by hedging dynamics and options positioning, okay? So that's really key to important. And we recognized this there on NVDA the other day. At 140 on the call and the put wall, call and put side, there was an extreme amount of open interest, exceeding as high as 134,000 on the call side or of open contracts. So times 134,000 by 100, and then 80-something thousand, around 87 to 90,000 on the put side. So what that does is just causes complete pinning within the underlying asset, and that's why NVDA had the inability to break through 140. Okay, so what is open interest and how it relates to call put walls? All right, so open interest is the total number of outstanding options contracts that have not yet been closed or exercised. All right, it is slightly different than volume. Okay, open interest will maintain, but volume will reset every day, all right? So if you go to an expiration cycle, that open interest is maintained throughout the whole duration, the whole lifespan of that contract, where volume will vary from day to day, all right? So high open interest at certain strike prices, that level is significant because many traders have placed trades at that specific strike, okay? So high open interest in calls, possible resistance equals a call wall, and then high open interest in puts, possible support equals a put wall. All right, so how open interest affects price movement. If OI decreases, it means positions are being closed. Market sentiment is weakening at that level. So with our NVDA example, if you've seen that 134,000 start to dwindle as you get closer to expiration or even throughout the lifespan of it, this can give you some more confidence and more confluence within your trading, like, hey, we may exceed this strike price, okay? So if OI at the $100 strike for calls is large, market makers may hedge by shorting the stock as price approaches $100, making it harder to break through. If OI at the $90 strike for puts is massive, market makers may hedge by buying the stock near $90, creating even more support, okay? So this is our NVDA example leading into earnings. This grew, so this is an outdated picture. This was a couple days before expiration, before this expiration cycle, and it was on a Wednesday, okay? So keep that in mind, okay, guys? So what happened here is that at 140, leading into the earnings report, we had these massive sizes of open interest on the call and the put side. You don't often see that. And a lot of traders said, hey, Joe, look at that 150 strike price. We have a lot of open interest there as well, too. And I said, hey, yeah, you're not wrong. But one, look at the put side, look at the open interest on the put side, right? And then one thing to also note is that in order for us to get to 150, we have to break through the 140 level, and someone needs to absorb all that liquidity at that 140 strike price, as we can see here, which took a lot. And you know, from it, considering the event already happened, we had the inability to break through. And then yesterday, I believe, or the day before, we traded as low as 109. Okay. So 3, how large call and put walls impact market sentiment? A large call wall bearish/neutral bias, indicating strong resistance. Traders expect price not to break above this level. Okay. Market makers hedge by shorting the underlying asset, reinforcing resistance. If price breaks above a major call wall, market makers must cover the shorts, leading to a potential gamma squeeze, rapid price increase. So what happens in a gamma squeeze? That's when all these traders who have these out the money contracts, now we're starting to trade at the money and in the money, and that's when gamma is at its greatest, and that's when you can see that squeeze type price action. All right. So example, if SPY has a huge call wall at $500, traders expect price to struggle to go beyond it. If SPY starts breaking above 500, it could force call sellers to hedge by buying SPY, causing a short squeeze higher. We're going to stop here, guys, because I'm pretty sure Shrieve's got some stuff cooking up there.
Yes,
We've got
sir.
a couple more slides to go through, and then we'll finish the lesson of the day in an hour or so. All right, guys?
All right.
If you have any questions, questions, just put them in the chat.
Yes, sir. Great look there, Joe. Guys, TNXP is really going here. So we got long at 17s, the wet the beak all the way up to 50. We traded this badly. Didn't think it was going to go so directional. I had a dip trade, set it up at 16 and a quarter for the 10 exponential. It's not even looking that way, okay? So we take 50 pennies quick as you like on TNXP, but it's still not a good trade. We'll do a little bit better. Up 62%. It's a monster name. Keep your eye out on this one. It is going. It's very directional. It's very strong, and it behooves me to give you the details on it. TNXP, here they are. TNXP. Typed it in wrong. Am I in this position yet? No, not yet. Okay. So TNXP, $92 million market cap, 8.17 million shares traded on the day with a float of 9.5 million shares. What does Trade Idea say? It tells me 1.87 million shares on TNXP with about 6% short float there. That's what we're talking about on, what's it called? Tonix Pharmaceuticals. Sure. So good look. Let's see if it can come back down to shadow the 10 exponential. I'm waiting for a dip trade here on Viking Therapeutics, another strong one, another one that's been respectful of the 10 exponential. It's a bit spreadier of a name, 6 penny spread on a $30 name. Not bad, but not filling me to the downside. Get it, Adara. All right, so we're going to keep an eye out on that one. And then we're also involved right now in this one, ALXO. I'm looking to wet the beak there at 40. We're long 37s. I already took a little bit of a profit touch there. It's having trouble with that 40 penny level. Let's see if it's able to cross. There is a nice move up on this one and a nice bull flag and a hold of the volume weighted average price. Alas, I'm going unfilled here at the 40 penny level despite being on it on the ask. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. Those 3 names. We're talking about TNXP. We're talking about ALXO. We're talking about VKTX. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention Rigetti. Knees are heavy because this one is just so directional and so respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 that, I feel really silly not having gotten into that. While Joe was dropping hot lines in the lesson. So Rigetti up and to the right, very nice upward channel, a bull flag kind of continuation with an aggressive consolidation area. Not even really consolidation, it's an upward channel for sure. So we got a couple of prints there nicely on ALXO. Please as dang punch. Let's set up another beak wetter. We're going to wait at 42s to front run the high of the day. So I'm still unfilled at the moment over here on my friend Viking Therapeutics. I've been waiting at 20s. It's showing me 20s, but we're not getting filled because of the spread. So that's okay. Yeah, I can jump in here. I don't know. It's holding the 10. That's the thing. And the 10 is dynamic. So I throw my order out where the 10 was, and then it doesn't cross because the 10 is dynamic, as I mentioned. So here we go. We're going to wait at, let's see if we can get maybe 25s. I'm going to wait here for a 25 print. We'll see if we can get something in and around there. So those are the looks I got on them. Wow, TNXP, bro, you got to chill. You got to come down to support level, man. What is this thing doing? Here we go. 69% incoming here for TNXP. It's got a smaller float. It's not the biggest short float we've ever seen. That's for certain, but how we weasel into this, an entirely different story. I was in at 17. I really should have been holding on this monster. I don't know if Tisha's in the chat right now. Tisha, what are you looking at? How do you feel about TNXP here? What's your move? Are you waiting for a moving average, or are you just punching in and moving with the strength on maybe just like a micro pullback? Here we're getting a pullback right now into 18s. So not a bad look right now on TNXP. I just don't want to punch in at highs, Joseph. It's just not my move, man.
Good news. Good idea.
Yeah, it's no good.
It's no good.
Yeah, we're still going unfilled over here on Viking, so we're just gonna punch in at the highs, and I'm gonna try to take a mid print here at 33s. There, it lets me in. So now we're long at 33s. It's not what I wanted to do, guys. I really did not want to be punching in at highs. I had a bunch of dip trades all set up the way just like how I like them, and none of them got filled. So let's throw out some orders up on this bad boy, see if we can get some. I'm gonna leave my dip trades just as they are, because I want to defend into that $30 area if I can and get a better cost basis. But that's my move for now. Clutched. He's dropping euros in the chat, baby. Shout out to Clutch. Thank you for the €2 super chat. Thoughts on LNXP earnings tonight? Let's have a look. So let's load up the chart over here. LNXP. LNXP? Okay, I think I typed it in right. LNXP. No, my friend. Don't super chat again. I think you typed in the ticker wrong. Just tag Joe or I. You don't have to super chat again. Let me know which one you want to look at, because that one is an incorrect ticker. Unless you maybe, I don't know. Unless I'm not getting anything on it. And I have all the gateways for Europe and stuff like that. So if it was there, I would know. So just tag Joe or I again. What's that? Clutched. And I will give you my opinion on that. No problem at all. All right, so that's the look right now, guys. We're involved in Viking. We're involved in ALXO. Got a couple of beak wetters here on Viking. Nothing yet on ALXO. Nothing yet on Viking. And we traded Astis to the high side, TNXP to the high side. It is now coming down. Here we go, topping tail into 1863. Not a bad look. Now, here's the deal. I'm probably going to wait at 16.5. 16.5 is a 10 exponential moving average. In fact, it's a little bit lower than that. The reason I want to do that is because I want to front run it, right? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait at 55s. See, come what may, I'm going to have to give this to 16, okay? Because it can zig, it can zag. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw out my order right now for my stop there on TNXP. So there, we'll throw that on there. That's it there. We have Viking. We got the fills. Okay, so now we got $0.25 here on Viking on the dip trade. So let's go ahead and set up some orders to the high side over here if we can. How many shares? Yeah, we got good amount of shares there on Viking. Joseph, what do you got?
Dang, yeah. We're in some JD here, guys.
Hey.
Looking to play some continuation to the top side here. If we break 43.60, then I'm just going to get out of this trade, because what I was looking for is just a nice ABCD pattern. But you can see we ran into some prior resistance here, guys. So we got to really pay attention to this. So just below this support zone here, we're going to hop out of the trade if it breaks, and then that's it. So we'll aim for a target at VWAP, and then we have an out right around here, around 43.60, because this is the support zone I'm going to use. If a liquidity grabs down here and then decides to want to go again, then I'm just going to hop right back in. Clutch Ed said, LXRX. He said that there. Don't worry, Sharif's going to take good care of you. As these big names start pulling in here, Sharif, Amazon selling back through the volume weighted average price. The Q's coming back in as well too. Apple holding relatively strong, but also coming in as well here, guys. And then the SPY also pulling back too. So let's see if these Chinese ADRs are going to play out and be relatively strong. Let's take a look at JD from a daily perspective, because we know that China's been performing extremely well. So let's see where we stand here, guys. Sorry about that. Let's see where we stand on this front. And cook it up. All right, so yeah, this is a look. So again, nice breakout here above this, but then a lot of choppiness around here. And then during the earnings report this morning, we couldn't really crack this high here, but now pulling back in. Solid report, but again, we'll hold off on this. We'll wait to see if we can continue to climb higher and higher. Still positive on the session, up about 0.25% here, guys. So we like JD on today's session. The reason why I was looking at it popped up on my scanner, one, because of earnings, and it was trading above a specific cam structure that I like. It's R6 breakout, because they tend to continue a little bit higher because you're in new price discovery from an intraday standpoint. FXI was on my radar as well too, guys, because it was sitting on top of R4, so I'll pull up FXI for you guys to see how it's trading on the day. And it was relatively weak, so around this level is R4 in the pre-market. I don't have them up here, but then it just continued to sell off as the overall market was rallying. I guess the American market was rallying. So that is JD and TQQ. But yeah, I'm going to continue to monitor some of these names. Let me know what you guys are looking at. We'll go over some things for you for sure. Zscaler half decently traded this yesterday evening. Good report as well too. Cybersecurity, do you think it's taking some market share from CrowdStrike there after that outage? So yeah, good look there on Zscaler. So a bit choppy. It's not the most liquid stock as well too, guys. Keep that in mind. So to trade this name, slightly spready. I know Adara likes that. Let's see what we got for it. Oh, not crazy. Nothing crazy. Only about a 3-cent spread. So that is Zscaler. Sharif Joe, possible double top of the day on regular trading hours on the ES. Yeah, I see what you're looking at here. Possible double top. Nice wick here. Not had the inability to crack through. Touch some of these today's post-market, so we'll keep that in mind as well too, guys. I was thinking that, hey, maybe we come into this post-market support level, but not just yet. It may take some time to crawl up there. We're going to be patient. We're going to pack our patience, especially here on JD. Sharif, what do you got cooking up, my guy?
We're in TNXP. We're at 55s. We've been scalping up a storm as it dips down, getting the fills on the dip down, and then taking profits on the way up. Trying not to exhaust all the shares that we have, because I am kind of bullish on this name right now, with that 16.25 being an area resistance previously, looking for it to act as support. At the moment, here we go. I'm waiting at 82s, popping back up into 78s. Already scalped a little bit, but we're getting some downward pressure right now on TNXP. Let's see if we can get a pop up and getting filled at 82s. Adara, what's up?
Apple's on watch here, Sharif. Ming-Chi Kuo earlier today commenting about Apple. You can find out more on our watch list. He dropped some more comments about Apple. He said that the exclusive supplier here of the MEMS oscillators for Apple's in-house modem, this is SI Time, is apparently set for robust growth in coming years driven by new orders. So supply chain analyst Ming-Chi Kuo is saying that Apple's apparently, the supplier of part of Apple's in-house modems is set for growth coming forward here, guys. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, still dealing with this TNXP trade. It's nor tanking, nor really popping off. It's at the 10 exponential, which I like, obviously, because that's kind of a little bit of my move there for these pullbacks. Going to have to hold up at this area, though. And the buying has kind of dried up a little bit. You can always kind of reflect to see what kind of volume we're getting in on these bad boys just by looking at the level 2. There we go. We get the print at 77. It's not a bad look there. Now I'm waiting a little bit higher. Let's pack our patience here to see if we can extract some more profitability on the bang to the high side. Aw, Joseph, man, I always over-enter the amount of shares. So frustrating. I'm getting back in. I don't care. All right, so we're back into this monster. Let's see if we can get something around 17s and change. 17 is a bit of a tougher level, obviously, being the whole dollar and stuff like that. So we'll see. And besides, I was watching this at 17 on the way down initially. It looks like somebody of note with a bigger position has been kind of keeping this bad boy down below 17s for a little bit, not that long. So let's see if we can get something above that 16 area. What I want to do is I don't want to give up too much here. So if we drop back down, I'm going to put 59s and then we'll go like that. So we'll look to defend that level. Now I have to deal with another trade here that is not going my way. This is doing really well, ALXO, but it's this trade now that I have to be careful with. I'm talking about Viking Therapeutics. It's coming down into 30. So now we've got 30, 20. It's showing me 16. So we're 4 pennies out of the money. It's going to have to hold this general area. Okay. I'm not going to be DCing into this until, whatever, some sort of expression that I can't come up with in my mind right now. So that's what we're going to do. We got shares on this one as well. So let's put something at the $0.25 to see if we can extract some profitability if it is to get a little bit of a pump up there. So 3 positions right now. ALXO at 37s. That's doing well. It worked close to the high of the day. Viking Therapeutics, we'll find out about how this one does. And then, TNXP dropped down, so I did get stopped out for the small amount that I had there. Still positive on it, though. Definitely looking to do a little bit better. We'll do this. We'll just do that. Fine.
Devin
no
Haney,
worries.
man.
The Devin Haney. Devin Haney. What a guy, bro.
Devin Haney.
That's what we're involved in right now, Jody.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to keep my eye up here on IBIT as well, too, guys. We traded as high as 93K on the day. So are we going to turn around at some point? Maybe, possibly, hopefully. I was telling Sharif earlier this morning, I'm like, hey, this might be the time where we go and test those all-time highs, the period that we go and test those all-time highs, and then just continue to climb higher. You know, we're running into some key support zones. If I pull up Bitcoin here, we can see that, hey, this is a key level. Like, this isn't going to be easy to punch through, right? Like, this is by no means this is almost like a call or put wall in itself, right? Considering we're talking about them. So this is going to be difficult in order for us to get through. We're going to need momentum, and we're going to need an extreme amount of volume to step in order for us to punch through and then to continue to climb higher. But here we go in JD here, starting to squeeze a little bit here, climbing higher and higher. Let's go, JD. A couple pennies in the money there, looking pretty good. But here we go back onto some Bitcoin. And that's my narrative, right? I'm like, hey, we're sitting up on top of this zone. This candle isn't genuine on this print, but if you look at this day on a different chart, whatever charting platform you may use, TradingView, whatever it may be, you can see that this closes as a hammer, right? And now we haven't broken through that to the downside. We're now sitting on top of these zones and opening up on top of these zones. So come Friday, which is tomorrow, if we get something extremely positive coming from Donald on this reserve, this is going to absolutely go parabolic, in my opinion. Could I be wrong? Most definitely, absolutely, I could be wrong. But I think that's going to be the case. If we head mid-zone, and our next target's going to be probably 100K. And I told you it's nothing for Bitcoin to put in those 100K days. So just keep that, 10K days, sorry. So it's nothing for it to move 10K in a day. And then if it really wants to go parabolic, that's when you're going to go and put in a new all-time high. But let's see what Adair's up to, guys.
We just had this move here coming through. Donald Trump announcing here that Mexico will not be required to pay tariffs on anything that falls under the U.S., Mexico, and Canada trade agreement. This was also reported, seconds earlier. Then Donald Trump has now confirmed it. So Mexico not being required to pay tariffs on anything that falls under the USMCA. As mentioned earlier today by Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, he estimated that probably roughly 50% of the goods that come from Mexico and Canada are under the USMCA. So looks like a decent amount of these tariffs here are going to be exempt for Mexico. And again, as mentioned earlier, this exemption is likely going to end on April 2nd, 2025. I don't have much up-to-date details on that, though, so the more I find out, I will let you guys know. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adira. So VKTX, we took a bit of a beak wetter there at the $0.25. Now we have a cost basis of 16s. It's showing me 16 on the level 1. It is not forthcoming to the high side. In fact, the current 5-minute candle that we're on is bearish in my humble opinion because it is a topping till inverse hammer candle. So I am kind of concerned about this one. I have more shares on this one than I have on the others, so this one is of more importance to me. I have my stop placement exactly where I like it. If it gives up the ghost at $30, I'm more interested in it. Less at the 20 and more at the volume weighted average price, which is a little bit lower than the $0.50 right now, probably 29 mid 40s, but I probably front run that at the $0.50. That's my kind of move right there. We'll see what happens there. VKTX, we're back into this one. We're about 10 pennies out of the money on this one. I still have my planned DCA into the volume weighted average price, but it's got 2 candles now defending at 16, bottoming tail candles that go into 16 and bounce off. So we'll see if 16 wants to hold. That's going to be the look there. The other one that we're involved in, ALXO. I've been waiting forever and ever at this 142. It's going unprinted despite the fact that the high of the day is 144. It's showing me 42s right now on the Ask Alas. I'm not getting printed. We're going to have to cross it. Adira, what's going on?
Some more context here on that tariff announcement, Sharif. So in case you missed it, Donald Trump was posting about the Mexico being exempt here from some of these tariffs. So just to recap this post, he said that after he spoke to President Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico, he's agreed that Mexico will not be having or required to pay tariffs on anything that falls under the USMCA or the US-Mexico-Canada trade agreement until April 2nd. That's when the reciprocal tariffs will go into effect. That's the same deal as well that he gave US automakers. Here's the interesting part. So he says, quote, I did this as an accommodation and out of respect for President Sheinbaum. Our relationship has been a very good one. So, interestingly enough, not mentioning Trudeau or Canada here. So we'll have to wait and see what happens with Canada. But interestingly, this seems specifically for Mexico and actually primarily based on his conversations with President Sheinbaum. We're going to have to wait and find out what happens here for Canada. But regardless, right now, anything that falls under the USMCA agreement, which is estimated earlier roughly 50% of the goods, will not be required to pay tariffs here until April 2nd when everything goes to effect. As I see more updates, I will let you guys know. Back to you.
Get it, Claudia.
Get it, Claudia. Get it,
Yeah,
get it.
She's doing well, you know, good for her. Looking out for her country. Be nice if someone looked out for us. No, I didn't say anything. So we're going to continue to watch here. TNXP. Where are we long? Here's Joseph, 69s. I wet the beak there all the way up to 17. So it's going to have to hold VWAP over here. TNXP, the bamboozler in chief, but we're all right on it. Looking to do a little bit better. This one is doing well, though. There we go. We get the break of the high of the day on ALX. So this is my last out, sadly, on this one. We'll take out 46s. Good trade there. Look to do a little bit better because this one, I don't know about this one. I don't know. Viking, I don't know what you're doing over there, Viking, but you're bamboozling me. In any event, we're long 69s right now. I've got my stop through the $0.50. Let's see if Viking can pop up, or sorry, TNXP, excuse me, can pop up through 16 bucks. It's holding at VWAP, but I thought that about the 10 exponential, and it did give way at the 10 exponential. So this one looking like it wants to have a bit of a deeper retracement. We're showing 85s right now. Where am I waiting over here? I'm waiting at 98s. So the fact that I haven't got printed at 98s means it hasn't crossed 16 yet. We'll see if it does. I've layered the orders. Here we go, 92. Let's come on up. 95s now. All right, we're just waiting at 98. So up in this, you know what? Let's see if we can get a print there. Joseph, what do you got on your?
Yeah, same thing here, cooking up here in JD, guys. One thing I want to just talk about positioning. I'm not in. I'm playing a breakout, right? I mentioned this yesterday time and time again. So if we break this trend line here, which it looks like we're going to right now, then I have to get out of the trade and then just look for another trade. I was hoping that we can continue the pop, but it doesn't seem to be the case. It may want to grab some more liquidity below this zone here, and then maybe it'll take that leg higher. But it's just a slow burner, right? So now you can see that we're opening up below this trend line. We need this to hold here, guys. So it's just kind of bouncing around. So what I decided to do is like, hey, what's IBIT up to? We think that it's relatively strong, and going to look to trade this here as we hover around the volume weighted average price. So I like it right now, right where it stands. So I'm going to hop in just a little bit here on IBIT to see what we can muster up here, because I do also like this 5-minute hammer candle on IBIT. As you can see, this right below the volume weighted average price, slightly isolated, couldn't crack to a new low on this name here, and then traded above VWAP for most of the intraday session. So that is what we're going to continue to look at here on IBIT. I want to sit on top of it before I decide to enter the trade, and we haven't done that yet. Still holding on by a thread here in JD, so not looking too bad. BTC, Johnny H says Rocket Moon, 750 calls, says somebody, Pizza Rat. Okay, I like that. I like that, Pizza Rat. Have you ever had Batty Alley's, Sharif?
No, I haven't.
Wow, it's like the best pizza in the city.
Oof.
Dave Portnoy
Yeah, I'm
did
a big
review.
fan of carbs, so I go out.
Yeah, I know your guy. Yeah, I know you're about that rice life and the bread. So,
Nah, I love pizza dog. I've never tried that one.
Oh,
It's a called Rat Alleys?
Batty Alleys, Rat Alleys. No. Okay, but anyways, guys, yeah. So Bitcoin's starting to pull in a little bit here. It couldn't crack the volume weighted average price and hold above it, but we're we're still holding strong here on JD. If we get some volume to step in at some point, then I think we're going to be sitting pretty. We're only up about 0.5%, but it's better than being negative, right? So that is a good sign for this name. And then we'll just hop back into IBIT. So multiple tests. As long as we don't crack this 5-minute hammer candle to the low side, then I'm fairly confident in the setup, and then that we can maybe take multiple tests and then sit above it right here. So as you can see right now, it's having a hard time constructing a new low, and that's what I like to see. So as long as we don't crack here around that 51.20 level, then I think we'll be okay, and look for that long just above the volume weighted average price. We get that elastic effect in the indicator, and that's kind of what I'm looking for. If we hold below it longer, then it's just going to be an invalid thesis, and then we'll just have to find something else that's potentially setting up. I do like that the overall markets are trading around the volume weighted average price, because that's where I like to get in my entries the most. So we'll keep that in mind. Yes, Verne, you asked me to take a look at TXG for you. I'll do that right now. TXG, 10x genomics. Okay, so this is a 10x. I don't think I've ever seen that. Have you seen a 10x levered before, Sharif?
What?
Yeah, that is insane. I don't even know.
Clearance for that.
Yeah, it's very interesting. But what we can see here, guys, from just a basic TA standpoint, is that it's not very liquid, right? So keep that in mind. Again, this is pre and post market, so we'll take that into consideration as well too. But when we open that liquidity comes in, I'm not too familiar with what the company actually does, so we'll take a look at that real quick. But if I'm just looking at this stock from a technical standpoint, I don't want to be necessarily in it just yet. We got a gap here that needs to be filled. But again, buying at the lows and when there's blood in the street isn't obviously a horrible thing either. I'm going to go over what this company actually is before I send it back to my guy, TXG. Oh, no, that's not it. TXG. Sorry for the dramatic pause. All right, guys. So 10x Genomics Inc. Okay, so that's just the name of it. It's not actually 10x. It's a life science technology company. The company integrated solutions, including instruments, consumables, and software for single cell and spatial biology systems. It's a single cell portfolio powered by Chromium. Platform includes Chromium X series, whatever that may be. 1.35 billion market cap, so it's not really that small here. Again, if you're buying and allocating down here, I don't think you can go overly wrong. You have a defined risk profile from a technical standpoint. Other than that, I don't know enough about the company to be like, hey, I think this is a buy. But again, as of right now, not too horrible if you're in at these lows, Sharif.
I think we have an IPO because Banger plays. It's like TBH, big halt up. So it's like, what is this TBH business? And I loaded it up, and it's got no historical data. I just have to deal with, okay, so I just got stopped out for the remaining amount here on TNXP, so we'll give back a little bit there. I was able to get some on the pop-up, but we'll give back a little bit. Let me have a look at TBH. So it's halted up, apparently, yes. It is halted at $4.24. As you can see, there not much in the way of data, because this bad boy just opened up at 11:35, so it's 5 minutes deep, and I have no information on it. I just know it's called Bragg House Holdings. Thank you, Adira. I appreciate it. It's done 358,000 shares of volume on the day. Obviously, it's only been open for 5 minutes, so it's not too bad. Let's throw out the ticker there. It goes by the ticker TBH. We'll find out exactly all the other info. What is this? Oh, I got some stuff here. So, Media Tech Platform, Bragg House, IPO, priced at $4 per share. Adira's got it. We're going to send it to her as soon as I get Ram said whenever. Go ahead, Ram.
To be honest here, some pretty interesting info here on Bragg House Holdings. TBH is the ticker for this one. They are a media and esports platform apparently aimed at casual gamers. So they raised $6 million here by offering 1.5 million shares at $4 per share. So this is definitely a smaller cap. IPO 1.5 mil shares, $4 per share, valued at $42 million based on the pricing of this IPO. Apparently, they're a Gen Z focused platform offering live streaming capabilities, gamification features, and custom tournament services. So definitely geared for gamers. Ramin saying shorted in my ear. And this company did generate about $400,000 in revenue for the last fiscal year. And that the most recent data I have is actually 2023. So unclear what the revenue was 2024. 2023, $400,000 in revenue, valued at $42 million, guys. Back to you.
You know what's
Thank you, Adira.
You know what's funny about this stock here? So Bragg, I believe it was on the TSX at one point.
Really?
Yeah, and my buddy was a big advocate of it years and years ago. Remember I told you that group when I first joined? Yeah, so that was like his number one pick, and he was all about Bragg. Yeah. So now I guess it's on a different exchange. Yeah, they're on the NASDAQ now. So yeah, big boy stuff there, guys. So yeah, good luck there on Bragg, Sharif. Yeah, was it?
I want to
go. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Daily Fix, for $2 super chat. MindMed working on a gap up. I don't know what OI means. What is OI? Do you know what that means? OI, like acronym?
Open interest?
Open interest. Yeah, that's probably you. Open interest at 5, and he doesn't really say. I'm involved in this name, though. I got 6 and change, so I'm almost basically flat on it. That's after having, kind of been up nicely into the $10 area. Alas, I was greedy, and I did not take profits. Okay, TBH, I think it did open up and then halted again. Let me just make sure. TBH, because it's not updating. It is trading right now. Here we go. So I'll get to MindMed in one hot second. We're still moving around here on TBH. It looks like it's a decent spread, 10, 15 pennies, just basing it on how it's trading at the moment. 465 high a day. The halt level, as you can see there with those little dashes, that's 424. I use the halt level sometimes as an intraday level of support and resistance, but there's really no data to go on here. This is an IPO, so everything is de novo. So trade this carefully. I don't know how to trade IPOs. I'm just going to put that out there flat out. I try to see where the momentum is going, but it's not my cup of tea. So I'll likely not trade this, but if there's a setup of note here, I'll try. But for the most part, probably not. So TBH in focus. Now let's have a look at MindMed. So MindMed, brother, I got to tell you, I'll get Joey options to talk about the open interest and everything like that. But MindMed for me, Ram, please, is stuck in a range. All right. It has different ranges off which it's based, like that 6.5 area. As you can see, there's multiple 6.5, 7, multiple times that we bounce off this area. We were using it previously as resistance. You can kind of see this period over here where 7, 6.5 acted as resistance previously. You can see we as well from June 2024 to essentially mid-July 2024, we were using it as support. Again, same thing over here. Basically, from when we took it, November. This was the November pop-up when Donald Trump won the election, because everybody thought, our RFK is going to do a lot of stuff with psilocybin and some of these alt medications. So we got that pop-up. We sold off. We found that base again, 6.5, 6.25. Most of the closing prints are above 6.5. And then we're stuck back in that range again. This was the move up when he was confirmed by the Senate to be the Secretary of Department of Home and, what's it called? Health and Human Services. Yes. So up into 1060 we go, and then down again, we test 6. So this one, stuck in a bit of a range. I'll submit to you that the trade here was news related. It was kind of a buy the rumor, sell the news. It has no quality earnings, a quality company that we can say, oh, what a fantastic quarter, let's buy this up, blah, blah, blah. So that's going to come down the road if it comes down the road, because it's going to have to get legislative approval. It's going to have to get regulatory approval, all the nuances required for a new product, and one that's still technically illegal, right? And I don't know if it's whatever Schedule 1, 2, whatever you guys do down there south of the border. Here we have it in different things called the CDSA, Controlled Drugs and Substance Act, but that's neither here nor there. The point is, it is a buy the rumor, sell the news trade, or so it seems to me, until I think it gets some quality fundamentals under its belt, and it still doesn't have that. Joseph, what did you see from the open interest? If you're not busy, bro.
Yeah, no. Tell me what's the ticker again? I'll be gladly doing it.
MNND. MindMed.
Why do you got to do that, man? Okay, well, so open interest coming this expiry cycle. We got a lot at 10 here, Sharif, to be honest with you. What did they refer to in the chat there? Did they say a specific strike?
Yes, 5.
5? Oh,
5.
Yeah, we'll take a look.
He said there's a lot of open interest at 5.
Okay, there is, on the put side for this expiration cycle, about 1,000, but it's not the most liquid stock. Take that into consideration as well, too. Sharif, I'm seeing more open interest on the call side with a March 15th expiration, all right, guys, with 8,000 open contracts right now. All right, so,
okay.
Right, so are we going to call that a wall? Maybe. For this name, maybe. Again, it's not relative to all the other strikes. It does have the highest levels of open interest. What we can do is we can go a little farther dated out, and yeah, everything kind of pales in comparison at that point. But as for 5, there is some open interest there. Sharif, there is a little bit more just above, what's it trading at right now to be exact? $6.76. So we are closer to that $7 strike price than we are $6 technically, I guess. So with 1.3, so they're really, really close relatively there. But again, there is significantly more open interest at that $10 strike price, Sharif. So yeah, so we'll see how that is. Is that going to act as resistance? Possibly, right? Possibly, very much so. Because again, it's not the most liquid from a option standpoint, and you can't go too much further down in the chain from what I'm looking at here. So yeah, that is that there, guys. Here we go in some JD. We're finally got the break of that resistance zone there, guys. If we can take a look, held on to this one. Positioning wasn't the best, take that into consideration, but that volume really kicked in there, guys. And we're now tapping onto we're now knocking on the door of the volume weighted average price. So we're in here, held this. We just stuck to the game plan essentially, right? Like we were like, okay, if we break this zone here on the 5-minute, then we're gonna get out of the trade, and we held it relatively strong. So that's a positive signal as well too. So yeah, that's the game plan, Sharif. We're going to hold here for 44.83-ish roughly. If we can tap into 45, then that'll be a good sign. But we are pulling back here aggressively, so I don't want to make anything a winning trade, a losing one. So what I'll do is I'll just punch out break even if we do come back into the middle of this zone here, and then we'll get out. But now up about 1.4% on the session. Now, guys, we just went over MNMD. It's a tongue twister one there.
I know.
If there's anything else that you guys want to go over, just put it in the chat and we'll be sure to do so. But the Mag 7 pulling right back in, so it's like fade any pop in this market. It seems to be the case here, and then just hold on to some of these Chinese ADRs. FXI and JD were my number one on my list this morning, Sharif. So that's what we're going to stick to.
Kevin Matthews asking, basically kind of they're saying the same thing. He sees a head and shoulders pattern on the Mag 7, he says. So I didn't want to look at the Mag 7 just in isolation. Raymond, please. So we're going to look here at the triple Qs. And I don't see a head and shoulders pattern, but I see a double top, almost, kind of. With one crest, two crest, neckline, break neckline, tank. Okay, it was preceded by an uptrend. Okay, of course, you're not looking at this. That's a downtrend. I'm talking about this move up here. So you uptrend, you test one top, you come back down to test 495, you move back up to 498, you tank, you don't make a higher high. We know the double top, so you don't have to have the same price level for the area crest, and then you break the neckline through 495, and now we're down, I believe, into 493.21 was the last time I looked there. So a bit of a tougher look, no question about it, on the triple Qs. And as you mentioned, the Mag 7 giving, well, not everything, but giving stuff back. Let's talk about that. So Microsoft's down 0.85. Meta continues to bleed. Wow, Meta, bro. 2 1/3 today. Meta's getting shellacked. Apple's back to being red, down 0.17. Goggles is the only Mag 7 name still green, and barely. I'm talking about Google, 0.11%. Amazon's getting shellacked, more than 2.5%. Tesla, true to form, a shellacking every day, it feels like. 4 1/3 on Tesla, and NVIDIA, the monster, down 3.5%. So yes, Kevin, you are right. It does feel like the winds of change are coming down on these markets, and specifically on the Mag 7 in general. So the triple Qs coming down into the lows there. I don't think it will be much different for the SPY. No, it is not. Very similar looking pattern, double top with the neckline break at around 577.75, and then down we go. So I don't see the head and shoulders pattern. I get what you mean, because there are 3 area crests, 1, 2, 3, but there's a pattern called the triple top as well, much less known and much less. It happens much less. It manifests much less than the double top. Did I say much less of it?
Yeah, I do it all the time, man.
No, but seriously. So I see what you're saying. If I had to, weapon in my head there, I say double top, but this looks like a triple top to me. Not a head and shoulders pattern, but I don't think we're really speaking a different language here. I think what you're getting at is the same thing. We're moving down in these here markets. Now, we got all the stuff over here. We got all the networks. So if Donald Trump is going to talk, we're going to know about it. Hopefully,
know about it.
Okay? Yeah, so that's the look right now, Joseph. What do you got?
Yeah, same thing here, guys. It's looking like we might get stopped out, break even on JD. I'm still looking at that IBIT potential position as well too here, guys. But if we crack that hammer candle low, then you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to get out of Dodge and then look for another trade here, guys. So coming into my break even on JD and looking for a potential setup here in IBIT, but with the market bleeding and IBIT following the NASDAQ, it's not looking too pretty here, guys, as we continue and just give up all of this morning's gains. So the volatility is in, Sharif. The price fluctuation, fading the pop seems to be the narrative, my guy. So, I mean, yeah, not the prettiest of looks right now, especially with the Mag 7. We had them pop yesterday. We've seen what happened to the market. They're fading now, and we see what's happening to the market. So, again, we just got to pack our patience, as my buddy likes to say, and just hold our horses to see what's going to come up next. Can that elastic effect come into the volume weighted average price here on these big names and on the indices? Maybe, possibly, and that's what I'm going to be looking for. As of right now, it's looking like that we broke through it, and then it's going to be a little bit of a struggle to sit back on top of that. So we're going to be patient, wait for these trades to play out. We got that breakout there on JD, wishing that I added a little bit to that position, but that's okay. There will always be another opportunity to arise, and here we go, starting to really creep in on that break even here. So any pop, we need this tape to be relatively stronger here, but you can see that we keep getting those flushes below the bid, and here we go, just at the ask. We're popping above the ask here now too. So keep that in mind, guys. We got to keep an eye on the tape at key levels. I mentioned that. You don't want to be paying too much attention all the time, because it's like falling into the matrix, right? It's just maybe a little bit misleading. You're being too intensive, paying too much attention to it, and every single pop, you just want to look at it at key levels and breakouts and breakdowns, all right? So, man, I don't know.
I just ignore her now.
Was that you there?
No.
Yeah, but was that? I didn't know that was the Matrix sound there. So I don't know. I'll go one of these there. My new favorite. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah,
it's better. I think that's a lot better for us.
Yeah. Hey, man. You know. So, but yeah, guys, here we go. JD coming into the break even. Can we hold into this zone here? It's not going to look like it. And that's okay. We'll be able to just hop back into the trade again. So we got about another penny until we get stopped out, break even. And yeah, I'm just going to wait for the scanner. It's unfortunate. So yeah, there we go on IBIT, guys. So that thesis is invalid. We broke through this hammer candle that I was looking to hold, and it just didn't. So now there's going to be probably some more potential downside. I think the next level to pay attention to, yeah, so I'm out on JD here now, folks. Oops. JD. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to hop out of JD here now, guys, because it has now come to my break even. So we're out of that one. Got a nice little pop on the trade, and then now we just got out of it right there. But again, looking like the Qs are going to head lower and lower and come and test the low a day here, and that's not going to be a pretty sign, especially we had a strong opening drive in the pre-market. You can see that we held below the volume weighted average price for the whole run, a nice gap down here, and then just continued to bleed. Nice pop up here, but then we just couldn't reach the post-market resistance here, or support now, and then now we're gonna come in and test this low a day. If we hold this low a day, I'm gonna look for potential bounce, Sharif.
All right, sorry to clutch. Thank you again for the 250 super chat. I thought we had covered it, my mistake. LXRX. Lexicon Pharmaceuticals. Here's the chart on it. Here's what they do. It's number one. It's $132 million market cap. It's traded about 6.25 million shares on the day with a float of 357 million shares. Let's just find out what the short float is, so we can kind of know if there's going to be, shorts waiting to push us down. Yeah, about 24.5%. Of the 150, Trade Idea says 180 million shares is being bored for short. So about a quarter of the float is being bored for short. Now, what does this company do? Lexicon Pharmaceuticals is a biopharmaceutical company. It's focused on the discovery, development, and commercialization of pharmaceutical products for the treatment of human diseases. They got a pipeline there with a bunch of different drugs. It's an orally delivered drug, small molecule. What does it do? Treatment of heart failure and type 1 diabetes and type 2 diabetes, chronic kidney disease, and other cardiovascular risk factors. That's just one of their drugs. They have others. Not vouching, obviously, for their validity or anything good about them, but the daily chart looks very bad. Okay, I hate to start off with such a negative note. This is the weekly chart. It's down and to the right. It doesn't seem to catch a bid. Now, I don't typically deal with these pharma names because it requires very specialized knowledge to understand what the hell is going on there. It's beyond my pay grade, beyond my scope of comprehension, so I can look at the technicals for you. The technicals are not good. I hate to report that. It's lower highs all the way through. It is lower lows. If you're looking at the area troughs and the area crests, each successive trough and crest lower than its predecessor. I think we are at definitely multi-year lows, having printed 27 pennies, I believe, on the 3rd of March, which is the beginning of the week. That's Monday. Since that, I don't know if this was earnings day or something like that. But when did this report earnings? Let me just check Trade Ideas. They reported, they report March 6th. They report today. I think that's actually what you said. So it looks like you're in for 48,000 shares of this name. And obviously, I wish you the absolute best. But if you're asking my opinion about the technicals are not good. But earnings reports have a different way of moving the stock. It's not going to be about technicals so much now as it is going to be about the fundamentals. What does a company report in terms of revenue and EPS? What was their net profit? What's their forward guidance? What's their full year guidance? Not just a quarter guidance. What's the product pipeline? I'm assuming, obviously, because it's a biopharma company. That product pipeline, what stage of development is it at? Is it, clinical stage 1, 2, 3? So many different questions. I have no idea but the technicals, I hate to report this to you, my friend, do not look good. Multi-year lows, but I hope, obviously, you print up multiple storms and let me know about it if you do, okay? The chart, though, eek. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. He just messaged me this. So there's a trader of ours, Profit in Black. Love that name, by the way. Who's watching? This was a few days ago because that's my blue shirt right there. That's a different blue shirt than the one I'm wearing. I was watching you and I during the midday there. There were my black charts. All right, baby. We got that. Shout out to Profit in Black. Goes on to say in the caption, how it feels to trade in premium economy on your way to Bangkok to spend your profits. Thanks to Trader TV Live, Trader TV Joseph, Trader TV Sean, Trader TV Neil, the Master Sharif. How come you didn't tag me, bro? I'm the Consigliere 25.
Consigliere, man.
It's from back in the day, right?
Yeah.
So thank you so much for tagging us. And thanks for the world's greatest mod, Bears versus Dang Bulls, for tagging that. I'm going to save that. I want to show that to the Katina man, the Neil, when they're back as well. I'm sure they'll get a kick out of that. And my man,
it's Dear Ollie.
Hey?
It was Dear Ollie.
That's Dear Ollie?
Yeah.
Hey,
Dear Ollie,
bro.
Let's go.
But I love his name on Twitter there, our next. Yeah. Profit in Black. That's
Profit in Black, man.
So shout out to you, my man. I hope you have a fantastic time in Bangkok if you're still there. This was posted March 6th. So yeah, you're on the way there, I'm assuming.
Yeah, he's there. He must be there.
Right
yeah, I think he's from Switzerland or something.
Switzerland. Okay, I like that.
Somewhere along those lines, I think he told me. So yeah, nice work there, Dear Ollie. Cool stuff there, man. I always wanted to go to Thailand, so yeah, maybe I'll come there.
That's going to be hopefully my next big one, an Asia tour. I've never been to Asia.
Yeah, same. I've never crossed the pond, man. So
yeah, bro.
Yeah, never crossed the pond. Looking forward to doing that one day, for sure. Yeah, but guys, here we go. JD, we got out of this trade. We're heading into some support zones right now. If we break through, then look for this downside trend to continue. It's not looking good here for the market, guys. Some bleeding going on. I'm back in Geneva and broke again. Okay, so he spent all his money in Thailand, and now he's back here paying attention to what's going on in the market. So, attaboy, our guy, Dear Ollie. So, hopefully we get a bounce signal here in the market, guys. That's what I'm looking for. So, I need a definitive signal. Gaurav and I were talking about it in the chat. I don't see any indecision print as of right now, even though this might be somewhat of an engulfing candle, even though if you have to force the setup, then it may not necessarily be it. Take that into consideration, guys. So that's what I'm looking for. I don't see any hammers or anything along those lines in the market. So I don't know if we're going to get that much of a bounce just yet. That's what I'm going to be keeping my eyes on here, guys. IBIT still bleeding. Once it broke that once it broke that hammer candle to the downside, it just continued. So you know what I'm doing here, Shreve? I'm going to start building a playbook on some of these signals, because one, you can play when they're confirmed and when they come into play there, right, into consideration. But then when they break it to the downside, I usually tend to find that there's a lot more potential momentum going to the opposite direction, right? So that's what I'm going to look to do here. This was the hammer candle that I was looking to play. Once it broke through, you can see that there was other levels too as well to keep into consideration. So you can see that we have all these support levels in this range here from the post market yesterday. And then now once it broke there, it just continued to the south side, and then now continuing to bleed here furthermore, Sharif, breaking through the low of day with momentum. So I thought we were going to get a nice rally here in Bitcoin, and people and traders were going to buy it up leading into the news tomorrow. But it doesn't seem to be the case so far, my guy.
No, sir. All right, just loading up Grr over here, because Neil was nice enough to get me shorts on that bad boy. I was trying to short it earlier, but I guess it didn't go through. Anyway, keeping an eye on Grr. It's back into that 50 exponential on the 1, but that's not my move there. It's now back at the 10 exponential on the 5. That is more along my move. We're going to keep an eye on that, but for the moment, we're going to go up to Adair.
Wow, market.
The better question might be, what isn't happening now? Because it's been a really busy day for these markets. We actually, after yesterday having the auto tariffs be under exemption there until April 2nd, now apparently every good in Mexico that falls under the USMCA, which is estimated to be roughly 50% of the goods, will also be exempt from tariffs until April 2nd, 2025. As of right now, that has been a very hard deadline. So all tariffs in effect just under a month from now. But we have no comment here as to what's going to happen between Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, and Donald Trump. We know they're still in talks. It's been a little bit tense. We'll have to wait and see there. Speaking of Donald Trump, we have him signing executive orders at 2 p.m., so stay tuned for that. I will let you guys know if I see anything coming down the wire there. And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent currently speaking. I've seen zero headlines from that as of right now. Let's take a look at some of these stocks on watch. Rigetti making quite the little reversal here to the downside. RGTI is an earnings day one play. Also, funny you mentioned GRRR, Sharif, because I actually had Gorilla up here as well on watch. Got a little bit of a short report online, and then that was echoed by Citron Research and Andrew Leff, known short sellers. So GRRR and watch. Best of luck to you with that stock there, Sharif, and best of luck to everybody trading today. I will keep you guys posted at 2 p.m. when Donald Trump is set to sign these executive orders. And of course, if there's any news, I will let you guys know. But back to you guys.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. Adair, you brought good luck to my short. Bang! We take 50 pennies, quick as you like on that. But Joseph, we got long a position here that we didn't even know we were going to take, Joseph. ALXO. I'm at VWAP. Okay, so this one is actually sound. Okay, fine. It's not a bad entry here. Volume weighted average price, ALXO. I'll give it a couple of shekels, but it's Grr right now that we took some profits on. Short 33s, 32.98 technically. Took it all the way down to 50 pennies. Now I'm waiting at third of a dollar. I'm thinking, I'll give this one a little bit of room. I just don't want it going against me too much. I've taken out 3/5 of the position. So we still have a little bit left on this bad boy. Let's see if it can get another move down. It's got 4 candles now, though. Green, each one higher high, higher low on the 5-minute. They are anemic, to be fair. Let me show you exactly what I mean by that. In the sense that, I don't know what I'm trying to say here. This is what I mean. So you get a 4 candle green setup. Each successive candle has a higher low. This one kind of bamboozles everybody because it kind of topping tails through the 10 exponential. This is the 5-minute chart on Grr. And this is what I mean by anemic. Number one, the body of the candle is very small, so you can kind of tell that the shorts and the longs are kind of caught in a bit of a war here. Let's see who wins because you're not able to get any decided move to the high side. So right back into that $0.50 we go on this monster. I'm waiting at the third of a dollar. We'll see if we get printed on this. It's showing me 40s right now on the bid. If it drops a bit more, Give me more, baby. Yeah, I'm crazy. I don't care. We're going to wait over here. We're going to wait now at 10s. Let's see if we can front run the whole dollar there. On GRRR, it's down big boy on the day. And I don't usually short these small cap gappers, but this one looked awfully good. And I think it's a bit of a special situation over here. So we'll attempt to do something a little bit different today. So GRRR, we're looking at this one, ladies and gents. I'm also interested in a couple of names here that I haven't mentioned for a while. Adira just brought us Rigetti, and Rigetti is coming down well off the high there at 912. But this is what I like about Rigetti. Knees are heavy at that 843 area. That's the volume weighted average price. I want to see if it finds a bid in and around there. And it's awfully close to the $0.50 VWAP and the $0.50 about 2 or 3 pennies away from each other. ALXO, I already told you guys about why I'm into that. That's a VWAP retracement. But so's Teladoc. Teladoc right now, TDoc, one that I was watching. I don't know why. It was up on the day. It looked good. Decent price. It's also dropped into the volume weighted average price, which is also an interesting area of overlap with price action resistance. This is the candle I'm talking about here in the pre-market. We topped out at around 950, and then all the way we come back down from that 990. Alas, we're holding 955s, the volume weighted average price. Let's see if this one is able to dip down a bit further. But for the moment, just a couple of positions on right now with GRRR and ALXO.
Yeah, here we go, guys. We're in some TQs here. Looking for this bottoming signal to come to fruition and then possibly get that hammer candle that we need on the 5-minute. I see it coming, slowly starting to print on the SPY, but I'm going on this 1-minute candle in the TQs. So if you guys can take a look at this here, you can see that we have this isolated signature. We were also trading lower and lower for about a half an hour without any decent pullback. If we break this local low here, then I'm just going to get out of the trade, and there might be some more potential downside. So that's the hold at some of these levels, which is important. We need some of these big names to bounce. What I'm looking at right now, Apple's bouncing, but let's see what Adira is up to.
Just keep an eye on Meta here. CNBC reporting that the company is targeting, quote, hundreds of millions of businesses with its agentic AI development. I have no further details on the story as of yet, but Meta actually making a bit of a bottoming tail candle. So META attempting to bounce here as CNBC says the company is targeting, quote, hundreds of millions of businesses in agentic AI development. We know Amazon teased an agentic AI team being developed yesterday as well. So this is certainly going to be something on watch here for some of these Mag 7s in the future going forward. Back to you.
I want to comment about this because this is really interesting. I think that some of the biggest AI plays, we already saw the generative AI model with LLMs kind of be the story of 23 and 24. I think robotics is a little early. I think we're super nascent and super early into that. I agree with you. But this agents, agentic AI, where the agents kind of do things on your behalf. We already saw OpenAI come out with Operator. Joseph, it moves the mouse on your screen, it clicks text fields, it enters your name. If you give it, payment information, it does it for you. So I think agentic AI is going to be sick play this year. Who's involved in that right now? We know that, Salesforce, Benioff and company really want to do that more from a B2B, a business-to-business perspective. But we know Operator and now Amazon also want to have a B2C, a business-to-customer use for agentic AI. I think it's a great play for 25.
Yeah, I think so too. And it's funny, I was thinking about Apple last night, Sharif, and Apple Intelligence. How cool would it be if you could be like, hey, Siri, pay this bill for me? Right?
Dude, absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, hey, Siri, do this or pay this bill. And that's it. So just to add into that point, I was thinking, I think that's what they need in order for this thing to really catch a grasp. So that's what I'm looking for Siri to have the ability to do. It's like, hey, Siri, pay this bill for me, do this for me, whatever. Even though I'm pretty sure it can just be like send a text. But again, just like authorization, like, hey, I authorize you to pay this a phone bill, my internet bill, whatever it may be. And I think that'll take it to the next level. So that's the game plan. Hopefully they start coming out with some groundbreaking stuff. I know Dan Ives is like, okay, wait for the super cycle in the 17. I mean, it's like, okay, but what about the 16? Like it hasn't been out that long, I'm pretty sure. So again, yeah, just something groundbreaking. Sharif talking about how they're coming out with a possible foldable phone next year or something along those lines. So we'll just be patient and wait for those things to come out because there's nothing been like, hey, I need to go out and grab this new iPhone. I need to have Apple Intelligence, and we need that kind of something to grasp the consumer, I believe, in my opinion. So let's see what 2NY, yes, or even Alexa. I said this the other day. Can you sell stock or trade the stock or buy order my groceries, etc. Exactly, and I think that's a good point. It's like, hey, Siri, go on Uber Eats and order me this, or blah, 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 whatever it may be. And I think that might be one of the next steps, or maybe in our lifetime even. So let's continue to hold on and monitor this trade here, guys. It's not looking too good here. We're not getting the pops that we want. NVDA being the bearer of bad news once again, unfortunately here, guys. Just bleeding and bleeding and bleeding. And where I've seen it open up on the cam structure, I'm like, it's not going to be a good day. So it's not going to be a good day, right? So just keep that in mind, guys. If these big names are going to continue to sell, they're going to drag the overall market down with it, Tree.
Trump suspending most new tariffs on Mexico, reporting
Why Mexico?
Fox News. Okay, I don't know if we already, the same story. Thank you, Adara. Yeah, just making sure. So interesting look there. Yeah, man, he just throws it there, sees what sticks, he negotiates, sees how you respond back. I'm telling you, bro. It's so obvious, the move now. But the thing is, you think you may understand him, and then he throws a curveball to make you think that you don't understand anything. And if you think that he's not going to get the actual tariffs to stick, and then all of a sudden he makes them stick and you completely blindsided because he's pulled them back 2 or 3 times, I think his greatest strength is his unpredictability.
Yeah.
You don't know what the hell he's going to do at any point in time.
I agree with you.
Having said that, let's see what Adara has to say.
So from what I can see here, this headline is just Donald Trump saying that there's no tariffs on Mexico for goods that fall under the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Trade Act. To my understanding, that's the exact same headline we already had. So I just wanted to recap. This is a different way of wording the same headline. As mentioned earlier, according to estimates from Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, he said that it's roughly 50%, he believes, off the top of his head, roughly 50% of goods that come from Mexico and Canada are covered under the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Act. So just keep an eye on that. Also, keep an eye on banks here. We have comments, as mentioned earlier, from U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent saying, quote, banks have been weighed down by unduly burdensome regulatory requirements and a broken supervisory culture. So we were hoping for bank deregulation, or I guess less regulation from this new administration. These comments from Secretary Bessent suggest that could be the case. Keep an eye on any of big banks right now, guys. Back to you.
All right, I've been talking to Romza in the chat. And he's like, look, brother, this agentic AI that you guys have been talking about, yeah, it's great and all, but it's already been available with a company called UiPath. And we've traded UiPath before. We all know about that. I didn't know that they had that though, brother. I thought agentic AI was kind of newer to the AI game. And what I was asking the chat, I wasn't trying to troll you at all. What I was trying to ask genuinely was, how robust was it? If you're comparing it, just say to Operator by OpenAI, is it as robust, or was it kind of like a bare bones version of that kind of, it does things on your behalf? I'd really like to know more. I really wasn't trying to troll you at all, in full disclosure. Guys, we're quite close here on a fill, on GUR here for a buck winner. I've been waiting. Where am I waiting at? I'm waiting at 15s. It's showing me 20s. We're not getting the fill. So GUR on the way down rejects 33, and that's exactly where it got short. But we're now showing 15s here on the bid, but can't get that until it crosses. So we may or may not get the fill there. We're going to pack our patience and see what comes. But I was apologizing to Bovin. I was apologizing to Pathek because I messed up. You guys told me about this one, and I lost. My attention span is that of a gnat, so I forgot about this one. But this is a good looking chart right now. PSTV, sub $1 a name, but it's breaking out big boy like a $1 stock. Yeah, I know, right? All right, here's the deal, guys. I'm not punching in at highs, and the 90 pennies, high a day right now. Good look. So these are different trades, north and south of $1. We've mentioned that many times. It looks like it might be bull flagging here with a big move up through that previous high day at around 67 pennies. Now we've got 90 pennies. Here are the levels. So my first level, I'm looking at 71 to 70 for that 10 exponential move. But I know that I may not get it. So we could get that sideways consolidation, which is the bull flag, right? That's what we always talk about. So I'm waiting on this one. If it starts putting in higher lows, showing me that it's not likely to retrace into the 10 exponential. I'll punch in for a possible 10 penny move up or wherever I get in into that dollar. I'll be looking to de-risk in front of that dollar, knowing that the dollar likely will be a bit of a resistance level. So that's the look there. So PSTV is up a big boy on the day. It's up 131%. The only thing really that I don't like about this, obviously, is the fact that it's trading south of $1, but that's all right. We can make do with that. So this one is on watch. I'm not punching in here. I need to see a bit more. Now, if it does come into that 70 penny area-ish, I will pick it up there because of the 10 exponential moving average. If it moves sideways and shows me that it's both legging with higher lows, just like it's doing right now, look at this. So area bottom, showing me higher lows, which is kind of what I want to see. Buyers are picking it up at higher and higher levels incrementally. So PSTV, no question, it now has earned its way onto the side chart. Bang, Joseph! We take out that dollar on grrr, down 22%. Thank you, Neil, for getting me those shorts. I do appreciate that, brother. And we still have them. That's a beautiful thing. So you can use them once, twice, and even OB thrice. As many times as you want. That's kind of how it works around here. Once you get shorts, you got them for a day, and then you can recycle them over and over and over again. And it's all in my head. Remember that one? No? What?
Well, I wasn't really listening, man.
Adara got mad about that.
Yeah, I got a lot going on here, man, over here. So you know, I got Ram in my ear asking me to do some things. You're singing, so it's
all right, guys. We're having a good time up in this. You know what? So I'm still long this monster right here. We're looking still at ALXO for a print at 138. Not forthcoming. Still holding this. Sorry, Ram. What?
I'd read.
Yeah.
I'd read. All right, guys, we ready for this? Time to pay some bills. Unlocking nuclear renaissance with foremost clean energy, leveraging one of the biggest mega trends on the planet, nuclear energy, partnered with Denison Mines with properties strategically located in the Athabasca Basin. Known as the Saudi Arabia of uranium, the undervalued company is poised to capitalize on the exploding nuclear market and offers unparalleled growth potential. The future is nuclear. Foremost is your entry on the NASDAQ under FMST and on the CSE under FAT, or go to foremostcleanenergy.com for details, guys.
Did they say nuclear is exploding?
Ooh, they did. It is exploding.
How ominous.
Nuclear.
Exploding.
Nuclear exploding.
That's my opinion. What's going on over there, Katina, man? Same old word I won't use.
Same old, man. Just doing it.
The OG Darwin knows what I'm talking about. What's going on over there, Katina, man? Get in. Let's go, baby. Tap
in, my guy.
We're tapping in. All right, so just real quick, screen, if you can. No, not this screen, my train screen. All right, so there's Intel. We went swimming, we come back, we're now positive on Intel, so in your face Intel. The second thing here is we wrote down 101. I'm the most upset because we didn't stick to our plan. So look at this TQQ, what we wrote down here, just for an example. I'm going to call this up just real quick. Short 70, stop out 70.50. The high of the day, and we stopped out before 70.50, was $70.48. For me to come back now and see this thing $3 down is what it is. But at least we stuck to our guns here with Intel. So short AMD 101, right? You can see that's obviously printed there. That 101 was the exact top. Now it's all the way back in. That's $2. There's your Intel short rate there. And again, I'm upset because we didn't follow our rules early. So it's like, here's us going short. We're nowhere near 21. Once we finally go get 21, we actually go long, which was okay. Then we flipped into the short again, and then boom goes a dynamite down to the downside. Boom. So a little bit upset that we didn't follow our plan exactly there on the TQs, but glad to come back, see these winners on Intel and AMD. But at the end of the day, a little bit upset that we didn't trade the futures properly. It's 300 handles from that spot. So anyways, back over to the real traders.
Don't be upset, Katina, man. Everything is good there. Adara, what's up?
Sure, if you know what's up at least a little bit, is this market. This is a 3-minute candle in the NASDAQ, taking out a lot of recent candles of downside action. What was the story? Well, we did have comments here from Claudia Sheinbaum, President of Mexico, saying that practically all of the trade that they have with the U.S. is under the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. Now, why is that relevant? Because, as we know here, Donald Trump and his administration announced that until April 2nd, 2025, Mexico will be exempt from tariffs for items that fall under that agreement. So now Claudia Sheinbaum is saying that almost everything that they have falls under that agreement. Therefore, almost all of the goods here with Mexico right now are going to be exempt from tariffs until April 2nd, 2025. Now, of course, that's not a hard number, but it does give us the suggestion, as we kind of got earlier, that a good amount of Mexico is now going to be exempt from tariffs until April 2nd, 2025. Still no word with regards to how Canada fits into this. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dara. Always bringing us the news, keeping us apprised. Really appreciate that. Daryl Finch, got my $2 on Tesla. So far, so good. Win on the reload at 263. Let's go. We're going to print. We're going to hit the bang for you, my man. We're going to drop the cash and hope you print up multiple storms. Tesla is taking quite the shellacking today. It has been a tough look for the Cybertruck lately. I don't mean to laugh. I'm still invested in this one. But yeah, you just kind of have to take it as it is. And it's the way it is. You don't like it, don't trade, don't invest. So here's a look. This is what Daryl Finch was talking about earlier. He messaged me earlier and he's like, look, how do you feel about that 262 and change? I said, well, Tesla, and when he messaged me, it was like right around this time. It was around maybe 5 to 12. It was right at 265. And we had already double bottomed there. So I was like, hey, man, there's already a nice support level here. What are you thinking about here? But I said to him, I'm like, look, there's a yesterday low very much near her. And this is what he was looking at. Shout out to Daryl. He did well on this. That's a two-banger, my man. We're going to hit the once and twice. There it is, the Dollar Club winner for Daryl Finch. Good trade. And yeah, good execution. Keep us surprised, Daryl, about the next look there. Good trade on Tesla, Jose.
Hey, yeah, let's go here. We're getting that pop in the TQQ, guys. We're taking some off the top here as we climb higher and higher. Gaurav and I were talking about that NVDA print. This is what we were referring to right here, guys, on the 5-minute time frame. If this name decides that it wants to get moving, then we can start to recover here in the NASDAQ, and that's going to be the game plan. You can see how they're highly correlated here, guys. Trading almost in tandem on a 5-minute time frame here. You can see that there's the turtle shell, nice strong opening drive here, and then the turtle shell curl over, and then now trading south of the volume weighted average price there, guys. So keep that in mind. We need NVDA to start trading significantly higher in order for this market to continue to climb. So if that's a bottoming signal, looking pretty good. We got to take a look at the volume by time profile as always, folks. So keep that in mind. But a nice hammer candle at the lows, now selling back down a little bit here. So not too pretty of a look. We're now at the break even here on my TQQ. We'll hold this a little bit longer, but if the selling pressure is sustained, then we're going to have to get out of this trade here, guys, because we don't want to turn winners into losers. So hopefully we get a little bit of a bounce. If this volume is on the lower side, which it's looking like it kind of is, but it also picking up, so kind of just contradicting what I'm saying. But again, not the best look here. Those sellers still fully engaged here, folks. Again, so got to keep that in mind. It may take some time in order for them to really phase out. Yeah, I got to get out of this here. Okay, so I'm all out of it now, guys. So we got a little bit of a pop. Let it come back against us a little bit more than what we would have liked, but that is okay. We will always find the next trade. Looking for that oversold bounce from an intraday perspective. It's not looking like we're going to get it right now. So just be a little bit more patient. I'm going to wait for that 5-minute candle on NVDA, Gaurav. I really like the print. If that volume was more standoutish, then it would be better. But as of right now, the market continuing to drag lower and lower and lower, with Apple heading towards this support low, NVDA at that support low as well too. So with these big names continuing to drag everything down, you just want to follow the trend. You don't want to fight it. So, excuse me, unless those signals are defined. I got a bad entry on NVDA under top 35, top of the range. Yeah, that's the tough part there, right? So you are at the top of the range there. So you have to give it about $1 or so there, Gaurav, it's looking like, right? Because you want to hold on to that until the break of the low of that candle. Otherwise, the thesis is still valid until otherwise. Maybe we might be able to find another entry here on the TQs as well too, guys. So if we slowly start to curl over, that's going to be a positive sign, and I'm liking the looks of that if we hold this base, and I believe that we might here. But we need Apple to rebound. and as well as NVIDIA. Let's take a look at Meta, because I know Sharif was saying it's selling. Yeah, and with Meta continuing to bleed here, guys, not a good look whatsoever. We'll take a look at Softy as well, too, as the boys like to call it. So putting in somewhat of a base here. Again, so yeah, you need these big names to hold up. That's what's going to continue to drag the market down. So we're gonna be a little bit more patient, hold our horses, and wait for these bottom signals to see if they come into play here, Sharif.
Oh, great call up by Manuel Palma, the OG. He's a chat OG for sure. AEON. Just trying to load it, but my hands are slow because I'm old. Fantastic look over here, man. Great call out by you. It's south of $1 still. AEON is the ticker. Let's have a look at this one. So we're definitely not at the highs right now. We kind of, I don't know, quadruple topped at this 81 penny area. Let me just load this up. Who am I going to take off over
Meta.
here? We're going to take off Astis because it's no longer to my liking. Yeah, let's take off that bad boy there. Yeah, AEON, because it just doesn't update. I don't know why. There we go. All right, so we topping tailed again right there at 79 pennies, and down we go again. I don't want to use VWAP here. I don't know how you feel about this, Manuel, but VWAP kind of looks like the line of best fit rather than an area support or resistance level. So what would be the point of me using it here as support? It does, though, overlap. So I'm thinking out loud here as we speak. It does overlap with that 70 penny area. And that interests me, right? Because we know the 10 penny area in the case of stocks below $1 can be areas of support and resistance, in the way that 60 is obviously an area of support over here. How many times did we come into 60 and we bounce? So the fact that VWAP and 70 pennies are basically overlapping makes me more inclined to want to use VWAP here because it hadn't been respected before. At least that's kind of how I see it. Okay, so AEON has earned its way onto the side chart. I ideally would like this, though, above that 81 penny area. And the reason is I feel, based on how the chart action or the price action took place on the chart over here, that there was an aggressive seller that just wouldn't allow the buyers to pass that 81 penny area, and likely 80 pennies was the area being defended. And look at the amount of volume that took place there. Like, I'll give you an example. This candle here, 2.9 million shares. This candle, 3.5. So this candle, 2.6. 2.6 again. So a lot of volume took place here with really nothing doing at that level. So I like it, but I'd like it a lot more if it was north of that level so we could take out those shorts. Here's what I'm doing. I'm putting my alert above the previous candle high. If we get above there, I'll be made aware of it, and then we'll look to take that trade possibly. Still involved in PSTV here. I'm looking at defending this into 70 pennies because there is an area support level at 70 pennies in addition to that being the volume weighted average price. So let's see if this bad boy wants to jump off this area. Let's go ahead and add into this area right here. I won't allow it to really go much against me, though. Joseph, what do you got on that place over there, bro?
Yeah, I'm just holding on to some things. I'm waiting for the market to kind of put in this base here, Sharif, to see if we can get any form of pop in some of these names. Meta just bleeding, dragging everything down with it. So if we get this indecision candle that's looking like it might print right now, then we might be privileged enough to get somewhat of a bounce in this market. So we're going to look to participate on that front. We're starting to get a lot of buying pressure in some of these candles here. So you can see the tails starting to be printed right here, guys. So that's a positive sign that we might be slowly turning around. So we'll just continue to monitor that. And when the opportunity arises, we'll take advantage of that. But let's see what Adair's up to.
Just want to let you guys know, in case you missed it, we do have comments coming through right now, both from Claudia Scheinbaum, who is the president of Mexico, and also from Scott Bessent, who is the U.S. Treasury Secretary right now. Actually, some pretty interesting comments on tariffs coming from specifically Scott Bessent right now, saying earlier in his speech about 20 minutes ago that, quote, access to cheap goods is not the essence of the American dream. Now, a couple seconds ago, saying that tariffs can be a one-time price adjustment. So really advocating for these tariffs. There's also some comments here about the Fed from Bessent saying, I hope the Fed team is transitory, regroups on tariffs. So apparently he's hoping that the Fed will have these discussions about tariffs. We actually will get comments from Fed Chair Powell tomorrow at 12:30 p.m., so maybe we'll get some tariff talk then. But we do have some comments here saying that the Fed teams should be regrouping on tariffs, according to Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary. And a reminder as well, In just an hour and a half now, Donald Trump will be signing some executive orders, 2 p.m. Eastern. These don't always move the market, but we know he can be asked questions during Q&As, and some of the things said there can be moving, guys. Back to you.
You for that, ADRs. So guys, let's go over some of the top volume standpoint performing stocks on the day. So we'll pull that up here and see what we got cooking up, or run the skin. Okay, so yeah, guys, whoever puts it in the chat first, hey, then you get a congrats from me. Who has the most volume traded on the session? And I'm talking about large caps here as well too. All right, so anything above $20 to about $1,000. If anybody puts that in the chat first, then you're gonna get a big thumbs up from your boy. So let's see what everybody's saying. I'm gonna go into second place here, and that's SOXL. All right, about 85.3 million. NVDA, Verne, the winner, gets the siren. Nice, Verne. Good one. On the ball with that one. The first one is the right one, so nice work there. Having a little bit of fun with 151 million shares traded thus far here. Gaurav getting the pop that he needs here, my guy. So nice look there. SOXL sitting in second place with 85.4 million shares traded. So it's all these leverage derivatives, TQs in the third slot there, guys. So in the show slot with 68.2, and then PLTR with 62.8 million shares traded on the session. So good there, Vernier. Nice big W there. So you get a hero cookie from your boy. So yeah, I'm just gonna be a little bit patient here, Sharif. It's looking like NVDA and some of the Mag 7 want to bounce here. It does seem that there is some selling pressure as well too. So I'm gonna be a little patient to enter this TQs trade. I do want to try to catch around the base in a better price than what I was in at before. So yeah, that's the thesis and that's the game plan.
Sounds good, man. We're involved in a couple of sub $1 names here. I'm talking about PSTV and AEON. What you're seeing on your screen there is AEON. This trades on the Amex network, the Amex now, however it's said. Where were we long here? We're long 75s. Here we go. I'm waiting at 78s for a print, then 80 on this bad boy. Let's see if it wants to hold up. It triggered my alert because it popped into that new high day, but it is a topping tail candle right now for that new high day, and that goes by 82 pennies. I'm going to stop out below 70, okay? So it's going to have to hold this area, otherwise we will get stopped out in this bad boy. The other one I'm looking at, way more share size on this one over here, PSTV. Let's see if it holds at the 10 exponential right now. It's at the 10 exponential. It's kind of doing a bottoming tail or a hammer candle. Let's see, I'm waiting at 76 pennies. It's showing me 75s. Let's see if we can get the print. ADRA is at the big desk.
To the downside, I just saw a headline here. Apparently it had its landing touchdown. I'm seeing LOS. I'm seeing a couple different meanings for that. But beware here, LUNR halted to the downside, dropping here on this news. I need to find out more details, but be aware, LUNR, Intuitive Machines, has moved in the past. We also have on watch here, though, the market in general, specifically, loss of signal. Thank you for letting me know there, Neil. I looked into that, wasn't able to find anything. So apparently loss of signal here for LUNR for their landing, dropped to the downside too. Also just be aware of these tech names, specifically Mag 7 and Big Tech. Scott Bessent here, U.S. Treasury Secretary, saying that the U.S. will be looking at the EU's massive fines on U.S. tech firms. We know some of these Mag 7 names have been hit with that in the past. So keep an eye on LUNR and Big Tech. Back to you.
Yeah, man.
Hey now. Good stuff there, guys. We're back in some TQs. We got the base. 66.40 is going to be our out, just below that range. If we get this somewhat of a bounce in the market, I think we'll be sitting all right here, Sharif. We're just going to wait for it. Trading below the volume weighted average price is the majority of these names here, so the advanced and declining ratio not looking too good as of right now, my guy.
All right, man. Still waiting here on some sort of print on PSTV. None is forthcoming. There we go. Now we get the print. Okay, let's see if we can squeeze up. So it was a 10 exponential hold, and it held well. That doesn't mean we're out of the water by any stretch of the imagination. Next level over here, I'm waiting at 78s. Now let's see where we at. We're almost at 77s. Again, when it's a sub $1 name, you are having to take out that 4 decimal places. So you get so many different levels at which you can post. Notionally, it ends up being the same thing, but I submit to you guys, it's a bit harder there because you're able to reinstitute your short position at different levels. You don't have to post it all at one level. And there's also the issue of the algos that don't trade these stocks sub $1. So it does print me there, but right back into my entry we go. It's going to have to hold 70 pennies. So a bit of what they call a specialist breakdown there, where it kind of pops up, takes out the level, and then we zig and zag down. Let's pack our patience. Let's see if we get printed to the downside over here. Getting stopped out, showing me 71 pennies now. We're at 74s. We took at the print there at 76s, and then down it went again. There is support though earlier at that 67 penny area. That is the local area high that we put into the pre-market. Other than that, we hadn't been above that level until about 12:05, give or take. So we'll see what that one wants to do. ALXO, we got the print there to the high side, but right back down into 135. That one is not continuing. And then AEON, sadly, we did get stopped out of that one, but for much, much smaller shares than what we got here on PSTV. So definitely keeping my eye on this one. This one's the one that I really want to focus on right now because I have way more shares on this one than AEON or ALXO. But yeah, kind of very stagnant right now in small cap gapper world. All are really consolidative or breaking back down. Not surprising though, because the midday is a little bit tougher lately anyway for these small cap gappers. Let's see if they catch a bid, Joe.
Yeah, good stuff there, Sharif. Someone in the chat, multiple people in the chat actually asked me, hey, Joe, is the lesson done? No, we didn't quite finish it, so we will finish it right now. And I'm glad that you guys are engaged and really want to learn some of this stuff, all right? So this is what we went over before here, guys. Hold on, let me get this out of the way. This is what I did last time, and hopefully it works. Okay, bang. All right, so good look here, guys. So 3, how can... Thanks. Yeah, I learned from the best. You know that, right? So there you go. How large call and put walls impact market sentiment. I think this is really important. So a large call wall / bearish neutral bias, it can indicate strong resistance. Traders expect price not to break above this level. All right, so we just went over this example in NVDA, and you can see this is leading into the earnings report, guys, and we just had the inability to crack through there. A participant or participants would need to come in here and absorb all this liquidity, which is quite a bit here, guys, okay? So market makers hedge by shorting the underlying asset, reinforcing resistance. If price breaks above a major call wall, market makers must cover the shorts, leading to potential gamma squeeze, rapid price increase. Example, if SPY has a huge call wall at 500, traders expect price to struggle to go beyond it. If SPY starts breaking above 500, it could go force call sellers into hedge by buying SPY, causing a short squeeze even higher, okay? So be large put walls, bullish / neutral bias indicate strong support. Traders expect price not to fall below this level. Market makers hedge by buying the underlying asset, reinforcing support. If price breaks below a major put wall, forced selling may trigger a downside acceleration. Example, if NVDA has a huge call wall at 140, traders expect the price to hold below this level. If NVDA trades higher than 140, market makers might have to buy stock to hedge, leading to further upward momentum. Now, final takeaways, all right, simplistic stuff. Enough just breaking everything down here. Call walls equals potential resistance due to short call hedging. Put walls, potential support due to short put hedging, and then high levels of open interest at specific strikes act as these key price magnets. Sometimes breakouts of call walls, gamma squeeze possible, breakdown of put walls, accelerated downside risk. OI trends to help confirm sentiment shifts and trade opportunities. And everybody, let's rocket ship. And yeah, that's it. That is the final rocket ship. That is the lesson of the day, guys. If you have any questions, be sure to put them in the chat, and I will do the best I can to answer those. But let's see what A is up to at the desk.
Speaking of rocket ships, Joe, we actually do have a lunar still on watch here. Intuitive Machines, unfortunately, their moon lander, they've reached the surface, but engineers could not find a confirmation signal. So they experienced a loss of signal, though apparently their Athena moon lander did, in fact, really reach the surface. It is worth noting here, decent bounce, but this one did drop and halt to the downside on that news. You've got about a 21% short float, so that is something to be aware of as well. So MSFT is on watch here. Microsoft, certainly down on the day, but we did get a report from Bloomberg that I think is of note, announcing that, or reporting that Microsoft does plan to invest an additional almost $300 million, $297 million in South Africa by the end of 2027 to expand its AI and cloud capacity in the country. So we have reports that Microsoft here is going to do some more international AI investment. Back to you.
Yes, sir. Well, no. I didn't mean to dare. I meant you. All right, guys. AEON back into this one. Where are we long here? We're long 70s. Just wet the beak there at 72s. Here we go with 74s. Let's see if we can get the cross on this bad boy. Good defend of VWAP. So it did double top at 82, but it is defending the volume weighted average price. So I did punch long there on the move down. Let's see if it can work its way back into 74 pennies. It's showing me 73 and a half. Was a little bit higher there at the highs, about 73 and 3/4. Also still involved in this monster here, PSTV, finding support at 70s, but this one does look at it is stair stepping back down. I'd like for it to hold around maximum 66 to 67 pennies. That is the pre-market high. Ideally, it holds up there because, well, that is a previous area of resistance. So I'm looking for it to act as support over here. The volume weighted average price, though, on PSTV takes us all the way down to about 61 pennies. So we'll have to see which way the cookie crumbles on this monster. There does look to be some local selling, though, at 72 pennies, exactly where we're long. Here we go, 72. That got taken out. The bid aggressively to the high side here, 73s now almost. We're waiting at 74, so it's going to have to move up a lot more. Yeah, these ones that are sub $1 kind of take a while to generate a move up, or so it feels sometimes. Anyway, back to AEON. Still printed there at 72s, but that 73.8 or whatever it was onto the high side did not get us filled. So we'll have to continue to pack our patience, keeping my eye on this one. That's it, guys. We're only involved in these ones. PSTV, we're involved in AEON as well as ALXO, but ALXO a much smaller position than the other two. And ALXO has definitely a very interesting area of support and resistance over here. Like, look how many times it kept rejecting 34s, and then we clear it with some distance, come back in, then we're defending 34s. Adara, what's going on?
We have more tariff comments coming through here from Scott Bessent, who is the U.S. Treasury Secretary. And we mentioned earlier, so in case you missed it, Mexico is going to have tariff exemptions here for any goods that are compliant under the USMCA or the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Trade Act. It does sound like, from what we've heard from Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico, and also from Howard Lutnick, U.S. Commerce Secretary, that most, or at least 50% of Mexican goods will now be exempt from tariffs. So good luck for Mexico. However, Canada, as we mentioned earlier, was not mentioned. We've actually had it mentioned now. So Scott Bessent, your U.S. Treasury Secretary, basically saying they're open to negotiation, but saying some disparaging remarks here about Canada's negotiation as of right now. So it does not sound like Canada is going to be necessarily getting these tariff exemptions unless this negotiation progresses better. So keep an eye here on the NASDAQ, trying to push back here to lows as we get some more comments suggesting that Canadian tariff exemptions are not yet on the way, guys. Back to you.
Interesting stuff. So
your best friend, man.
The story continues to unfold. Joseph, which way does this go?
Do you think
the hard negotiating tactics are putting off some of the Trump administration?
Of course. Wouldn't it put you off?
Yeah,
a little bit. You know what I mean? A little bit, right? So just to get the human aspect in it, it's like right now it's just kind of an eye for an eye type thing.
A little bit.
You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So it's just like, okay, you get a tariff. All right, well, you're going to tariff us. We're going to tariff you. And matter of fact, we paid for all this liquor, and we're not even going to sell it. That's it. We've already paid for it. We're not even going to sell it.
It's not
see you later.
Oh, and
you know what's funny though, Shreve?
Sir.
I started to see now there's like more LCBO ads on Snapchat, and it's like it's like buy Canadian products, etc. Right? So
they're marketing all the Canadian products.
Now they're marketing everything, and it's called.
I don't have a problem.
It's called the A-list. The A-list.
Oh yeah.
The A-list.
The A-list.
The A-list, right? Because we like to say A over here north of the border.
I'd be proud to buy Canadian, dude. Don't get me wrong, but I just don't think the strategy is to antagonize a guy who is entirely unpredictable.
Right? Don't poke the bear.
Right? Yeah, there's a lot better way to put it than my way, and that's just my thinking here because you don't know what the hell he's going to do. I just find him to be highly unpredictable, and I don't know. I felt like maybe. And I don't want to use the word appeasing him. That's not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to be a little bit more quiet about the response.
Yeah.
But I feel like they didn't have that choice because they had to basically cater to their population. They have to show Canadians, bro, we're not going to just stand by while someone dunks on us. We're going to respond. So I feel like, they had to be loud about it.
I agree. Yeah, for sure. Be like, hey, we're ready for this. We're ready for whatever he implements on us. We're not just going to sit here and take the beating, right? So yeah, that's a very valid point here, guys. All right, I'm going to hop out of this TQ trade here, guys. Not looking good. You can see from my trend line that we just can't crack it. So that's just going to tell me some more downside. So we're at a dodge on this one. So adios, muchachos, on TQQs, and maybe we'll look for a little bit more of a bounce. But again, this market is just so weak, and it's hard to find these pops. So me being a long bias trader, I can flip it, but I'm looking for those bounces, and we're just not getting it right now, Sharif. So that downwards momentum in full play here. Yeah, I see you in there. Yeah, I see him.
He's showing up.
I see him.
He gets an alert now when he shows up.
Yeah, so
we're gonna do another one.
You got another one there. That's it. Hey. You know what?
And like, I have nothing in common with you trading wise. You trade the SPY. I don't trade the SPY. You want the world to burn. I want the world to go up and to the right. But I just like him. I like him. Big Spile Burdette has graced us with his presence. What are you shorting today, Big Spile? Is it the SPY? Is it the ES, right? Or are you looking at the NQ today? Tag me, my friend, and let me know what you're looking at. We want to call out your levels. Big Spile Burdette. All right, guys, we're involved in AEON. Quite happy with how this one has gone so far. We took some shares over here, scalped out at 72, scalped out at 74. The one at 76 still going, sadly, unfilled at the moment. So we're going to wait for that, and we'll see if we get a big boy break to the high side on AEON. Good look there. Bang, bang, bang. There he is. There's my guy. Shout out to Big Spile Burdette. But now his name in the chat is Big Smile. Naveen, my band. I'm sorry I did not look at Moderna for you. Let's have a look right now. mRNA, I heard that this one was moving today. I didn't really have a look at it. Oh, it was yesterday that it was moving. Okay, that's the 5-minute chart. Good recovery lately for Moderna, especially since the 4th. So a couple of days ago, up and to the right. And since that time, we're up 20% in a matter of 3 days here on mRNA. Not a bad look. I mean, we were dancing with that $30 area. Now we're up to 35. So mRNA is a good look right now. Now you want the technical look. So we're technically negative on the day still because the closing print yesterday was about 35.25, give or take. We come up to that area, we reject. There is an area support though that you may want to buy off over here. 34 1/3. Look at this area over here. Reject multiple times. This was during this was after the bell. So this is actually legitimate trading hours over here at 34.30. So we'll see if that area comes back into play. But what I see right now is this 34.40 has been acting as support. You can kind of see the support over here. We move up into the high of day. We come back in. We're testing 34.50, 34.40. So this looks like to be the low end of the range, which makes sense because that was the high end of the range over here. So wait to see whether or not it actually defends that level. You could put an order right here, maybe give it a couple of shekels below 30. It's really up to you. It's really going to depend on how you execute on this. But mRNA, a good look recently. Intraday though, or sorry, on the day I should say, it's technically negative, but not by that much. 75 pennies off the day high. So that's a look right there. Still involved, guys, in AEON going unprinted, still dancing at 72s. On this name, this is up almost 51%. The other trade that we have shares on right now is PSTV. For the most part, we are defending 70 pennies. As you can see here, we wicked below it a couple of times. Now we're at 71 pennies. I'm long 72. None of my beak wetters have gone printed, at least not with this current share size. At 74s is where I'm waiting. We're still putting in lower lows and lower highs. Technically, you know, it looks like we're definitely consolidating, but there are these outlying candles over here that take us down. I don't mind defending all the way down into the volume weighted average price at 62 pennies. I can DCA into this because it's cheap. and I can just continue to add on this and get myself out of trouble. Not something I want to do, but I definitely want to trade it until it gives up VWAP. VWAP on my chart still showing 60 pennies, so ideally defend 70 and I don't have to sweat, but that is the look right now on PSTV. We'll keep an eye on that one and others. The other one I'm involved in, ALXO. The volume's really dropped off here and it's really hugging VWAP. So I've already put my stop below 30 pennies. It's going to have to hold 35. We added on this one initially. We had basically finished our entire position and then we had a DCA that I didn't clean up. So that's on me at that 34 penny area. Yeah, about 34 pennies, 35 pennies. That filled and now we're looking to move to the high side, but I'm going to give this to about 30 and see what comes of that. Just looking at my scanner up top to make sure there's no new small cap gappers that have weaseled their way onto the scene that I don't know about. Nothing really to my liking. And I'll submit to you guys, man, it hasn't been the best couple of weeks for small cap gappers. I feel they're a lot stronger when the market at large is strong, even though they're not really market related. I know that they kind of march to the beat of their own drum, but in general, I feel that they are a bit stronger when the market is going up. So the market hasn't been going up for a while. We already know that. So yeah, the small cap cappers have been a little bit not so good. All right, yeah, a little frothy. So let's take some more shareage off here on AEON. We'll wet the beak. They're doing well on this one, but definitely looking at doing a little bit better here, Joseph. What do you got, my man?
Yeah, back into some TQQs here, guys. Looking for the test of this trend line. We have definitive risk here. If we're out, if we break this, I'm just going to get out, and I'm not going to try the longs on this anymore, all right? So we put in this consolidation phase, couldn't construct any higher. We're just constructing higher lows here. Our lower highs, sorry guys, just all the way down. So I'm kind of fighting the trend, which I don't necessarily want to do, but we have a tight risk profile. If it breaks it to the downside, then we're going to get out of it. But again, we can try to run it up to about 66.80. I got to stop leaning forward like that. But yeah, here we go, because it's not good for the old back ski. But yeah, just the bleeding continuing. We're not getting any bounce in these names. Someone in the chat asked me to take a look at Nerve for them. Yeah, not liquid at all, right? And I said that to them in the chat. Like this thing has zero liquidity, even if you break it down. So there's not much for me to really go over in this name. So yeah, that is it. Look to trade something that has a little more liquidity, and we will talk about it. But yeah, here we go, running into the lows of days once again here, guys. So the market trend, just the primary trend, fully intact. Fighting it is not going to work, right? So just don't do that. Just wait for those opportunities to rise to the long side. If they do show themselves, we know that the overall sentiment is weak in the market. So it is what it is, guys. If we want to take a look at everything from a daily standpoint, which I think we should, to see what the market is up to. And again, so we've already given up the whole pop that we put in yesterday. It's gone, right? We now gave that back. Let's see how much from a percentage metric we are down from P. So about 9%, 9.5%. We're now tapping into that 10% pullback here in the Qs and in the SPY as well too, guys. So breaking through this support level. I mentioned this here that around 478, that's going to be a next level that we can possibly run into as well, guys. So keep that in mind. I don't think that the selling is done. It takes a while for the selling to phase out, and we're not getting any turnaround signals whatsoever in the market. So yeah, don't fight the trend kind of like I am right now. Just stick to the trend, try to sell those, fade those tops, and if you did that, then you'd be sitting on a pretty penny because they have 10% pullback, big smiles, loving that. But here we go. These are the trades on the day, guys. All right, so trade number 1 here. Trade number 2 up here, and then we got a little pop here. So we were 3 for 3 at that point, and then we go 3 for 4. And let's see if this one works out. This is now our 5th trade here. Joseph, these Qs, Scott Tomlin, I know, my God, it's like a boxing match. I know, it's just up, down, but one party seems to be winning here, Scotty, and it's the Bears here. So are we going to pop and break this trend line? If we are, then I think we'll be sitting okay, Sharif. Other than that, I'm going to hold on to this TQs trade and see if we can get the pop that we're looking for.
All right, I'm probably going to have to go restart that TV. I think it's frozen. Just need to keep an eye out on that. No, it's, yeah, let's say that. Banger plays. Could you look at LAC for a swing trade play setup? Looks good. Let's have a look at the daily here on LAC and see what the situation is. So this is Lithium America, right? I'm pretty sure. LAC. Lithium Americas, yes. Okay. So I like the space, obviously, with, green energy being a thing. But the chart, obviously, is not that good. It looks like they IPO'd. What was this, a SPAC? Kind of hard to tell. Let's go back and look. Show yourself. The open, it definitely looks like a SPAC because it opened up at 10. I could be wrong, but it doesn't really matter at this point anyway, because that's kind of behind us. The point is, it's down and to the right, and it keeps making lower highs. So it's a bit of trouble here on LAC. Now, I don't know what you're liking about this lately, because the trend lately has been quite down. Lower lows and lower highs. If you're looking from the area crest over here, back on October 29th, which is the local high, into that 525, 520. Now we're all the way down into 3. So what are you seeing in terms of area support that you like? Well, there could be this area 275, 3 that you're looking at bouncing off. It's not for me. I got to tell you the absolute truth. Not for me at all. Let's look at the 4-hour. Okay, 3. Yeah, there's just not a whole lot to like, banger plays. I got to tell you the truth, man. Unless you're trying to pick it up off a key area of support, I don't know what you're looking at, dude. So let me know. Tag me again in the chat. I saw your initial tag. I'm not sure what you're liking. Yeah, from a technical sense, it's down and to the right. You got the death cross as well, but it's shown as well its propensity to kind of fake you in with the crosses, with the 50 crossing the 200 for the golden, and then you get the death cross not that far after. So looks like this was an outsized volume area. You have a lot of volume bars over here. The ATR really shot up during that time. So I'm not sure exactly what was happening between March 2024 and April. So what the hell day was this? March 14th and April 18th, 2024, last year, a month of kind of elevated levels, and all hell broke loose to the downside. Let me know, but it's not my my kind of play, nor do I like it at these levels. I like the whole industry of lithium and mining, obviously that's a good look there. If you're able to get the political will and the regulatory kind of push to do it, otherwise it's just the technicals don't jive. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, same thing here, Sharif. We're getting that trade into the trend line, so that's when I want to start piecing some out, all right? Even though this looks like somewhat of a breath, and if we can punch back through, but we're positioned half decent on it, and this is the whole game plan, right? Like, we got out of this trade, let the market sell off, phase off, put in a nice consolidation phase, and then like, hey, okay, let's see if we can bounce here. And that's when we get in. Now we've breached the top end of that trend line, so we're on the backside of it now, and now we're getting that continued pop. This is why you leave yourself enough risk for the ability to get back into trades. Being accurate in trading is so difficult, guys. So that's why it's like, okay, when trades are working, you want to let them work and you want to add into them, but you also want to give yourself enough ammunition to take multiple trades, okay? So keep that into consideration as well, too, all right? So it's like, okay, I like the setup on the day. Let me get in about 30% on the first trade here, whatever your risk measures may be, and then you can add into that full risk unit. But if things aren't working and it comes to your stop out, okay, yeah, you've lost like less than a full R, right? That's the game plan, and then it gives you the ability. It's like, okay, I'm allowed. My risk profile for the day is -3R. On my first trade, I lost half an R. You still have 2.5 Rs left, and if you want to break that up, that can be 5 trades, right? So break that up. Allow yourself to give yourself multiple entries for trades, because it's really, really difficult to be completely accurate, especially in the latter half of the session, guys. So keep that in mind. Gorev's back in NVDA for a potential bounce here as well, too. The Qs are bouncing. We broke that trend line that I was looking at. Let's see if we can continue. Maybe we tap into 68 here on the TQs. Sure.
All right, man. I'm just hoping for a print here, man. On PSTV. Come on, bro. Give me 72s. Yeah, I'm not asking for a whole lot, dude. It's just, it keeps rejecting area highs, and I just keep DCing. So this is on me, guys. But shout out to... Who was asking me to look at Alcoa there a second ago? I just saw the message. Just look over here. Yes, SBP Trader. Sharif, can you look at AA Alcoa? Looks good. All right, let's have a look. AA. All right, what do we got on this bad boy? Alcoa. Okay, so number one, what do they do? So I have a bit of a better understanding. Vertically integrated aluminum company. Uh-oh, aluminum. Very tariff adjacent, which is engaged in, I don't know how to say that, bauxite mining, alumina refining, aluminum production, smelting and casting, and energy generation. So they deal with aluminum.
Oh.
Fantastic. What's going on?
Sharif, it's 1 o'clock.
Okay, I'll pause for a second. We'll look at AA in a hot second, and we're going to do the SPY. We're going to do the Playmaker poll.
You know who won it, though?
Shorts.
The shorts, baby.
Okay, well, I
The
mean,
shorts.
2 straight weeks.
Did I give
of
it away?
shorting, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's about
right?
time then. See, there we go. Eventually, the shorts were going to come into play, guys.
Yeah.
All right, so I got
Ready?
to. Nope.
Okay,
Nope.
let me know when you're ready.
All right. I am not ready. Now I'm ready. Let's
All right.
go, guys. Let's go.
572.75.
572.75.
Yes, so we're taking profits at 570.75.
Ooh, we got that one right. I thought,
Hey,
I was
yeah,
waiting
you
for it.
found-
I was
you're gonna do that
waiting
to me
for
again.
it. I was waiting for it.
All right,
75.
and then we're stopping out, Joseph,
At
573.75. my man.
75. Beautiful
Sir.
stuff there, guys. We are going short. Kyle, where are you, Big Smile himself? Hey, dude, look at this, Kyle. If you're paying attention right now, look at these shorts. We went short here. I put that up there for you. I put it in caps for you, but we lost $100. All right, so yeah, it's all right.
Okay.
But hey, the following short, we made, did we lose it again or did I document that wrong? I think I did. We hit it 2-1 somewhere there, folks. So I gotta go back and check what's going on here. 200 and I only put 100. Oh, that's share size. Okay, yeah, so we did hit the 2-1 here on one of these shorts there, guys. So big W on the short side there. We're in at 1 o'clock. Sharif, what are you cooking up?
All right, we're looking at AA for our man there. Here, SBP trader. So Alcoa, look, it's a kind of a V-shaped retracement. It popped off yesterday's closing print at 32.40, goes to 33.84, so $1.40, and now we're below VWAP. We're dropping down almost break even on the day. We're printing 32.74, give or take. Let me just update that. 32.70, well off the highs. Let's see though what the situation is on the daily. So very consolidative, and it doesn't look like it reacted too much. I don't know what countries they have exposure to because I don't know anything about the company, but it doesn't look like it reacted too much here, at least to the tariff talk. You're not seeing outsized days. You're seeing regular, range trading. Okay, so to the high side, there's an obvious area of resistance here in the mid to high 40s. You can kind of see the double top there, initially at 46 back in early June, and then we topped out there again with 47s and 46 acting as resistance, both in October, November, and late November again. Looks like we're kind of in the mid-range over here. Now, if I had to choose something good to say about it, there is this upper trend line, this support trend line over here, where we're kind of putting in these higher lows. So we just bounced off that line, 31. So this could be an interesting area to get in on Alcoa for a nice move up, possibly up into 44, 46 if you're awfully lucky. I like the higher lows. I don't like the consolidative range that I'm seeing on the daily, but I certainly like these higher lows here on Alcoa. I hope you print up a storm. Adara, give us more information, please.
Yes, of course, Sharif. So I actually, when you mentioned Alcoa, I remember reading comments from the CEO last week. So I looked into this, and that actually was correct. He was commenting about tariffs. His name is William Opplinger. And basically, he said Tuesday, February 25th, that he believes President Donald Trump's at that time proposed tariffs on aluminum and steel would actually result in fewer U.S. jobs in the sector. He actually mentioned at the time how many jobs he believed would be cut, but it was pretty significant. So he said, based on a 25% tariff, it'll destroy about 20,000 direct U.S. aluminum industry jobs and could also result in 80,000 jobs indirectly related to the industry being cut. So definitely William Opplinger was not a fan of the tariffs. In terms of where they produce, Sharif, because I know you mentioned that as well, apparently they primarily produce here specifically for aluminum in Canada and the U.S. And interestingly enough, in case you missed it, the main reason for tariffs is because Donald Trump wants to emphasize production in the U.S. Caroline Leavitt, his press secretary, said basically the same thing yesterday. Well, William Opplinger, CEO of Alcoa, actually said that he's not even sure if the company wants to invest in increasing U.S. production at all because of the tariffs. So certainly these tariffs having the opposite effect here for Alcoa. That is in terms of how they're impacted by tariffs. It could result in the direct loss of 25,000 jobs, according to William Alcoa, if the 25% tariff is all we get there, guys. Back to you.
Yeah. Great information, Adara. Thank you so much for that. Adding color, adding context. Kill it, Adara. Seeing Carolyn Levitt, she's on right now with Steve Witkoff, who is the Middle Eastern envoy. Nothing really to report on there. We're keeping an eye on any time Donald Trump is going to talk. We're trying to keep an eye on it because you know what's happening, Joseph. I mean, like he'll be in a completely innocuous meeting or a presser with something that has nothing to do with the market. He'll get asked a question by a reporter which is market related. He'll tank the markets and it won't be covered on the news channels or the business news channels, that is, because, well, it wasn't business related. So it's always like an after the fact situation. So from now on, we're keeping eyes on Donald. We want to know when Donald is talking. He's been tanking the markets, Katina, man. And, you know, that's a bit of an issue.
Hit the Donald dance. Hit the Donald
Where
dance.
are you, Donald? Show yourself.
Show yourself, man.
There you go. Get it, Donald. That's Donald 1.0, though. You can tell because he's got more hair there. We need Donald 2.0, where he's lost a little.
I love it when they're doing the roast of them, and they're like, "What? Do you remember when they're like, what do a wet raccoon and Donald Trump's hair have in common?" You remember when they said that? And he's like, a wet raccoon doesn't have $1 billion freaking dollars.
Yeah. The roast was sick.
Yeah.
You got to give him credit for getting roasted. But Bieber did like a good roast too. I roast as well. So shout out to the Biebs.
Good stuff there. We got a $5 super chat here, Sharif.
Okay.
I'm looking for the bang here. Switch the little things up here. Bang. We'll hit the siren for you there. $5. Can you look at JD? For sure. So we were talking about the ADRs quite often this morning. I was trading them. I'll pull up my trades as well too. We'll take a look at it from a broader perspective. We're going to zoom out here. So you can see that we're just steadily holding this trend line on the way up. And I was listening to some CNBC yesterday and some analysts, and it's like, okay, they're saying don't jump the gun just yet, saying that China is an investable space, obviously, right? So, again, it's your call, but you have to also take the numbers into consideration because, Sharif, we know that they don't lie, right? Numbers do not lie. And year to date, China is performing significantly better than the NASDAQ and the S&P. All right, so you got to take that into consideration here, right? So like since the beginning of the year, let's find out what we got from a percentage metric. If we're going to go to the top, 35%, right? Like it's the inverse. And if we go to the likes of Baba, right? Let's see what we got from the beginning of the year. Like I almost don't believe what I'm seeing here, and for some reason it's like misleading. 72% at those highs, right? From the start of the year. So year to date, performing significantly better as some of these names. So it's up to you. I like JD for the foreseeable future, and I'm really starting to like some of these China names as well too, Sri.
Yeah, man. And look, it was tough trading these Chinese names during the last 4 years, okay? There was obviously a very hawkish tone taken towards China, whether it was from the chips export ban or the politics or whatever it was tough. So being bullish China kind of hasn't been in vogue for a hot minute. And you know, the comments that they dropped yesterday vis-a-vis the Chinese embassy in the United States, which is basically they're willing to fight the states in whatever war, a tariff war, a political war, an actual war, that doesn't help either. But I kind of felt that was just sort of setting the stage for the negotiations that we know are going to take place between President Xi and Donald Trump in the not too distant future. Whereas we didn't hear pronouncements like that, funny enough, during the previous administration when there was more, I would say, anti-China sentiment. So funny things are happening. You know, I like China now for the possible trade. I feel the Chinese EVs are vastly superior to most American EVs, Tesla excluded, obviously. And whether or not the North American market becomes a protectionist market and keeps them out there, I think that they'll be quite, smart about it, and they'll be able to diversify into other markets, and I see potential upsides for them. Now, which ones you guys get involved with is going to be really up to you. Guys, we're involved now in PSTV. We're long 68s now. We wet the beak up into 74s, but this is having all sorts of trouble. It feels like the shorts are absolutely in control of this. Even on the bounces up, it can barely catch a bid. It takes way long to get any sort of movement up and almost no time to drop back down. It's like it has nothing to do with the market. completely trading independently, but the bullishness isn't there. The algos are not trading this in the way that you would expect, especially off key areas of support. So I'm trying to pack my patience here and extract profits as I can. But, you know, it feels like a really heavy trade to the upside. We'll see exactly what happens with this one. ALXO doing real well. We took out more there at 141. Next area, we're waiting at 145. This one, AEON. We're doing okay on this one. Not much to report. You know, we're a couple of pennies in the money on this. Definitely having trouble taking out 76 pennies. What I do like about this, though, is the continuous higher highs, higher lows. You can kind of see that through the trend line there. Let's see if it wants to pop back up and take out 76 pennies. But these sub $1 names, it's like pulling teeth, man. You know, it's so boring, so slow, so much volume churning, but nothing in terms of actual price action manifest, whether to the high side or the downside. So quite just annoyed with these ones. So I'll pack my patience. If I get something to the high side, fantastic. If not, we'll get stopped out, Joe.
Hey, yeah, good luck there. We got another $5 super chat here, Sharif. Thai TV or Thank You TV. Mostly trade options, but love you guys. You've taught me how to read charts over the past year. No, we love you, Thai TV, and thank you for that super chat. Guys, I got stopped out break even on my TQQ trade, and it continues to rip. I had that trend line drawn from before, guys, and it held almost to a T. Now trading back higher, I didn't want to hop right back in. Didn't want to be too impulsive here, but it looks like we might get this slow curl over. I wouldn't call it necessarily a rounded bottom here, guys, but in the SPY and in the Qs, it looks like we might turn the corner. We still have to be slightly patient. Let me grab out one of my trusty tools here.
Grab that tool.
Grab that tool. Grab that tool. All right, so yeah, you can see that we're, okay, all right, maybe not. Show yourself. All right, so yeah, guys, you can see that we're slowly starting to curl back over here, but we have that base as well, that resistance zone there too, guys. So we need to take that into consideration. So I still like this rounded potential bottom here, holding these lows. We almost put in, like, what is that, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 minutes straight and continuing to the downside. But this 30-minute stretch where we didn't even pull back, now the TQs decide that they want to rip a little bit higher. There is a key resistance zone. We'll get down to the lower time frames here to see what we got cooking up. On the 1 minute. And this is going to be a key resistance zone, I believe, here, guys. So we need to monitor this. If we reject that or sit on top of it, maybe we get somewhat of a pullback here, Sharif.
All right, just throwing out my stop for PSTV. I'm going to throw it. Let's go 65.5, and we're going to take out everything there into 64.5. So that's the share size. So we'll throw that on there because I'm kind of running out of patience with this one, and it's also showing a bit more in terms of volume on the sell side. You can kind of see that with the book being a little bit heavy on the ask side. When you're seeing size posted, that is, when it's not an iceberg order, it's definitely heavier on the right side of the book than it is on the left side, and that usually just means that more downside is coming. We're long 68s. It's showing me 69.70s right now, so trying to plan ahead for that. Now I'm watching this bad boy as well. No, that's not that bad boy. There we go. AEON taking profits to the high side over here. Took out some at 74, now waiting at 76. I'd rather not take out too much on both of these because they're all putting higher lows. I'm talking about PSTV. I'm talking about AEON. Despite the fact that they are off highs, they're holding the higher low situation. So if we do get that pop up and we get into that 80 penny area, high 80 pennies, I don't want to be holding a few shares and then feel awfully stupid having de-risk all the way down here for a lesser profit. So trying to keep my eye out on that 75 penny area on AEON. That seems to be the area of note. Here we go, 75 pennies right now. We're showing 74.5. We'll see if we can cross a little bit there, 74.75. I'm waiting at 76, but true to form, it's a hard row to hoe with so many different levels off which you can post sell orders, and that's kind of what's keeping these bad boys down. We'll see if we can take out some of these sellers and move into the high side. So AEON, yeah, right about that 75 pennies area again, but does reject. Not much else for me, guys. in terms of trades that I'm seeing right now, I was having a look at the scanner up top to see if there was anything of note coming anew. This is the only one that I kind of want to give another try to. So I'm negative on Viking Therapeutics, VKTX. We got stopped out of that one. So we are negative on that. It was actually my biggest loser on the day, this bad boy right here. But here's the deal. Now it's weaseled into VWAP, and it's put a 4-candle or 3-candle, we're currently in the 4th, bottoming tails where, they kind of move down into a level, then you get bought right back up. So we're holding this 29.50, exactly where VWAP is. So I'm thinking possibly an entry here on Viking Therapeutics, and then taking that area low below 29.40, basing it on this candle here that manifested at 110. So that's what I'm thinking. I don't know if I want to jump into that quick as you like. Oh, goodness. PSTV, no. Where are you? Goodness gracious, this one's killing me, bro. It's killing me. All right, what do you got?
Yeah, we're running into the top of the zone. I don't want to buy into resistance here, guys. So we're just going to wait a little bit here. It's unfortunate because I did want to add to this position, but then we had this liquidity grab, right? So you can see that we had this solid base support level around that 66 level. And then we have this liquidity grab right into the trend line that we had drawn prior and hold that trend line and then trade higher. So if there's a re-entry, you kind of get that tweezer type candle price action right here, the hold of the trend line, and then you go and test the top of the resistance zone. So I don't want to buy the resistance zone, especially in this market environment. I don't want to be buying into it, especially this late into the session as well too. So we're sitting around 120 on the day. I don't want to just be like, hey, okay, I'm going to punch in at this resistance zone, especially when all these pops have been faded. So what we need in order for us to start to participate in this trade and continue for this pullback to see if it comes into fruition is we need that volume to step in, or I need to position myself extremely well where I can survive through a pullback. And buying at the top of the range isn't going to help me survive through a pullback, okay? So I would have to put a stop in. Now that I think about it, it's not so horrible, but if I can get anywhere close in the middle of this range, then I can still use this prior support level here as my out and then have like better positioning and then also have an increased risk to reward ratio if we are going to target the volume weighted average price, all right? A lot of people, Jimmy Donnelly, I'm going to look at VZ for you because you have been asking multiple times. Let's see what we got going on in Verizon. Oh, the market. All right. Let's see what we got cooking up on Verizon from a daily standpoint. I remember I was trying to play my buddy Greg V and I were trading this thing, trying to do a swing trade on it, way back in 23 or something along those lines, or 24 maybe. Yeah, mid 24, early 24. Just didn't work out. I'm like, it is what it is. But here we go, starting to trade higher. These are the key zones, right? You want to look at the next key levels that it has to pass through and what will require it in order for to do so. I must have some levels marked out here. Oh, there's a prior gap fill to play as well. I don't know. I don't think I tried to trade this one, but you can see that this gap was filled back in November of 24. And then now we're going to run into the top of that zone, right? So this is where that gap would be started. And then you gap down, and now you can see that it's rejected it multiple times. So what you need is you need to sit on top of this zone, and then that's where you can look to climb a little bit higher. From a daily standpoint, it looks pretty strong, but from an intraday standpoint, it's extremely strong as well too there, guys. So good look there on VZ. You need to sit on top of that range in order to continue higher, in my opinion. So just wait for that to come into play, all right? So PLTR working on that flat bottom break. Let's take a look at PLTR. Oh yeah, it's not looking too pretty here on the day. I know last week or the week before that, it was trading as low as 75. And it's unfortunate that we weren't in this name when I wanted to get into it way at 17, but it is okay. Let's see how much we're down. Wow, 125 all the way to a low of 75 here, Sharif. 36% retracement there. That is correction-esque territory, but it is holding this top here. So this, you can see it acted as resistance. Now it's somewhat acting as support. You do get those whipsaw moves through those key levels, But at some point, I do believe that Palantir is going to be a buy and it's going to hold the hundreds. I think you just need to be a little bit patient on this one.
All right, guys. I got stopped at a PSTV, put myself out of misery there. We're going to go negative on this one, but it could have been a lot worse. So done this trade. I'm doing well on this one over here, which is AEON. This is the one we got size on both. Not as much, obviously, on AEON, but definitely looking for this one to take out 76. It's got a seller at 75. I was able to extract some profits there quick as you like at 75. Now I'm waiting at 76. We'll see if this one wants to break through that $0.75 level. I should tell you, here we go, 75 again. When it came up into 75, there was definitely nothing posted on the gateway. It was just really all hidden orders. Here we go. So you can see we're rejecting 75, but there's really nothing showing, oh, big seller at that level. So we're going to have to continue to wait to see whether or not we can take out that hidden seller there. Now, PSTV, I should tell you the volume weighted average price on PSTV is about 61.5 pennies, give or take. Essentially 62, 61 pennies in and around that area. That's VWAP. I don't want to take it there, okay? Because, you know, I've DCA'd into it. I traded it in a way where it definitely is not ideal. So I don't want to be, you know, trying to catch falling knives, especially if this one has been putting in lower lows and lower highs, essentially since 12:10. So for an hour and 10 minutes, it has been doing the same thing. So I definitely don't want to keep fighting with this one. We'll keep an eye on ALXO, where we still have some shares there. But I was just quickly looking actually at the MAG. And the MAG are all doing these rounded bottoms. They're all kind of curling back up. I see Apple kind of trying to rounded bottom as well. Likewise here with Meta. You're already seeing it on Microsoft that's already rounded bottom into VWAP. Likewise with Google. You can kind of see relative weakness on NVIDIA and Tesla and Amazon because they're not able to round as much. So you can kind of gauge which ones are stronger based on how complete the rounded bottom is. MSFT, complete, gets into VWAP. Goggles, more than complete. It cleared VWAP. Apple on the way, you know, you definitely can keep an eye on those bad boys there. So that's what I'm trying to look to do right now. I'm trying to weasel my way into a MAG. I'm not really pleased with how the small cap gappers have been trading as of late, so I'm not going to try and extract profits from that. No good for me. So let's load up AAPL and see what the situation is on this bad boy. So VWAP on Apple is 68. Let's give this one the old college try. Let's keep an eye out on the future. Okay, so I just want to mention one quick thing. That we're at 20,200 right now, about 5 points below it. So we know what the whole dollar level, or sorry, the 100-point levels on the future end up being. They are areas of support and resistance typically. So let's see if we can catch something on a dip down here on the dead one Apple and look to extract some profits to the high side if it will allow me. So I'm looking for a rounded bottom here on Apple. That's going to be my thinking for this into a volume weighted average price retracement, which is currently 60s. All right, we got a couple of good prints there. Already 20 pennies in the money. Dang, that was quick. Where was that with PST crap on that stock? So we're waiting now at 45s. It's showing me 41s. Let's see if we can extract some more here on the way to what I perceive to be a nice VWAP curl if the market does allow. So that's what I'm looking at right now, guys. Involved in Apple at 18s. Let's see if it curls back up, Joe.
Yeah, Jimmy Donnelly, man. What a call. Yeah, Jimmy, what a call out there on Verizon. It's the best looking chart on the day, in my opinion. So,
it's a statement.
I think so. Yeah, you know mean? That's a big statement. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a bad looking chart. That's a good looking intraday chart. Like, so you get pullback one and then pullback two. Like, we're just respecting VWAP throughout this whole trend here, Sharif, and that's beautiful. So, yeah, good look there, Jimmy Donnelly on VZ there. So, yeah, wanted to get it, Jimmy. So, yeah, I mean that's a good look, guys. I'm tempted to get into the TQs here, but the thing is, though, I just mentioned that you got to look at this from a risk to reward standpoint. If this liquidity grab didn't happen, I'm pointing at the wrong chart. If this liquidity grab didn't happen, then we're still in this trade and we're very much alive. But instead, we got stopped out break even, and that's okay. Because we got the pop that we were looking for. We were in here, but if I had the ability to catch anything slightly better, then I would still be in this trade, and then that's where you can get that potential add as well, too, guys. So take that into into consideration. So We'll hold off here. If you were to buy into this resistance zone, you're just sitting in a choppy mess here. So that's it. But I think these guys got some news on here. So.
Akon, guys. Convict Music. The problem with this one is it had a midday headline that I did not know about. Let's load up the chart first and foremost, show you exactly what people are yelling about this in the chat. It's halted to the downside, or was. It is halted at $1.60. Akon is down 77.14%. Here it is. Here's what I'm seeing. A Clarion has announced now. Let me just tell you what time that came in. Came in at 10:15. The halt down was 9:30. So let me just make sure that no, this did come in at 9:30. Okay. So let's just make sure these are the same. Radnot? Yeah, it is. Okay. So the 9:30. This came in at 9:30, and it halted down at the time. Here it is. Oh God, Apple.
What's it doing?
A Clarion has announced its plans to expand Naucasian access across markets in New York and New Jersey. The expansion plans build on previously established Naucasian, I don't know, bro. Sites with RadNet affiliates in both states and are driven by increased availability of MR spectroscopy and enhanced remote operations capability with RadNet to meet growing market demand, blah, blah, blah. The additional sites, this, that, and the other. Okay, I don't know why this is so bad. It doesn't matter what I think, though. The market doesn't like it. It tanked. It's all the way down from 7 and change where we closed out yesterday down to $1.60 now. Tough look right now. Very bad look, actually, on this name. And just true to form, you'd get distracted for a second. Now definitely down on Apple. What are you doing over there, Joe?
Yeah, same thing here. I'm just waiting for this precise entry. Apple coming back into the range as well too here, guys. So that's what I'm referring to, right? Like, it's hard to buy into resistance. It's hard to buy into resistance when the market continues to fade every pop, all right? Yeah. Anyways, so I'll try not to laugh, but it is, I can't hold it back sometimes, you know what I mean? We're going to see what Adair is up to.
Just going to take a look here. We have a new graphic here from TTV Research. Been really busy with news, but had the time here, was able to find the time today to make this new infographic, which I'm really excited to debut here. This is a look at each of the Mag 7's declines from their all-time high, including when that all-time high was made, what day, and what the all-time high was. So Tesla, by far the largest drop here, down about 42% from its all-time high of almost $500 made on December 18th. Microsoft was the least recent to make their all-time high. They made theirs on July 5th, 2025. And interestingly enough, Google and Amazon's all-time highs were made on the exact same day, February 4th, 2025. So if you want more details on this and to see the sad faces of these CEOs in greater detail, go on X at TTV Research. You can find infographics, earnings updates, all that and more. Back to you.
Yeah, guys, so this is kind of what I'm talking about, right? So you can see that now if I were to enter at the top of this range, essentially I have to risk all the way down here because price action is just chopping around in these ranges and you're going to get stopped out. I don't know if you guys remember that that South Park episode where they're learning how to ski and it's like if you don't pizza, you're going to have a bad time, right? And that's just how it is. So you just got to put them at the top and the bottom of these ranges and you're not going to get these breakouts right now. This market is just, the sentiment is too weak. So someone in the Pizza Brat said to me in the chat, I said, Joe, you got to short, and he's right. You just got to fade these pops here, Shreve, and that's what I got to look to do here shortly.
Yes, sir. All right. So I'm involved in Apple, looking to get out of trouble with this one. Let's see if it holds up at that 234 area. Still involved in this bad boy, though. Happy with this trade. AEON finally taking out the tops. We got that 76 print. Let's see exactly what we got on this bad boy up here. Let's see if we can take some more out. What do we got? How many shares we got here on AO? Yeah, we're decent. We'll take out some now at 78 if it'll have us up there. I just added into the position. It's been that kind of day, but that's all right. So we'll look to take out some there at 78. There we go. Now we got that bad boy right. Back to Apple, because this one is coming against me. I'm just going to keep adding into this. I don't give a shit. So that's what we're doing right now with AAPL. Oops, wrong one there. There we go. Looking to get out of trouble with this one, but the Fuchs did reject 20,200. It is back down to 150, so it's coming all the way back down. A bit of a tougher look right now. The low of the day, or the area low on Apple, is around 234. So we'll see if the buyers are stepping in at around that level. They are not stepping in right now. Everything coming back off the highs. I'm talking about the volume weighted average price on Softy. Likewise with Google, it was a 200-point area on the future, and it looks like it was a 20 exponential for these others like Tesla and Nvidia. It did kind of curl back up into there and then reject it. So AAPL not being spared, no Mag 7 being spared on the day. All down into the right. Lots of zig, lots of zag. A bit of a troubled day today on these markets. We're still involved in this bad boy though, not AEON. This other one up here, there we go, ALXO. This one continues to kind of defend that 34 penny level. I've been waiting at 45s here for a long time, neither of which has been able to come in for the print. So we'll pack our patience there, see if we can get anything before the end of the show. Still waiting on see if Apple wants to defend this 234.20 area. That the buyers have been stepping in here recently, so we're getting a nice pump up there with long 63s. So still about 15 pennies out of the money or so. We'll see if we get a move up. Adara, though, does have breaking news at the big desk.
You sure, but it's actually not tariff related either. So I'm seeing this headline come through on X. Unsure who initiated this or who reported this, but seeing reporting here that OpenAI and Oracle are eyeing NVIDIA chips worth billions of dollars for their Stargate project. In case you missed it, early into his presidency, Donald Trump announced that there's going to be this Stargate project for AI, hundreds of billions of dollars worth of investment there from companies like Oracle, OpenAI, and ARM. So keep an eye. There's another one as well that I'm missing, but keep an eye here. SoftBank. Keep an eye on NVIDIA as we have NVDA trying to curl OpenAI and Oracle reportedly looking to spend billions of dollars here on chips for Stargate. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. What do you got, Joe?
Yeah. Okay, guys, I heard what you were saying earlier, Sharif. No Mag 7 being spared today. As a matter of fact, there isn't a sector that is being spared today, my guy. So consumer staples, we're going to go over the top performing, and there's no one really doing that well today. It is blood in the streets for today's sessions, guys. So consumer staples down about 1/3% there, guys. So not looking too good in the overall market. Energy sector down about 0.5% as well too. Materials down about 2/3 as well, guys. So not a single red sector on my sector performance here.
Green sector.
Green sector on my in the performance here. So everything else red. Consumer discretionary in third last, down about 2.3%. Technology sector down about 2.4%, and then the real estate sector down about 2.5%. All right. So that is the look. We are getting that bounce now though, Sharif, in AAPL that you're looking for. I know what you're saying. So there you go. Your couple pennies in the money. Nice work there. Holding that support level very, very well. I was looking to buy it, but the thing is, I was mentioning before, it's like it's so risky to buy some of these bottoms and these tops because you don't know what bottom's going to fall out here. So there we go, guys. Nice little bounce here in AAPL. Can the rest of the market start to follow? Only time will tell. NVDA just chopping around this range. The Mag 7 chopping around a range. I want to see if I can get into IBIT. Around these specific levels. Sorry here, guys. I want to get in around the lows here. So if we can hold this low, get a pullback in and around this range, then I'm going to look for that pop up to here. Maybe we can get to the top of the range, and here it goes. Again, I'm not going to buy the top just yet. Going to be a little bit more patient, but it is starting to pull back here. You're getting that pop there, bro. in Apple there, my guy. Let's go. Turn that frown upside down, and you're getting it in Apple.
Holy cow, bro.
Bang.
That was just frustrating. I don't usually do that, but there we go.
Bang.
All right, so we got out of some trouble there. Happy with that pop. We got filled all the way up, believe it or not, in 235. So something spiked up right into 235. Don't know what's going on there with the dead one, AAPL. But now we got 42s going back into 64s. The best print that I had was that 234.90 something or so. It was a quick wick up there and then a move right back down. You can tell that was certainly an algo spike there, no question about it. So we're going to take out more here in the 70s as we pop up. So now we got 37s right now. So we're nicely in the money. But this one just looks like it's just trouble, like it wants to flat bottom break. So the fact that I was able to get out of this is just... it's not good trading. I'm just going to put that out there, okay? If I was doing this at any other time, I'd be disappointed in myself right now. But I got out of trouble, and that's really the only thing that matters to me at the moment. So we're going to continue to let this one run. Let's see exactly what happens here. Where are we long? 32s, okay, 71. Let's just have a look at this for a sec before I flip back to small cap gappers. So 235, certainly a bit of a resistance level there, but the real resistance level seems to be 235.20-ish. That's where the rejections were coming for the most part. And then you had a quick wick up into 40s. That's the only place that it got printed. Yeah, this is coming right back down. That's the end of the trade. Okay, so let's have a look now at this one. There we go. AEON gave me the print at 78. I'm proud of this one. This one I traded the right way, not like Apple, which was traded the wrong way. How many shares do we have left here on AEON? We got some shares. Nice. Okay, so we're going to wet the beak. Here we go with 77s. Let's take out some right there. And now I'm going to set up at 80. So 80 technically will be a high of the day test. 82 is, excuse me, that's incorrect. So I am front running the high of the day with this 80 print. Let's see if it wants to pop off into that area. Not a bad look here on AEON. How about the one that we were talking about earlier, PSTV? What did that one end up doing? I think I have it here. Yeah, happy I got out of that Apple trade. It's right back down. Nope, that's not the one. Where is that one? PSTV. There it is. Okay, so this one did defend that 63 penny area, which is interesting because that's a skosh above the volume weighted average price. I was telling you guys that VWAP was around 62. Now, it popped off that level, but look what it's doing. It's still doing the exact same thing with lower highs and basically lower lows. It is a downward channel, however you look at this. I mean, that's basically what it is. So I don't think the VWAP bounce here is as operative as, it would be if we hadn't such a long pronounced downward channel, Joseph.
But, Sharif, you know what time it is?
What?
E-Signal. New traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything infinite. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading?
Yes.
Scan the QR code and check the link in the description. Right there, guys. You got it. You got the e-signal. So you're already on the elevation path, my guy. Already on the, yeah.
Did you see Turkey?
Yeah, and Dana?
Yeah, you saw that? Yeah. He met with Shaq. I don't know what he's going to do with Shaquille O'Neal, but apparently he's doing something with Shaquille O'Neal and Tom Brady. Yo, Turkey's everywhere. He's
everywhere, man. The guy's got cash. Okay, guys.
Show me.
Yeah, straight. Let's see what they do with that promotion.
Straight cash, show me.
Yeah, straight. Yeah. How are you going to pay that fine?
Yeah.
How are you going to pay that cash?
How are you going to pay that fine?
How are you going to pay that
Straight
fine?
cash, show me.
Take the ball deep, take the top off the defense, and that's what we like to do.
Hey.
You remember that? You remember when you saying that? Yeah.
It was in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Who walked up on it?
I don't even know some of the
Like mid-2000s camera phone.
Take the ball deep, take the top off the defense. Yeah. He's sick right now, apparently, isn't he? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has cancer. Yeah.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, I swear, yeah. Yeah, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he does. So yeah,
hearing that
one of the best wide receivers of all time there. So, Randy Moss. I'll never forget his one-handed catch in the end zone. It was just like, how is that even possible? Like, how do you do that? But anyways, guys, that is Randy Moss himself. But what's not mossing right now with us right now, Sharif, is IBIT heading towards the low of these ranges, guys. So we have that support level. If we crack here, 50-20, your boy's out of Dodge. We're going to hold on to this. Still negative on the session, 2.21%. Do we have a time at what time, Donald, roughly that Donald's going to speak tomorrow on this reserve?
I kept looking with the AI. I kept asking, and it wasn't available. It kept telling me that that's the date.
Yeah.
What time is the crypto? Adira, you got it? Okay, go ahead.
There's actually this crypto event here, which we're not even sure if Trump is going to be speaking at. It's going to be 1:30 to 5:30 p.m. tomorrow. We actually don't know who the speakers are, though one of them is highly expected to be David Sachs, crypto czar and AI czar. He's highly expected to lead the meeting, but there's very few details as to actually what's going to take place. It's 4 hours long, held tomorrow by the White House, the Crypto Summit. And again, only person we're very likely is there is David Sachs. So, of course, Trump is also likely to attend 1:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. So this is not all going to be during market hours tomorrow. Trump is also set to sign executive orders in about 20 minutes at 2 p.m. Eastern. Back to you.
Zscaler, thank you so much for that. Super important to have the time there. I love the fact that it's actually going to start during market hours, and we'll get the initial half of it 1:30, so we'll go 1:30 to 2 on our show, and then the big boys will take over into the close. So yeah, 1:30 to 5:30. Saying thanks so much for that, Adira. I don't know. This thing says it will be led by President Donald Trump and organized by David Sachs, the White House AI and crypto czar. The summit aims to bring together industry leaders, investors, and policymakers to discuss the future of cryptocurrency regulation and innovation. And we got more information yesterday, Joseph, about the nature of the Bitcoin strategic reserve, or whatever they're going to call it. As we mentioned on Monday, when we got the headline on Sunday, that there will be other coins other than Bitcoin in that reserve. However, and this is the biggest kind of point that we want to make, Bitcoin will be given special treatment. What that means, Joseph, I don't know. We'll have to wait for tomorrow for...
Just have to be patient.
For David Sachs, maybe to give us that information or what the deal is. So just on Sunday, to repeat, guys, on Sunday, the president goosed, this article says by Axios, the crypto market by announcing he would put several cryptocurrencies in his reserve, not just Bitcoin, but I suspect it was a PR stunt ahead of time. So this is somebody's opinion, obviously. I think it's Sarah Grillo from Axios. This is her article here. But also for sure, we will hear more about the reserve, crypto, and AI czar David Sachs teased that today. Inside the room, it's hard to glean much from the guest list. If there is one commonality among the folks who have said they are going, is that they are almost all cases have deep pockets. Michael Saylor will be there. You obviously probably already knew that. Your friend Brian Armstrong, the shiny one, is going to be there as well. Arjun, you think of it, Adira. Arjun Seth of Kraken is going to be there as well. Chris Marzalak and Vlad Tenev, obviously, we know the Robinhood CEO is going to be there. Some investors will be on hand. Matt Huang of the Crypto Investor Paradigm. I don't know who this person is. Kyle Samani, Zach Witkoff. Yeah, so some of these names, I don't know who they are. They're all associated with different, I guess, coins. Who is not going? Reporters, as far as we know, are not going. So, but a White House spokesperson tells me that something will come out for reporters. So I guess the media not invited to this shtick tomorrow, the shing-ding or whatever. Our thought bubble, she goes on to say, if I had to guess what kind of surprise announcement might hit, I'd put it in the energy area. I could imagine a world where a deal is announced for a big energy production facility. This would be exciting for Bitcoin miners, she goes on to say, or maybe it brings in someone from the SEC with a bunch of ETF approvals. Yeah, we already got the main approvals yet. I mean, obviously, the people who hold other coins may think differently. What we're watching for, she goes on to say, the plan for the crypto reserve. Sachs has been clear that a plan is coming. My guess is that there's something surprising, some surprise funding stream to buy crypto assets. She goes on to say there's already $17 billion worth or so in the custody of the U.S. Marshals. Maybe they plan to devote some portion of sales or other seized property to buying cryptocurrency. That's actually really smart. That way you wouldn't have to go into the purse and get approval from Congress.
Use the tax dollar, the taxpayers' dollars. Right?
Well, you don't even need to.
But yeah, with that, right? With that, so you don't have to use the tax.
That would be interesting. I didn't think about that either. I don't know how it all works legally and what they have to cross their T's and dot their I's about, but it's super interesting. If you're involved in Bitcoin, you're definitely going to want to be all ears tomorrow. I know I certainly will be, Joseph.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm going to be all ears. I'm all ears it right now too, Sharif. We got a nice indecision print on the 1 minute, but it's just the longs, right? And this is where you got to review your trades at times as well too. I said, okay, I don't want to buy into resistance, try to position slightly better, but then you can see that it just constructs a lower high and then continues to sell. And before I got into this trade, I'm like, I should just fade this because I believe it is a much easier trade, especially from a mental capital standpoint as well too, guys. So that is the look on there. Maybe we get a bounce right now. I do want to get involved in it. You see what Harry Lou said?
Yeah,
who is more common with the card bet right now?
Sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah, everything's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, don't worry about nothing right now.
Good.
Bitcoin's gonna a rising tide lifts all ships. Let's see if Bitcoin can do that for us here, guys. We're back into this trade on that indecision print on the 1 minute, and here we go, Sharif. We're getting that pop that we are looking for. Hopefully that can continue. We're going to look to go to the support level and maybe back into the middle of that range. If it breaks the low of that candle, then we're going to get out of dodge. Market continuing to bleed here. Hopefully we get a bounce.
Joseph, we are in a full state of tank on the Mag 7 right now. The worst of the bunch, I'm sure people are not surprised, is the Cybertruck. Tesla down.
I haven't even looked today.
6. Eek. The ominous number, 666s, baby. Look at Randy coming ear to ear. Joker, bro. I love it. Tesla's down. We're testing 260, Katina, man. So the blood is in the streets right now. There's no doubt about it. 6.6% for the Cybertruck. We're second worst off. You guessed it. NVDA. Oh, baby. We're coming down.
Whoa. Yeah. I'm like, yo, whoa.
I didn't even feel him there.
I was like, whoa. All right. That's why you gotta watch your back at all times, man.
I know, straight up. Let's show them the chart if I can. On the 15 here on NVIDIA, yes, it is a full state of lower highs and lower lows. You don't need to be a chartered market technician to draw this downward channel over here. So Tesla is making lower lows and lower highs, it feels like, on almost daily basis now. So keep that in mind. Sorry, that's NVIDIA, excuse me. That's a look on the NVDA as we come in, I guess, to test these Tuesday lows. 108.80, I believe, was the Tuesday low there. So we'll keep tabs on NVDA as everything kind of down and to the right. Third worst off, is the Zuck train down over 4%. Guys, what's the details here on the from high to low area? Okay, Joseph, that 741 pop from yesterday's low, we're down, 16%. So well past correction territory right now, Katina, man, on META. But there is possible support here, guys. So we did bounce off that low on Tuesday, that 620-ish area, because look at this area top here on Meta. So 633, 630, give or take. We'll have to see if that area holds up. I don't have a whole lot of hope in that holding up there on Meta. And then let's talk about who else is performing poorly on the day. Microsoft faring down only 1%. It's really Google and Apple that have really outperformed today. Apple down 0.4, Google down 0.46. Amazon is bleeding as well. We're trying to hold the Bezos shelf. We just wicked down below 200. So if you were waiting for that 200 drop, you got it. But it was a recycled level because we had definitely dropped below 200 on Tuesday. Joseph, 199.86 LOD on Amazon, but it can't catch a bid for its life, dude.
What are we at right now?
We were down to 199.86, down 269 on AMZN. Yeah, it's a real bad look right now, guys, for the market. I really hope everybody is practicing sound risk management skills, and if you're in a long-term position, that you see the bigger picture. Zoom out. I'm not talking about the chart. Zoom out, bigger picture-wise. Is this a company that you like into the future? If it is the current price level a good one, or is there a better price level where support can come in? So I'm trying to talk investment mind now, not trading mind, because on days like this, you question everything. Okay, is the market tanking here? Are we going to have a tough 2025? Or are tariffs really going to hurt things? They're going to throw the market a curveball. Do we go into correction territory? So yeah, zoom out, bigger picture-wise for the investors out there. Think about what you want to get from your investment. Like right now, I'm thinking about getting into Pandub over here.
Again,
I punched back in at 190, so I'm $10 out of the money.
Man, that's bold, man.
Yeah, on that bad boy. So I could be adding here at 180 for a couple of shekels. You know what I mean? We'll throw some orders likely on Pandub.
Man.
Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to just think here, like, what is your low? What do you think the low in a percentage metric that we see on the Qs and the SPY? Because we're yeah. So right now we're at 10% roughly.
We are
right,
9.5%.
Yeah. So how much lower do you think we go from here?
It's a tough one, Joe. I mean, it's kind of hard to say because we don't really know the situation unfold. Like right now, what if the tariff situation gets a bit worse, right? Whether it's with China, Mexico, or Canada, or whoever, the reciprocal tariffs, Joseph, 1 month, April 4th. So literally every country in the world who charges a tariff on U.S. companies, they're going to have reciprocal tariffs on them. So now we're not even talking about, a trading block.
So the market hasn't even priced that in just yet.
Well, I don't know if it has or it hasn't. Like that's the thing. Like the market has been kind of looking at Donald Trump as posturing, and then when it comes to fruition and it looks like it might actually go through, then we get a Tuesday. Like when we tank heavy, like today. We're down 3% on the NQ. So it's kind of hard to say whether the market's priced it in or not, or whether they're still kind of be like, oh, we're still in the midst of negotiations. So I don't have an answer for that, only because the situation is super fluid. If we had like an established kind of, trade or a range, I should say, excuse me, and we pulled back 10% and it was a regular correction, I'd be like, yeah, look for 10, 12% in and around there. But we could get deeper, dude.
I think so.
We could get deeper.
And that's kind of what I was getting at here, Sharif. We know that we went on a pretty strong 2-year run in the markets, guys. And I think that now's the time, especially with what's going on with tariffs, right? So that can affect margins, et cetera.
Bang.
I think that we get to around that mid-teen level in the S&P and in the Nasdaq, right? Right. So a little bit more smoother down, even more, right? So the market can stay significantly irrational longer than we can stay Sullivan or whatever the saying may be, and I think that's what we're going to aim towards, Sharif. I think we get around that 12, 15, even maybe 17.5% correction in the markets here. So that's just my opinion. I could be 1,000% wrong. I could be 1,000% wrong. This could be potentially reasonable. I could be so wrong. Like I could be so wrong, but Donald Trump would never say that. But again, here we go. I could be, but let's just take a look at it, right? So we talked in time and time again, is that, okay, the Mag 7, they're all down double digits, around 18, 20%, some of them 20+%, with the likes of Tesla even being down at the lows 45%, probably even more now. The market is lagging, right? So what you got to ask yourself, what is holding it up? And does it have the ability to hold it up? Down 10%. From these highs, another 5% is going to bring us down all the way to, let's see. Let me zoom out a little bit here, guys. Sorry for that. Let me zoom out a little bit more and see what we got going on here. Where's 15% going to bring us from that peak? Wow, ooh, that is real ugly. Okay, that's going to put us around 459 on the Nas. So that's going to bring us all the way back to some June of 24 levels, all right? So that's a hefty correction. I do think that it can come into play because you can see that the volume was picking up here as well. It's not just going to phase off like that. We can get a retest, but again, the corrections take a little bit longer than what you think it's going to, all right? So it's like, yeah, we come here, we fail back in the middle of this zone, and then we make that second leg a little bit lower, and then that's when you're going to get into that 10, 12, even 13, 14% in the correction here in the overall market. So, I mean, the earnings were strong in the mag, but again, you just got to be patient and wait for things to come into play.
Hey, that's what I like to hear, man. All right, done the trade on AEON. We took it out there at 75.5. Now the only bad boy I've got left is this monster over here. Show yourself, monster. ALXO, good look on this one. Still waiting for a 45 print. Elusive target, 44s have been the sell level there. But I'm actually quite interested in getting back into PSTV here. I guess I'm cruising for a bruising because there's a seller at 68, but this one is putting umpteen amount of higher lows above the volume weighted average price. It still has that lower trend line sell where it's just kind of, putting in these lower highs. Looks like we kind of broke it a little bit here, but not by a whole lot. This one bamboozled me because of this candle right here at 105. Where's that 105 candle? Yeah, it was this one where we kind of made that high and then we made a new high above this area crest over here at 677 and then we drop back down. That's kind of how I got in trouble with this one. This is breaking out though, or at least it seems it is, into 69 pennies. We could be on our way to 70 right now. What's going on?
Yeah, we got some IBITs starting to pop for us there, Sharif. Sorry to interrupt you, but we got 5,100 people. They've been essentially watching the whole show. Thank you. Someone says thank you, guys. No, thank you. Thank you. We appreciate that. Day Trader Cut, our guy says he loves the TA from Sharif and I. We love it when you chime into the chat, Day Trader. Much appreciated. 5,000 people watching. watching. Make sure you guys hit the like and subscribe. We don't ask for much. Continue, Sharif.
Bang, absolutely, Joseph, well said. Here we go, it went into 80s, now it's coming down into 68s. Could we pick it up here for a nice little winner? Wow, look at this, zigging and zagging right back down. This one just can't catch a bid. I think I'm gonna leave this one alone. I don't need to, dance with this one while I'm at the green screen. It does have so many different resistance levels on the way up. I'm talking about PSTV. It's just well off the highs, despite the fact that it's at VWAP. I really have a hard time believing it'll be able to curl back up in any real way. So I'm gonna let that one cook, see exactly what comes from it, ex post facto, while I'm doing my trade assessment. Let's have a look at the MAG though, because it's really the MAG everybody wants to talk about, especially now with the NQ down 2 2/3. Oh baby. The NQ is the worst faring of the bunch. The Dow is the best of the bunch. I'm talking about the major averages. 1.2 in the red for the Dow, 1.86 and 1.88 for the Russell and the ES respectively. And as I mentioned, the Dow 2.65, sorry, the NQ, the NASDAQ 2.65 on the NASDAQ 100. The worst of the bunch. That tells you obviously that it is a tech-led sell-off over here, with the other major averages not faring as worse as the tech-heavy NQ. So you can kind of see that. You don't need to be a chartered market technician to see all the blood we have in these charts. Well off the highs. It started off, we were definitely red on the day, then the market was going green. Apple popped up into about 238. You had Softy pop up above 400, but down we go again below that $400 level. And I just wonder, if NVIDIA can close above 110 today. It's at the low of the day's 110.44. We just weaseled back into 111.50. So it's been a very, very aggressive sell day, despite the fact that we had some decent news catalysts today, at least tariff-related news catalysts with Donald Trump saying that Mexico will not have to pay taxes or tariffs, for a period of a month on all sectors and industries covered by the USMCA. Other areas that were not covered will be subject to tax as well. He did suspend some of the tariffs on the auto industry for Canada and the US. So there were some good, catalysts today if you were looking for, anti-tariff catalysts, I guess is what I'm trying to say ineloquently. But I don't think that the market really kind of bought it this time around, Joseph, and we continue to make lower lows.
Yeah, we're continuing to bleed here, guys. So let's pack our patience a little bit here, hold our horses. We started to piece out here on IBIT. I didn't get a good fill here, which is unfortunate. I should have done a little bit better of a job here. But again, just playing that indecision print here, Gorev on IBIT, got a nice little pop-up here, my guy, and continuing to climb higher and higher. So there we go. We're going to start to take a little bit more out as we run into some resistance zones. Oh, yeah. See, look how quick it gets faded. And it's like, you know what I mean? So you have to almost have those posted. So you just can't be. What do you got going on?
What are your predictions for tomorrow? So I read that article by that woman from Axios, and her predictions and what she thought was going to happen tomorrow at the crypto summit. What are some of your predictions?
Do you want me to simplify? Do you want me to simplify it and just go pump or dump?
Absolutely.
Just like pump or dump.
No.
Right? Give a little more. Okay. All right. Yeah. So I think it trades higher. I think Bitcoin trades higher depending on the news. We know that the overall market sentiment is weak right now.
Yes.
Something positive, it can light a flame up under it. We know we've been accumulating in Bitcoin itself for a period of time. We've gone through multiple accumulation phases, and we've made only one leg higher. So is this the flame that can bring it, drag it to those new all-time highs? I think so. Let's see what he has to say.
What do you think moves the needle, though?
From a dollar, from a dollar standpoint, what moves the needle? Like, how much is Donald going to want to put in the reserve? Maybe, right? Sure. Like, from a dollar standpoint, maybe what was it, like 10 billion or something, maybe along those lines in Bitcoin? They want to own 1%. So roughly they want to own 1%. If they want to stick to that 1%, I don't know, what's 1% of 27 million? Because that's just how many Bitcoin that is, like 2,700 roughly, I think. Yeah. Roughly. So if he sticks to that 1%, then hopefully my math is right, but around 2,700 Bitcoin. I think if he sticks to that 1% rule, I think it's going to climb higher and higher. So,
okay. Yeah. I mean, I think we talked about them having about 40 billion already in there, right?
Okay,
was
so
it give or take?
yeah, it's roughly like that from seized assets, et cetera. Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Exactly, yeah.
So, but I mean, from like 1% of Bitcoin, that's what he wants to roughly own, 1 to 2%. I think if he sticks with that, then it's going to put this thing higher.
Put you on the spot again.
Yeah, let's go.
Do we get an announcement tomorrow for a new crypto ETF on one of these like different coins, like Solana?
Oh, like Cardano? I don't think so. I don't think there's anything been in the works. You would definitely hear from the SEC if there's been something along those lines being put in, because we know how long it was dragged out with the IBIT ETF.
But that was
and
different,
then
SEC,
so totally right. They didn't have
friend Gary,
our
he
guy,
loves
your guy, Gary
He was a big
over
fan
there.
of crypto.
So yeah, again, so maybe, but again, you would hear if there was going to be another ETF, you'd hear the works coming out from the
That's a
SEC.
good point. I mean, something probably would have leaked that we would have had information about it. What we are talking about, guys, go ahead.
Oh, but I'm pretty sure, didn't something just pass where meme coins aren't classified as a security now? So
They're not.
Okay,
but that doesn't mean you can't have an ETF.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Bitcoin is not a security; it has an ETF.
That's fair. Yeah. That's fair.
What we are talking about, guys, in case you joined the conversation a little bit late, tomorrow from 1:30 to 5:30, there's a major crypto conference at the White House, or a summit, whatever you want to call it. Apparently, Donald Trump will be there. So will the AI and the crypto czar, David Sachs, who I really like and is my favorite, a member of the All In podcast, hands down. Get it, Adara. He's going to be there tomorrow. Lots of big names as well. Brian Armstrong. You're going to have, what's his name? Michael Saylor. I didn't see anything about the Winklevoss twins, but it stands to reason that they might be there as well. We will see. We will be covering the beginning part of that for you on the How to Trade show during the midday. It starts at 1:30, and then the big kahunas will take over for the rest. It goes to 5:30. I'm very interested. If you're in crypto, it behooves you probably to lend an ear tomorrow as well during that time.
Yeah, so make sure you guys tune in tomorrow, but make sure you guys tune in tonight, because it's going to be me and your guy Katina Man on the market recap show. That's going to be a face slapper. There we go, and that's it, guys. Send it off to the big boys.
Take care, guys.
And one more, there you go, for you, Joe. There you go for Joe.
Get it, Joe.
Yeah, buddy. And look, man, this market, it's been bleeding. I heard these guys say at one point, I was putting makeup on, and heard the Amazon. I hadn't checked Amazon today, back down to that $200 level. It was wild. I was joking around yesterday about how I had actually forgotten to there was a hold of the SPY of the 50 period. I'm like, I forgot to buy it. Me, old forgetful me. And sometimes you get a little bit lucky. It doesn't matter. But anything you bought, I heard these guys say it, and we'll say it again, you got to be thinking about the long term. This market, we're selling on pops, whether that's the day trade or whether that's the swing trade, or we're looking at it on multiple time frames. That's what we're in right now. So the Nasdaq's almost 3% down. I feel like this is, and when you consider the moves that we've had recently, this is on the bigger side. Like, there's no question about it. Like, we've seen 3% down, but we haven't seen 3% down this month. And considering how we started out the day, it's frustrating. Like, I'm slapping the fail on myself. I look over at NVIDIA. I mean, I shorted it at the level I wanted to, but I'm not short now. And it's down 5%. There's no way around that, right? Like, you need to move on to the next, is what it is, trying to make something back. I was short SMCI and lost this morning. Hopefully I can get back. We should be able to get back to green on that one, but it's a bloodbath out there. Intel, we'll get into that. That was still in some, but that was just a bad timing issue, and not being as patient is the right word over there. But you think about the names that you like, and Meta down here, 4% down for Meta. Now all of a sudden, from that high, Meta is 15% from its high. The dip buys are starting to come in. I mean, I could get this one tomorrow in the personal account for a little bit of a DCA. Heck, he's crazy enough. I might get this one this afternoon in the old long-term account. I mean, I'd like to think that wouldn't happen. I mean, dropping another $20 in Meta seems a little bit unlikely, but today, you never want to bet against anything in terms of weakness.
Okay. Every single idea we have on here is a short. The market's having its worst day of the year, down 3%, worst day in a long time. We could probably, when Sarah gets a second, she'll look it up. I mean, like we had this Palantir short, man. We got stopped out right here, like 10 more cents and it's $6. That's trading. The worst part about it all, and I didn't even realize this until I sat back down and was like, what the? Like my own sticky note right here. Short TQs at 70, let it go, but your stop is 70.50. So right here, this is the high of the day. Whoopsies. On the TQs. Right here. It's 70.49. It doesn't even break 70.50. But I get out, not thinking, too excited in the moment. I get out on this local break. So, anyways, that was $70.50. Now, I mean, look, the good thing is that we talk about this all the time. You know, it's, what the hell did I just do there? Oh, man. It's about the process, right? And, you know, I'm sitting in this seat for a reason. We have the buying power for a reason. I trade the number of shares I do for a reason. I believe in myself. I don't believe I can fly, but this move right there, it's nice that we're at the bottom now. I don't really care. We could be right here. It's about breaking the rules. And not even breaking the rules, just not following your plan. I didn't break any rules. It's just I didn't follow the plan. I got out at the recent high, ignoring the fact that I actually wrote this down. But it's not all bad or anything like that, you know. Like this is good. We wrote down on AMD, we'll double check our notes here, and this was an easy one. AMD 101 short. Intel 21 short. It's the two positions I have on right now. Oh, you guys can't see them? Hold on a second. There. All right. So, this is what we have on board right now. Neil, guess what level this is? 101. Right? There it is. It extends out. There's the top. There's 101. We wrote down 101 short, and the good thing is, man, this happened. We didn't get stopped out of that. Although that goes to 101.10. Our stop was 101.16, so pretty lucky. The next one we have here. Look, man, this is just a show, right? Here's Intel, 21 short. All right, so let's just have a quick little look here. So here's Intel today, you know. So if I just take away all of these fills, and I just go like this, let's just play it as simple as possible. So here's $21, right? So if you're going to go short, you're going to write down 21 as your short right here. So while this is happening, I shouldn't be in any trades, right? Because we're going up to 21. And how does it go? 21 14s, 21 somethings? So then we put on the trades, and we're just going to have a quick little look here and see. And there we go. These are all shorts. Short, short, short. Short into the pre-market high. Shouldn't be short. Short, short, short. Stopped out. Short again. Stopped out. Went long through 21. Shout out to Obi. He did the same thing. Then we said, you know what? Forget about this, man. It's at our level. Let's just stay true to who we are. We went short there again. We went short there again. And then, boom, we wound up being positive on Intel at the end of the day. So we're still, wow, we're holding a position now. We were positive when it was down here. We get some outs. Long story short, if you stick with the plan, you know, hopefully good things will happen. We didn't necessarily do that, but we are very close, man. Very, very close. So, all right, let's go over to Sharif with the rundown.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about today. The boys are locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But in order to get the tickers up there, you gotta join Joe and I on the How to Trade show during the midday and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you gotta be a sub in order to engage with us in the chat. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Yes, this is a look at the triple Qs. It is ugly to say the least. We are down almost 3% right now on the NASDAQ, almost there, 2.89, over 2% right now on the ES, down 2.07. The Russell, also very much like the ES, 2.07% in the negative, and the Dow faring the worst, or the best, excuse me, down 1 1/3. But I was reading a quick article there. It's going to be the worst week for the Dow since 2023, so a bit of a tougher look there. We'll see if we can rebound off these lows. All right, Guy, the first ticker as cited by you guys, NVIDIA, the second worst Mag 7 performing name on the day after Tesla, down 5 1/3 right now. No specific headline, though, on NVIDIA, but it is sliding down in sympathy, it looks like here, guys, with Marvell. So are most of these chips.
Well, I mean, usually it's the other way around, right? Like Marvell moves in sympathy to NVIDIA, but Marvell didn't help anybody last night. This is a bigger deal than Marvell's earnings, which were not, they weren't received very well. Before we get into NVIDIA, we did get a super chat from Swaldemort there that I want to address. It's about you guys here and MSTR. And the question is, thank you, Swaldemort. When do we short MSTR? Why is this punk holding up? LOL. So you don't like MSTR. Okay, fair enough. I feel like, you don't want to get emotional about stocks, but it's
never get emotional about.
Never get emotional about stocks. I mean, like it's a company, like it, don't like it. 2% down. I mean, the market's 3% down. It's underneath VWAP and it's trending down. So I'm not like it failed a high break today and has been trending down. So I'm not sure that it's doing all that well. And we noted this morning, and I'm just going to quickly show you IBIT. We noted this morning that it wasn't like Bitcoin was falling apart. I think this is what you're getting at. It's like right here when Bitcoin lost support. Why didn't MSTR lose support? I don't know. I think we just observe the fact that it did. I was saying the same thing about Mara. I'm like, I don't want to mess around with Mara for longs when Bitcoin was breaking down. So I try not to assume a correlation should be there. And if it's not behaving the way that makes sense, then I don't want to touch it. As far as NVIDIA goes, I can go back and say like why NVIDIA 115, SMCI, I'm in it. And we had a chance. I finally had gotten back to green on SMCI a second ago, but I'm still in some of it. Intel 22 fade yesterday, looking at 21 over 2020 would be a breakout. So we can go over that, but Sean just showed it to you. I did exactly the same thing on Intel. I didn't get it all back. I got about 2/3 of it back, and that's it. Palantir, I said it feels a long shot, but 78.50 and 82 for mean reversion plays on Palantir. Apparently it wasn't that much of a long shot. But it didn't really stick to the plan either. And NVIDIA 115, it just turned into support, turned into resistance today on NVIDIA. I think the bigger picture for NVIDIA, let's just zoom in. The bigger picture for NVIDIA is we're now back underneath that 113 support level. You could be retaking some prior lows. And so the question becomes, at least for myself it is, bought some SPY, should be buying some Meta probably while I'm in vacation or tomorrow maybe, who knows, maybe this afternoon, it depends on when it gets filled. And I think NVIDIA gets down in the 100, close to 100, I want to stink bid somewhere in there. Because I think this is going to be let's just patiently DCA into it. We're downward trending. So getting aggressive into longs in our long term, not the way to go. Just patiently pick up the things that you like. Let that PE come down a little bit. You got Broadcom tonight, which is you think Marvell's a big deal. Broadcom's a big deal. So that's a big one coming after the bell tonight with Sean and Joe.
Oh, Broadcom's coming down after the bell tonight. Okay. All right, so we're long into Alibaba. We just took 25 cents just like that, boom to boom. We're still in it, but there it is right there. Quick little, like we wrote down 138 for Alibaba today. So, like, more emotional damage. 138 is written right here. The only long we have for Alibaba today. Emotional damage. Yeah, Sharif, we're having it. Now remember, man, I mean, we talk about this all the time. We're flat. Like, we had a big day yesterday, and we're flat today. You know, to me, that's a great thing, considering, you know, the emotional damage that we're suffering. There's 138 on Alibaba as we wrote down. So like we already missed it once and it ripped up $1.250, big 250. We'll take it here and see what happens. All right, NVIDIA, hey everybody. All right. I didn't trade NVIDIA today. I said we could get into this 110 earlier on. We said that earlier. We said even 108 possibility. And yeah, that's what happened. There's 110 and change. Look, man, it started early. You did have a nice little battle back. Yesterday we had 115. It was the number one stock traded P&L wise yesterday. And if I looked at it today, it would have been the number one P&L stock traded as well, but I didn't look at it. Instead, we have the number one P&L stock right here with AMD. So we did the same thing, man. I just chose AMD over NVIDIA. You know, it's like anybody trading can see some of these levels. I actually think it's more obvious on NVIDIA than it was on AMD right there. Yesterday, we crushed this 15, whoops, we're still on that, that's why. We crushed this 15 long over and over again, Neil, over and over again like it stole something. And then right into there, it's the same short again. So we were just looking at the wrong thing there, but, you know, what are you going to do? I mean, we have the calls. I'm not upset to have the day I had yesterday, you know, and then to watch what's happening here today. Happy to be flat on the day, but even more happy, you know, more happy for that. More happy for a lot of people that were able to catch the short and stay net short, but also pretty happy for the trades that we do still have on. So one trade that we had made today was Apple. We'll discuss that. We were short Apple as well. We'll discuss how we failed on that. Let's go get the story from Sharif.
Before we go, Intel's trying to get into VWAP again. So, you know, it's bounced a couple times off VWAP. One time it didn't. Looking for this to break. I didn't reload the last time it bounced off of VWAP. If it breaks VWAP, I'm looking for another leg lower. As this one's relatively strong, but it just turned red as the market has been bleeding down 3%. Intel's kind of relatively strong. Let's talk some Apple, Sharif.
Apple, guys, I mean, it's one of the best performing Mag 7 names today with Google, not down as much as the others, trying to hold 234 down, though, 2/3 of a percentage point. We got this to start the day. Ming-Chi Kuo, well-known Apple analyst, always chimes in about, you know, the behind-the-scenes stuff, says Apple's working on its first foldable phone expected in Q4, guys, of 2026, Q1 of 27. Needless to say, that is down the road. Price is going to be between $2,000 to $2,500. That will be their most expensive iPhone ever, if that's correct.
Every new major release, it's a different one, is going to be more expensive than the one before.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that makes sense. To be honest, like I didn't trade Apple today. The only thing I'll say is I'm very intrigued by foldable phones. That said, I'm not an Apple guy, but I think. You know, I kind of think they're cool. And I think when everyone makes one and then it gets a little bit popular, Apple's been really, really, really good. Like once it's like, okay, yeah, this is a thing, people like it. Let's go try to make a better one. Like I think that's their bread and butter, and it works well for them. So you know, good on them for doing it. Right now, I think like a lot of other stocks, when I pull up a daily chart, I'm like in a not yet mode. Although this isn't on the priority list for dip buying for me, but if it was, it wouldn't be on the immediate horizon, I guess, would be the best way to think about it. I just think there's a couple of other names I like a little bit better.
All right, look, we wrote down Apple short 136, 236 today. It came in, like I said, this one, fine. We wrote down 236. We wanted the 236 short. We didn't short it until 236. Once we got that short, it turned into a $1.50 winner. What's up, Dexter? Everybody there in the chat? We're doing well. All right, then it came back, and this is the part that we're upset about, but we're not upset. This is just, we shorted the pre-market, or yesterday's afternoon high, and it just didn't work out at that point. But the problem with this strategy, and again, trading's all hindsight, you know, we've already talked about this in the chat before. No one cares if we're up or down. No one ever asks us any of those questions. You just want to learn stuff. So I'm trying to teach it here. There it is. We should not be short there. We did not write this down. It was not part of our plan. We knew Apple was strong. Apple was going up. We should have avoided the short. So we shouldn't have been short there. It didn't cost us anything. We got in and we got out. Thankfully, it didn't cost us anything because it does go up to 237, almost 238 right there before coming back in. But Apple's pretty strong. I mean, I like the stock. I think it holds out well. The #1 consumer company of all time. We'll just keep holding out for that. It's nowhere near the 200 period I think is down here at 220 or so. I thought, if this loads, there it is. 225. So we're actually starting to creep up. So that 220 was, I guess, last week. Now you're up here to 225. So you're getting close to the 200 period. There's many names underneath. This name I think is a buy at the 200 period moving average. But again, buying that or buying the index is kind of like whatever. All right, so we are still, we're in, and again, share size doesn't matter, so zip up about that, who cares? We're still in this trade, and it's starting to come back down. So if we can get something back into here, then oh boy, this frown, which is a fake, will turn upside down into a fake smile. So we're getting ready here, $20.50. Get ready for Intel. I think it's going to be coming soon to a price near you. $20.50 on Intel. All right, let's go talk about another name getting destroyed today. Unfortunately, it's Tesla.
They all are. They all are.
One that I own.
The worst performing Mag 7 name today, guys, in the market. Tesla down 6 2/3, really close to those lows. We got this decent headline today that they were looking at opening up a third mega factory in Texas, this time in a suburb of Houston, and it's supposed to build their mega packs, these huge storage capacity kind of blocks that they put into different areas to help power and to help power some of the solar panels that they have as well. So we'll have to see how that all does. Market not really absorbing this.
Wow. The second you finished there, Tesla was down 6.66%. Not ominous at all. Tesla, we felt this about Tesla that, I mean, come on. It wasn't even that crazy of an observation. When we were bouncing the last little bit that, hey, it doesn't seem like they're out of the water at this point. Or out of trouble or whatever, out of the penalty box, whatever euphemism you want to throw out there. I think there's a reasonable chance that I remember buying this at 220, 222. And I feel like, I said it the other day, I am bidding at 220, 222. It wasn't just a joke. I'm doing it again because I think we get down to that 200 support level and it's reasonable. We're trending down into it. So I didn't trade Tesla today. They don't have an obvious, like Sean said, it would be easy to say, yeah, but look at this stock. It came right back into the opening range high and turned around. Well, I was battling the demons with Intel at that moment, and maybe Tesla would have been easier to just short that as a weak stock. But, I think in this particular case, just try to play the trend the best that you can. And the other thing here is I did just get out of SMCI right into prior support levels. So SMCI, I shorted on the open on the way back, pretty much at this same level. I guess it was an interesting level to have interacted at, 36.20. Came back and just way too late on SMCI because I could go back and ask myself what I usually try to do here. What are the favorite things I like? I like support turning into resistance. Well, heck, I didn't even try that. And then I like the prior range highs. Well, I didn't try that one either on SMCI. I didn't go short until it had already dropped $2.50. Better late than never, but it's always a process. As I say, it's always a process. You're just trying to be, someone said 5% bet every single day, 1% bet every single day. I know Joe says that. I think it's a wise thing. But at the end of the day, all of these stocks, basically penalty box. You probably have the VIX up today. Maybe you have some consumer discretionaries might be okay. I don't know. Consumer staples maybe might be okay. I haven't really looked at energy. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But Tesla, long term, I'm bidding in the 220s. And I think that's a very reasonable chance we get there in the next week.
Yeah, okay. Last buying at 220s and next buying at 220s. I mean, the problem is I got to sell something at the top. You got to get out of some of these things.
I sold some, but I didn't get anywhere near the top.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
I sold some at 360 something, right? So
okay, that's not bad. No, that's good.
The high's 480.
You never, wow.
No, look, I don't pretend to be perfect about it, and ultimately, I don't even think I should have sold. I should have just held it forever.
Yeah. And I mean, every time I buy and sell stuff, obviously I don't know if you do it, but I timestamp it there on Twitter. You guys can go have a look on that as well if you want to follow some. I bought the S&P yesterday, so all right. So and then we sold Alibaba. We actually got a good price on Alibaba. I'm back into Alibaba right now. So here we go, man. We're in it against 138. So we just bought the same price again. This is where we're at, man. We're long at 69s. It shows it on there. Okay, good. So I do have another bid down here at 130. What am I doing? 138.20. I have some offers just in case we spike up there. So that's going to be a level now that we're going to look at there for that name. Look, man, Tesla is what it is. You know, everyone's smart until they're not, right? I mean, Randy called the bottom 2 days ago at 280, came in here when it was at 290, thought he hit the bottom. All right, it's 260. You know, we all loved Rivian at $13, $14. It's $10. Is it going to be a buy there? Is it going to be a buy at 8? Like, I have no idea what's going on. All you can do is do what we keep talking about, man. Zooming out, looking for key levels and trying to figure it out. This name is going lower. All right? That's about as much as I can say about it. It's underneath the 200 period moving average. People hate the man. People are starting to hate the company. The cars aren't selling. This is just the beginning. The stock is going lower. I'm long the name. It sucks to say that, but something's going to need to turn over here. I'm waiting for the cabs to come through, man, and get that all figured out, the full self-drive and what's going to happen with the robo-taxis. But until then, it sucks. I told you, I bought this at 330. Like, I thought this was going to be a stop right here, and it was. We were able to take we brought it right here, and it came back up to 360, as Neil mentioned, and then whoosh, all the way to the downside.
Yeah,
so, you know, we had $30 profit, but who's going to take that, right? So that's why we're just showing you what we're doing here on our show. And right now, Intel, bring it on back down, man. This is going to be hopefully, you know, get us back in there into green. I'm red today, and we're going to hope, I mean, we're slightly red. Like, all we need this to get is the 50 right there, and we're green. So not a huge deal there. As we can come back in, we're red basically, I think a seventh or so of what we were up yesterday. So we're doing pretty good. All right, what's next? Oh, Alibaba, what we just talked about. All right, Sharif, quickly to Alibaba, back to me, and then we'll go back to you for Rigetti.
Sure, Sean. Sounds good. 1.75 to the downside, hanging out at those lows. Alibaba at that 138 area. We had a good headline today, and we actually gapped up, filling that entire gap, though. Looks like they're going to take on DeepSeek with their new reasoning model. Goes by QWQ32B. Apparently uses like a fraction of the parameters, but is able to actually give you the same type of information, just more efficient, guys. We'll have to see how that all works out.
So we'll just do this quickly because we got to get going on here. But all right, so Alibaba, we're in it right now. Again, we wrote down 138. You know, it may not hold. I also didn't think the NASDAQ would be down 3% today. I mean, obviously the whole sticky note is littered with shorts. This is the only long. So we're going to wait. Oh, we got a fill there. Just a couple seconds ago. Wow. Okay. So this is, I was actually speaking before too. I was like, this is not the greatest time to be an intraday trader because like stocks will do something like this. And then if like you don't have an offer there, whoosh, like you close your eyes, literally 2 minutes later, you're down 50, 60 cents from that fill. I didn't even know I got that fill. We wrote down 38 here as a possible bottom for Alibaba. So 138 came in. We didn't take it again. It was right at 11 o'clock. I wish I would have noticed it, but it may be too late to notice right now. It's coming back in here. We're going to get stopped. Again, not a huge position. I'm looking for more down here, though, at 20s. So we're getting close. I might just punch a little bit here just in case it doesn't get down to our level. We'll punch a little bit in there. So I just bought another unit here. We'll put on like 3 or 4 units. As a total position as we get down here. So if it breaks through 138, our average price will probably be 40s or so, and then that'll be a 40-cent hit. So very, very comfortable. Affecting the net, yes, but you know, I think we're here to trade, and we're going to take this opportunity to do that. So let's see if Alibaba can do it, man. We wrote down 138. I honestly didn't think we'd really get there today, but I was just sort of looking at right here, like right into here. It's nothing that significant. I was just like, if it's when it's a red day, I guess, how far could we go down and what names would we like? So Baba being down 2%, I think it's pretty decent, but you know, Neil, we don't normally move in the afternoon.
Yeah, those
so
Chinese ADRs.
We'll see if it goes here, but it's definitely going down.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Let's go talk some Rigetti because I know we have Raider waiting.
Yeah.
Tariff?
Yep.
It was an earnings miss, guys, but I mean, the market didn't really care. Reported yesterday, we ended up really moving up aggressively at the open there. We're still up 1.7%, not a bad look. Breaking down below VWAP though. Earnings per share came in negative 8 cents per share, but that was in line with what the street was expecting. Sales though, revenue missed 2.27. The street was looking for 2.5 there. Didn't matter, guys. Still up on the day.
So I said this morning, like preparation matters, and you can have the slightest thing that's different in your routine, and maybe it'll cause a mistake. Like so, a little bit of a later start to getting ready this morning, and didn't quite get through all of the list of symbols that I normally would. Rigetti being one of them. So it's very, very late to even try to take this. And by the time I did on trend, we had one good long, got it on a pop, kind of added back. So I did have a keystroke error on Rigetti. Like right in here, I kind of punched too many shares. I was like, oh, no, let's just get out. I punched out of it right away. It's not like it was a big hit or anything, but I'm going to do that every single time. Then got back into it a little bit of a lower price. That ended up being a flat trade in general, but the keystroke error obviously turned me red on it. This is now underneath VWAP, and I don't feel squeezish on it like I did before. If it can break this trend before, if it holds on to like $8 or like $8.20 in here and breaks this trend, there's still time with an hour and a half to go that this 22 to 25% short name can get back to the upside. But it's got to break the trend to get exciting again. When the market's weak, I do like squeeze-ish type plays for afternoon runs, and Rigetti at least is setting up that it's made enough of a bottom in here. If you can just reverse this, I'd try the long, but you're trending down for now.
Okay. Big Bear AI is tonight. It's down to $4. This name is getting crushed. So watch out for earnings here tonight. I'm long at 496. We talked about that. I'm not buying anything ahead of that. Big Bear down 14%. So they're really crushing some of these names, including our Palantir. Hey, take a look at this Raider trader. Short, stopped out. Whoops. Happens to the best of us. I'm sure it's happened to Mr. Raider Trader. But, all right, so Intel, boom. We're making that cash right now on Intel. But look what our average price is right here. Looky what we find. So our average price is 29s. We actually it's not that we took more shares. I just made the wrong calculation. So right here, we're still in that. It's a 3 or 4 unit play. We're long now at 29. We just try to offer 35s there. See if we can get just some out because the market's still going down. I don't even know. There we go. I don't even know why Alibaba is going, trying to go back to the upside right now. But we'll try to support that play as Intel's breaking down again as well. So more fills for Intel, man. Let's go, man. Ezekiel Elliott right there, eating on Intel right there. It was a bad stock for me today. It was the worst. It was the worst stock on the show. Now it could turn green. That's pretty nice. And then Alibaba's trying to go. Let's go Alibaba right now, putting another green stock up on the board. So, let's see if we can get this back in, man. We'll see if we can support this trade here for Alibaba. We're up on that name. We're obviously up on AMD as that's always at near the lows of the day as well. Intel's cranking. This has been a really good return here so far on Intel. So Intel's been good. Let's go. Here goes Alibaba, Neil. We told you traders unite, guys. This is it. Right off that level. We've still got shares. This is a good position for us. So here we go. This is going to be Greensville for us, man. It's going to be a tough one today to battle back, but we've done it. Let's see what winds up happening right here. Sharif, it's happening live. We're doing it live. Other traders will talk about it. I'll show it to you. Here it goes. It's Alibaba, and it's making that move. So let's just, remember, trading's not supposed to be emotional, so calm down. We're happy about it. We're back to Greensville right now, Neil. Today is another good day. And the thing that I'm most proud of is we discussed this trade live with all of y'all. So there it is, man, posted up at 8 o'clock this morning, 8:30. My preparation today, similar to Neil's, was ass. But we're perfect on this sheet. Oh, man. We just got to get better, man. We just got to get better. We got to get better. We got to get less emotional. Too much emotional damage over here, Neil. I'm not showing my positions. Yeah, they're there. Those
All the
are
positions
ones,
are there.
Those are the ones at the bottom. All right. Yo, what's up, Rare Trader? Let's bring him on. Let's get this on here.
Let's not let the man wait a little bit. No, just before we get there, I know there's a lot of names that people are throwing around. Palantir just bounced off of $80 even. There was a bit of a look. If you have level 2 up, there's a bit of a bid there on the 80 level on Palantir, at least when I saw it. So it has a chance to get down there. It's also SSR. SSR is now down 10% on Palantir. So potential SSR bounce at the 20 level. Let's bring in Raider Trader. Andrew, our good friend. What a day in this market,
guys.
What's up, my guy?
So what's up, guys?
Yo. Last time I thought we saw you, you had a little more color in your face over there. What's going on over there?
Did he?
What? You know, sometimes I go outside, sometimes I don't, Sean. It's just routine at this point.
Yeah. I feel you on that one, my
Despite common belief,
I feel
can
you
make
on that
myself multiple different colors with this camera. So
you're
I'm
looking
no
good, man.
photographer. I'm a trader first. But believe me, I don't know this camera very well. So sometimes I look like Casper the Ghost.
Amen.
Other times I look like LeBron James.
This is why I really like having you on the show, because you're a trader first. So that means a lot. It means a lot to me, for sure. That's happening now. I love talking trading with traders. And here we go. We have Raider Trader back on the show. All right. So I have no idea. We don't talk about what we're going to discuss pre-show or anything like that. What I want to talk to you about, though, right now is something that you've mentioned to us a couple times in the past of trading, and it's the IWM. So I'm not sure if you've looked at the Russell or anything like that. I know you're all over ETFs, and you have ideas about rates and what to trade in what kind of cycle. So where are we right now, in your opinion? Because if we look at this IWM daily, we'll just call it up on my chart right here. Like, we're pushing some pretty nice levels where, I mean, Neil just talked a little bit about Tesla, looking to pick some up maybe lower. I bought the S&P yesterday. Neil bought some today. Like, should we bother with this? Like, we know that we're not in that rate cut cycle that we thought we would be in this year. Now we're having pressures, obviously, with tariffs, probably hurt small companies, right? What's your opinion on IWM and maybe some of these smaller cap names, as Neil and I mainly focus here on mega cap stocks?
Yeah, sure. So as far as the IWM small caps, they have been a tough trade, especially if you've been one who's been bullish on small caps. You've found more success in trading individual names versus really the ETF IWM. However, moving forward, there are some interesting developments. A while ago, when I was actually in person with you guys during Halloween as Captain Raider and Sean was a hot dog, we talked a lot about TNX and the yield. We said if TNX could get under 4.2, that would really help a few different asset classes, but also that being of course, IWM, and we mentioned bonds as well. Now, as far as where that's going in the future, we're at a point in the market right now where, we went post OPEX. We talked about the February OPEX being a huge change in the market structure, which shout out to Sharif and Joe. If you tuned into the the midday show, they talked about put and call walls. And we mentioned that into the options expiration, that of February, you typically get a huge structural change, repositioning the market. And of course, now you have these different levels developing. But it's specifically with IWM, to answer that question, we're coming up to a major pivot. We talked about this, I think 2 sessions ago when I was on here, but we talked about, if you want to look at my screen, we talked about OPEX cycles and how ahead of an expiration, this relates to put and call walls, you have dealers, these market makers who are selling the puts, selling the calls, or buying the calls in most cases on the indices. They have to reposition and balance ahead of these expirations. Keep in mind, in the December OPEX, there was $6.6 trillion in just derivatives that expired, guys. This is enough to massively pivot a market because of the leverage it is. This isn't $6.6 trillion in equity, it's derivatives, which is of course, leveraged. And so that's potentially more in equity. And so when you come into this date of March 11th being the next pivot, we can expect some sort of pivot. And how you want to play IWM and these other names that are more beaten down is in a market bottom. What tends to bounce more? It's the laggards, the names that were most beaten down. They get the first, most aggressive bounce, but then past that, it's the trend leaders that get the continuation. And so, the bounce will be definitely in IWM, especially today since it didn't make a new low. And also look at banks. SPY's making a new low right now, while I believe XLF has not yet to end out this day. So some signs coming up into next Monday being the major pivot into starting a reversal higher.
All right. I mean, great explanation there. That's why I ask you these questions, man. You've got the answers, and a big shout out to Sharif and Joe again talking about those put walls, because you've brought that to our attention, like you've said, for many years. I feel like you've been talking on our show, and yeah, it was great to have you up here during Halloween. That was a heck of a lot of fun. So we're glad and hope you can make it back here again. I saw you tweet something out, and I think you nailed this one, and that was crypto. Did I see something last week? I thought you had mentioned, maybe it wasn't you, but that we could get a bounce there in Bitcoin. Are you looking at that, or have I got something mistaken here?
So I'll actually show you. Last week, I was calling for a start of a wave 2 structure in the markets. Now, specifically with crypto, I didn't say that, but it was going to be a bottoming trade. And so last week, and this is important moving forward, because you guys have to understand, positioning is all of what's important. And I know everyone goes to Twitter to see who's right more, who's more correct. But the reality of it is, guys, you can be incorrect and still be positioned correctly and make money. That's just the reality of it. And that's not some cover to say, oh, he just doesn't want to ever be wrong. But it's true that you cannot always nail something and still position correctly for a move. And so last Friday, the 28th, I positioned for a market bottom. What we had was banks held a new low, which is a classic sign of a market bottom. You had a market that was down, and yet banks were up 2% Friday the 28th. That's a huge sign that there's likely to be some sort of bottom. And of course, that was the leading indicator. If you guys saw, it nailed kind of that 595 close. Of course, we're anticipating a big rally into the close, given how many puts were expiring that day with that huge weekly put wall that was very unusual. But that was kind of that. Now, of course, that turned over, and that changed our expectation to now we're going to push that rally back to Tuesday the 11th, starting around there for Max Payne, which is where you can expect it.
So, Andrew, I have two questions. One, you talk about the indicators, and I want to get to that in a quick second with another possible one. But then, maybe firstly, when you talk about the laggards moving, maybe first in catching that bounce, and you look at something like the IWM, or I know a lot of people look at a lagging like TAN, the ETFs, maybe like the Solars. Within that group, do you take it another step further and say, okay, when I'm looking to execute, maybe I want something within that group, which I think is lagging more, or do you take the strongest one out of a lagging group? So that's the first question. And then the second one is, where do bonds fall into all of this? And we have the Fed not doing anything right now, but certainly there's no question that the turmoil that we're having right now is kind of messing with, yields are moving a little bit here. We've had TLT move around. So just those two questions I have for you. Are you paying attention to the bond market, or do you have other factors leading your thoughts?
Oh, believe me, if I was paying attention, it would be like me in class if I was the instructor, okay? So, no. But as far as everything else, so yes, first of all, laggards. To define that more clearly, when I'm talking about leaders and laggards in the market, I only am referring to stocks within the major sectors and ETFs. So the major sectors being that of like XLC, XLK, XLI, these guys, XL, anything, X, those we typically look at the spider. I think there's 11 or 12 of them. Additionally, we also look at the individual industries is what we call them. So things like jets, things like XME, things like OIH, the more specific industries. I don't like to look when I'm going, hey, I want to long a lagger or a leader. I'm not going to look at penny stocks, because typically when you're looking for that broader base swing trade, you don't want to go, oh, this penny stock that's $2 is down 40% today. That's clearly a lagger. Well, when its standard deviation move is 40% every day because it's a $2 stock on 250 mil volume, it doesn't really mean that fits the rules. There's different liquidity laws with that. So I only keep it to those. Those lists you can look up. Just look up sub or broad industries, and then also the sectors of the market. And those, once I get into those groupings, that's where I'll find the trades. Specifically, you mentioned Solars. That's a great trade. ENPH was actually my biggest trade this week so far, rallying off the low. Now, if you actually want to look at ENPH on my chart right here, there was a few different signs to kind of suggest why this name was going to be the better name. And again, this is why it's not always important. You don't always have to be right, but you just have to position correctly. So right here, last week we had, or not last week, back in November, we had a technical bottom, huge volume here, and then you had this bounce. This got faded, and then all of a sudden you had this massive red volume candle into the low that penetrated that low, prior to where everyone else was buying. This was the highest volume since August of like 2 years ago. And so what that told me was we're near liquidation and that the most people who were going to sell are out now, and that's what you're getting. So this was a lagger. It's the most beaten down name. And so when I went to go position for SPY, I actually longed this one, initially taking a loss on the 3rd, but then re-entering at the market open around there on the 4th. This moved 10%. Plus, now is green, the market's red, it's resilient. This is what it's about. When you long the laggers off, anticipating that market bottom, you not only are playing defense, but you're playing offense because you're playing the name that's going to move more, but also sell off less in that initial market bottom. And that's why positioning matters so much. And while I'm going to probably make a video on laggers and leaders here in the future, but specifically moving on from that, again, staying with the sectors and industries, we have to talk about bonds. Now, I will say, bonds are probably going to be one of the biggest trades in the next 2 years. I think other than China stocks being, what Sean was also even trading today, China stocks are going to get a lot of activity over the next 2 to 3 years. But specifically with bonds, what do we have? Well, number one, it is the highest short interest in history across the bond market. Not only TLT, but if you look at other parts of the bond market, if you look at the data, the highest shorts ever recorded in the history of bonds have been recently. And so this is insane, number one. You've never seen duration this shorted. And of course, what's also important is that you have this right here, the 10-year minus the 3-month. This has re-inverted officially. Now you can see it's going back under, which you might say, oh, well, does that invalidate it? No, because what you can actually see is previous times in history, we have seen reversions, but typically when you see another reversion after the reversion, but when you see that initial reversion, you typically get a window, 6 to 8 months, where you can expect a recessionary event. This might not affect equity markets as much. It might be a specific pocket. If you look at the different industries and the different places we've had recessions, we've had an export and import recession. We've had, again, because the definition has changed, we have not had an unemployment recession. So a big spike in unemployment and the causes of that. So will that be what causes this in bonds? And again, the long duration trade coming up, that's what I'm anticipating.
Great thoughts there, and appreciate it. And one thing I've always sort of kept in the back of my mind is, regardless of the type of recession we have, it's always like, oh, are we in one? There's always an argument over it. But the point at which everyone agrees that we're in a recession, by that point, the market's already made a bottom and you're already headed higher. So I always feel like as you start to have people starting to agree that it's happening, that is when you want to be patient and start looking for those turns, because like predicting the bottom on there, every now and then someone's able to do it. But I'm glad you had that look at bonds, because I know a lot of our viewers looking to swing are going to be concerned about where the overall economy might be headed. Any other thoughts that you have going on here? We've covered a lot already here, Andrew. I want to make sure that you don't have any surprises out there for us, which I think you usually do by the time we wrapped up a bunch of ideas.
Yeah, so a few different trades that I'm looking at. Number one, this is going to be kind of a crazier one, but I'm still looking at energy into all-time high by the end of the year. I think that 2025, it is a very big possibility you see energy make an all-time high, either this year or into next year. Now, that's a broad trade. That's, okay, Raider, you're bullish. We get it. But what? When? When is the trade? That's what matters. And I think coming into August is really going to be the time where energy really does start to pick up. So August is something I would be looking at. Again, there's a ton of activity in the dollar. That you have this weakening dollar getting just absolutely slammed. And this is really a side effect of course, all the Trump policies and things like that. Of course, we've mentioned that, Trump, wants a strong dollar or whatever he wants. But when you get this weak dollar reaction, it's beat a lot of even what Wall Street was anticipating. They looked at all these tariffs and they looked at all these policies and they said strong dollar. But then now that we're getting a weak dollar, it goes, well, wait a minute, what is this going to turn out to be? So I think there was a lot of run up into, of course, the election and things like that with the dollar, people anticipating this. But now that you're seeing a lot of these policies unfold, the dollar is weakening. And so there are a few stocks that are benefiting from this the most. And one of them, I believe, is going to be Mr. Hershey's, the chocolate king. Cocoa prices, futures, are absolutely tanking. And one of the stocks I'm looking at into earnings to get a big run up is going to be HSY. So Hershey's, keep that one on watch. I think this one has a lot of potential over the next 3 months to give the bulls a lot of benefit in this name. So Hershey's, I think their guidance, next earnings will be splendid, and I think they will beat their next earnings. And so that's something to play the run up into, whether you actually hold through it or not.
I'm just saying, throwing that out there. I know I do. Favorite chocolate? Gotta have one.
I'd say Hershey's. Dark chocolate, listen, I'm not a big fan. There's Twix, there's all these, caramels, all this stuff. I just like a good dark chocolate bar. That's just what I like.
Yeah, I mean, as I always say, the darker the better. That's just how you got to go when it comes to chocolate. Great call there. What? I don't know what's so funny about it. No, we're just having fun there, Andrew.
Yes. Okay.
Always an absolute pleasure having you on there. You heard the call there from Andrew Rader himself, a good friend of the show. Can't wait to have you back. You can check him out there, Rader Trader on Instagram, and then get that Rader report. Andrew, it's always a blast having you on, brother.
Yeah, no, just remember, don't be emotional when you trade, guys.
Yeah, there's a lot of emotional damage over here, my guy. All right, thanks, Andrew. We'll talk to you very, very soon. Thank you, my friend.
Guys. See you later. Thank you.
Get some sun. All right. Now, thank you, Andrew. I mean, that kid, we really like Andrew.
Yeah, we have fun with it.
The things that guy, first of all, like he had mentioned, oh my gosh, here we go. We're starting to get upside here with Alibaba. But some of the stuff that he mentions is just factual, right? I mean, he's going over, he's calling up some of those, especially the seasonal stuff that he does. He does a lot of work, puts a lot of time and effort into everything. So definitely well respected. We really do like Rader Trader. But here we go, man. So this is $1 off that bottom right now for Alibaba as it continues to go higher and higher. So there goes Alibaba, man. And again, this is what I said. Some do, some teach. I'm trying to do both. So we put that on right there. There it is. Nice move up to 139 and change. Yo, what's going on? Orange juice. Yeah, this guy over here.
Where's Beaks?
The Pulp King over there himself, Mr. Obi Trice. You're going to be coming on with me next week when Neil is on vacay. All right. We're starting to really start to go here, man. This has been a great trade, a great rebound there for Alibaba, and a great afternoon. But it doesn't stop here. We've got to go over to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Foremost Energy. Unlock the nuclear renaissance with Foremost Clean Energy, leveraging one of the biggest megatrends on the planet, nuclear energy. Partnered with Denison Mines, with properties strategically located in the Athabasca Basin, known as the Saudi Arabia of uranium. This undervalued company is poised to capitalize on the exploding nuclear market and offers unparalleled growth potential. The future is nuclear, and Foremost is your entry. On the NASDAQ under FMST and the CSE as FAT, or you can just go to foremostcleanenergy.com for details. Also, we had a lot of tariff news while Rader Trader was talking, so I'm going to break it down for all of you guys. We're still getting things coming out right now. So we currently have had Donald Trump signing an amendment to the Mexico and Canada tariffs. Basically, what this means is that now USMCA or US-Mexico-Canada agreement compliant products will be exempt from tariffs until April 2nd. So Howard Lutnick estimates that's going to be roughly half of products that come from Mexico and Canada. So now roughly half of these products will now be exempt from tariffs. Claudia Scheinbaum of Mexico, though, estimated Mexico's probably almost all of their exports are USMCA compliant. So a lot of these tariffs are being significantly dropped. And then also the White House saying that the U.S. could drop tariffs in Canada and Mexico with some progress in the fentanyl space. And some Canadian energy is still going to be subject to a 10% tariff. So if there's anything that Trump sees as progress in the fentanyl world, there we might get lower tariffs here. Also, we had some comments here coming on the state of the stock market from Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick saying, quote, "The fact the stock market goes up or down every day is not the driving force of our outcomes." So Howard Lutnick commenting how these tariffs have dropped the stock market a bit, saying that's not the driving force of what they're trying to do. And just to recap, after Mexico got its tariffs delayed with regards to the USMCA compliant items, now Canada will also be having this take place. Again, April 2nd, though, that's when the reciprocal tariffs come into effect. And apparently that's going to be the prominent placement of the tariffs, guys. Back to you.
There's Obi just sort of chilling out there. Oddly enough, in a toque, because apparently it's cold in here. Intel just came right back through 21, so I held on to a piece. We were looking for that break of the low, got most of it out. Obviously, sometimes it just does not make that next leg to the downside. I'm not going to get back into this trade. This is distinctly different. It is clearly stronger than the rest of the market. While Andrew was we're talking with Andrew, Rigetti did break trend. I'm going to leave the orders in, trying to get this break, but the market accelerating to the upside. But there's that trend break we're looking for on Rigetti. Up 6% after earnings. been a strong stock, 25% shortfall, all that good stuff. I think it's got a decent chance to get back into the high, especially the way the market is going in here. So, yeah, this is the kind of name that might have made a temporary bottom. If after all of this, Rigetti didn't make a fresh low, which it didn't, no fresh low on Rigetti on earnings, why can't it get it all the way back into 10? I should check that. That's like 11.5 at the 50 period.
All right. So we tweeted it out when we took the position. Make sure you go follow me at Trader TV Sean. We put this on there for Alibaba. You know, we made the mistake. We made the mistake of not going long the first time, but not the second time. So there's Alibaba, man. We're taking some more out. We have less than half of this position on right now. So this is really starting to, remember I told you, like, we came back and we were like, we just made back our whole day. So we're now green. And yeah, I told you, emotional damage. Now we're not showing any more emotions. Right, OB? Remember we had this talk. What's up, Dara?
Comments, and specifically comments on the market from Donald Trump. He says he's not even looking at the market, kind of echoing what Howard Lutnick said about the market not being their concern at all. He also said, though, and this I think is more key for the market, quote, there will be a short-term disruption, long-term economy very strong. So Donald Trump seeing the long-term economy as strong, even though there will be a, quote, short-term disruption. This actually echoes comments he made during his Congress address on Tuesday night, saying that there will be, quote, a little disturbance with the tariffs. We're certainly seeing that in the market recently, guys. Back to you.
All right, let's go over, thanks, Adara, for that. Join myself and Joe. We should clean these glasses up here, man. Look a little bit more like my guy over there. Joe, you ready for the recap show? Or yeah. Am I ready? That's my show, guy. All right. There we go. Now we're, yo, look at this, man. What's up, Joe? I like that look. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to that again, man. Me and Joe just chilling. Man, this is called Real Traders Club right here. What's up? This is the Real Traders Club from Real Trading. We got to start that club, man. Me and you, Real Traders Club. Join us live every day. Join us tonight at 4:30. Okay, no, 4 o'clock. All joking aside. All right, let's find out what is reporting tonight, man. I mean, here's the Alibaba trade. We already talked about it. Whatever, man. We posted it up earlier. Here's what's trading tonight. I mean, Neil nailed it before. It's Broadcom. I mean, I didn't even realize Broadcom's reporting, so there goes my preparation. I mean, that 4:15, that's going to be a big one, man. Like Broadcom, I think that's going to be a good one to watch out for. And then right below that, man, we've got Costco. You know, Broadcom and Costco. But thing is, nah, man, we're not worried about that. No, I'm not.
Costco's huge.
Costco? Oh, Costco, man, I ain't trading in and out of that thing anyways. Look at what's up there, right there at 4:15. It is the biggest. It is the baddest bear of them all. Joe, you still good over there? Yeah, okay, good. He's getting ready for the closing show. We've got Big Bear AI. We've got Big Bear AI, and I mean, that's down 15%.
What's the expected move, 78%?
Oh, man, yeah, 16% only.
Get out of here.
Yeah, you're right here, man.
Yeah, it is, you're right.
Thanks to Tariff for putting these notes out, right? HPE, we'll find out that.
It always says it moves more than
Gap.
17%.
I think this is a Gap shirt, actually, so shout out to GP. Used to be symbol GPS. Right there, not an expensive shirt. Oh, man.
I have a couple of those.
Yeah, I don't mind Gap shirts.
So we had like basically like we had a uniform almost when we first started the show. Like it was like we had a couple of shirts that were all the same style in different colors, but the only good color was that one. Like all of the other ones, quite frankly, they're really.
I actually think this is different. I think I got this.
Oh, is this a different one?
I think so.
Oh, okay,
this is like a cottony. This is like
because the material does look nicer.
Why, thank you.
Actually, that material is nicer than the ones we got.
Yeah.
And they were all really bland,
I thought I had one.
terrible, boring colors.
Yeah,
if you watched the early part of the show, it was like I had this weird, terrible gray shirt. I just couldn't stand
I think it was fine.
I know.
Yeah, no matter what you wear, man, you're a very, very handsome guy. Don't worry about that.
See the gray.
Okay, well, the grays, yeah, you can't,
Right.
There's only so much you can do about that. But, okay, so, and this is what we say about this all the time. Everyone will trade their own style. I held Intel into the high of the day. I tried to get more short. I was waiting at 05. It went to 05, did not get filled. Doesn't matter, we didn't get filled. It comes back in, I'm taking more out right here at 92 because I feel pretty lucky to get that fill. And then it just dropped into 80, there we go, I was gonna say, it just dropped into 85. We didn't have a bid there. We just put a bid there and got filled, just right there real time. Like I said, doing and showing. So right there, there's the fill. The next fill, honestly, like we could want the market to fall back in, and I do think it does. I mean, we just retested there. We got half back to VWAP. I don't think that's good enough, man. Right back into that support. So would not be a surprise if we do continue to fall down. But Intel's strong. Intel is green. Like, now, this has never happened in the life of Intel. Do not vet this because it's not going to be true. But Intel's never been green when the NASDAQ's been down 3%.
The day they fired Pat Gelsinger, I think of that.
I don't even think...
Maybe
the NASDAQ wasn't down 3%.
Oh, maybe the NASDAQ, NASDAQ wasn't down that much.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying don't vet any of this. This is, I'm speaking in certainties, but it's definitely not. And it might be true. But there it comes again. Nice move down for Intel. So yeah, man, we're making money on that trade. We've already exited. We talked about this. We have 30% left, so we didn't get out of it all. But there it goes. And I didn't really have too much reason to get out of this. I really did think we could have seen highs there, which we did not. So let's maybe get some orders in for Alibaba. See if we can get back to 139 and get a little bit out. So this is a little bit of a risky spot, understood and heard. So let's to see if Alibaba can fall back in. It will not be a red stock for me, regardless of what happens. Alibaba is actually one of the top stocks now traded, just from that move alone. So that's why we were happy about it. And let's just see if it can continue to make that move back in. I know you, like I said, I know you sort of got out of Intel. I don't know did you get back in? No, so just long Rigetti. Look, I mean, Intel's falling more than I had thought right now. Huge move back in. So we were just holding. I didn't even change my stop. My stop was still here at 16s. So we got that fill there at 8.
Market is...
And then, yeah, exactly. And we made 70 cents on an 8-cent stop. Right there. So I didn't even change the stop. We tried to get more shares. Like that would have looked brilliant if we did, but we didn't. We're waiting at 05, just never got printed. So we're going to wait to see if there is another downside move here. But so far, so good.
Speaking of trying to get more shares, so just very quickly, Rigetti just broke support. So I took it on the way back in. It just broke the 50 support. So I had 58.5 was my average price, and it just broke 50 support. But I just saw someone say something in chat about, oh shoot, what'd I do with this? Sorry, let me get this back so I can move it. So I saw someone say in the chat that the reversions on these pops up are huge. Well, the stock I was trying to get back short where we had it before was SMCI off of 37. This wick, when it came back through 37, it was at 36.60 like that. So like the next pop, like you almost, when you see that happen, you almost have to just sort of like get in front of the level. A little bit, like just try to get in front of the level because that type of reversion, you're not getting it that easily. When it retakes that prior bar low and you're trying to punch short, it's almost like everybody is, so forget about it. So as it comes back to the upside, instead of being overly patient with it, I'll try to just take, even if it's 36.5, 36.60 or 37, I want back into the short on SMCI. That's one that I think just literally seconds ago got away from me there. And it's obvious to tell on that 3-minute candle when the market is dumping like this. And look at the NASDAQ candle. This is actually more egregious. That's real on the NASDAQ. Like this wick, that's not a dark pool wick or anything like that. Like this candle went all the way up to 2,200 and then closed right back at the absolute bottom right quick. So that's the type of market that we're in. So when you're shorting pops, I'm not saying get out of pocket and take a terrible price, but if it gets to your price, you get a little bit quicker on the keys to get that fade. We are in a power hour. Palantir to break 80. Is it really? I just went over here. Palantir, did it break 80? No, it did not. No, 80.50. So it hasn't seen that 80 level again. And again, when it got down here, I had a level 2 up. There was a bit of a bid down there. Not that it matters. If the 94 million shares, a couple million shares going to get chewed through, but even dollars are pretty good. And it's SSR at this point. So I am looking for a false break of the low and a reversion on Palantir. Let's go to Adair.
Just as quickly as the market bounced, it dropped again because Trump has provided more clarity on his tariff announcement. So in case you missed it, Donald John Trump basically said that these tariffs are supposed to happen, as of right now, are going to have exemptions if for anything that's covered under the US, Mexico, Canada Trade Act, which is apparently roughly 50% of products, and also any cars or autos. So he's added some clarification to these exemptions. They will not be occurring here for steel and aluminum. Donald Trump said that steel and aluminum tariffs will happen next week, so keep an eye on Alcoa, US Steel, anything that's involved in steel or aluminum, because those tariffs are still going to come to effect. Trump also said that the big one will happen in April when it comes to tariffs. So April 2nd, 2025, these reciprocal tariffs are going to be much larger, guys. So keep an eye on this market with tariff-related news. Also, Donald Trump just said that there will be no USMCA exemption for auto tariffs next month, which is basically what we expected, guys. Back to you.
All right, good. So, I mean, starting to pull back on some, reciprocated others moving forward.
Which is just very complex.
It's just like, and this is what I was talking about before. It's like, you often hear me say this is the best time to day trade and this is like the best market ever. Not now. I think that right now it's a lot of back and forth, and a lot of the decisions that you're making, you're going to get stopped out on Wix. We talked about what happened to me on Palantir. Like, to have got stopped out at $88 there is when the high of the day is 88.20. It's kind of actually, I think it's even worse than that. But this is what I mean. It's like, we were looking short. Yeah, there it is. So our out is like 88.20. The high of the day is 88.38. But it doesn't matter. I'm going long Palantir against $80 if it comes back here. I missed it. Thank you to whoever that was in the chat who brought that up to me or to all of us, because I should have been sitting there. It was a SSR down. Should have been there. Huge volume into that level. Great support level down there.
Yeah, we're not going to see it again.
At 80. All right. Well, we didn't. This is what I mean by turning stuff around. Like, we were bidding at the same level again, 138.20. This went to 138.24. So if we get that reload, then it's another one. It's another 80 cents, but another 80 cents, oops, another $1. But we don't get it. So that's like how, fickle some of these markets are, and then it's like maybe it's worth paying that extra 5 or 10 cents ahead, but then you don't know where the level is going to stop, right? Like, if I knew that Baba was just going to reject off the 200 period, then I wouldn't have got out right here where I thought this was a decent level at 80 again. But now apparently it's all the way up here. So you sacrifice, when you do things like this, but again, you got to make the best out of the best decisions out of the information that you have. So right there, 200 period moving average, we just popped and dropped on that, and we should have been there. So lesson learned one more time. AMD though, we have a very light position. We covered a lot down here. Our short at 101, again, we have to be able to cash out of that. We have to get that winner, and we did. And AMD has been an absolute ball today to trade. I mean, we've really liked trading it. It's been great for the last couple of days. We're able to hit a couple of those trades, and I really like trading AMD to the point where I didn't even look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA was the #1 traded stock yesterday. It was the P&L #1 by probably 50 times, and I didn't even look at it today. And now today on AMD, I'm up about a third maybe on AMD what I was up on NVIDIA yesterday. And again, not talking numbers, just percentage points here. So didn't hit it as hard. Took out probably too conservative there because it looked like we were wrong. We wrote down 101 as the short. Turns out that we were almost exactly right on it to give us that $3 move. But at the end of the day, a little too conservative with some covers there. There was VWAP, but we did get a lot out down there. Just missed this last little tranche to the downside. So
there's a financial term.
Yeah, big time. The tranche. How deep is that coming? Some of the banks have some nice tranches now. Intel. Oh. Yeah, you have a tranche. Bless you.
Sorry.
Intel, you don't have to apologize, my guy.
No, I didn't mute it. That's
you didn't mute it? Okay, well, apology accepted. No, just joking. Right down into here.
We're live.
It just hit VWAP.
We're live.
Oh, we're live? Oh, my God. Okay, now I'm nervous. All right, so let's just continue with what we're doing. We're short everything except for Baba. We're short AMD, we're short Intel, and the Alibaba's the long. And we just got filled right there. So that's siren up. But okay, So that's that. I do have another bid just quickly here in case it fills. Oh, well, it's not going to now. Maybe it will. But I have Palantir down here at $80.35. So basically the very bottom. That was 30. I'm going to sit right there right now. Right here. Right now. Yeah. I don't know what's going to happen, but we'll see. With a stop at 80.
Okay, I muted the. Okay, now I'm unmuted.
Speak.
There's the higher low at like 80.40. I'm out in front of that, but I'm not sure. Like if this is going to revert after the 10% down, I kind of want to take the mean reversion as well. So if it gets out and about and breaks this high, I'm going to go long Palantir. Otherwise, I'm going to go off the higher low. It's not a huge distinction, but I'm going to get long in front of it. And if it makes a fresh bottom, get out and then have another shot at the 80 level if it gets down there. So it's on trend for now, which usually means we should see a push. If it's going to hold the trend, we should get a push back into the low. And if it holds the same bottom, we'll get a decent price. I'm sitting at 55 on Palantir. So we'll see if we can't grab that one. Rigetti, which we got out of Rigetti. And Rigetti's right back in. So it didn't hold on to support. It didn't break VWAP. Hang on a second. No, it didn't break VWAP. Why did I get out? VWAP might be wrong on my black chart, which is one thing you should always do. I'm guilty of this all the time. Like if I have a chart up there and it's missing some data, like my VWAP could be different because one chart might be missing something from the morning or started at a different time. But it looks like Rigetti didn't actually break the volume weighted average price. Not that it matters, but I can still be in this with this little trend on Rigetti. I hasn't really given it up. Took it there with the idea to kind of hold it underneath that stop, and it didn't break. So if it pulls back down, we'll be patient with it and try to get back in. But I think Palantir is going to move. So I want to be focused on this, whether it's the break of the trend line, which I didn't hit save. You know I do that all the time. And load it up, make sure you save. And that's if you're using pPro8 here at Real Trading. I love the fact that you can save your trend lines and then it'll post it on another chart. So if I go to my 15-minute chart from my 3-minute chart, my trend line will still be there, which is great. But I have to hit save for that feature to come in. So I'm on the bid, looking for the trend break. The other thing we want to be able to look at here is a little bit of NVIDIA, because every time we get into Power Hour, we've seen some imbalances on NVIDIA. And if you're just tuning in now, yes, I liked 115 short on NVIDIA, and when it was good, I didn't have it. And that was twice. So now that you're past that, you work to what is the next opportunity. Well, when the morning range bottom, in this case 112, turns into a key level here in the afternoon, 112, then you want to play with a player's dwell. So we'll let it get back up in here. If it puts in another topping tail candle, NVIDIA to me is a short. The reversion on Palantir seems like it's going to be next, so I want to be locked and loaded there. Let me know what else you guys are watching in here. Glenn Smith, when are we going to have our first AI president? That's a good one. I think here's my fun. I love science fiction. My favorite type of novel is science fiction. You're going to get an AI president when you don't know it is one. So it'll be something along those lines is my guess. Something like that I feel like is going to be the case. Now, what symbols might you guys be looking at? Are there any small cappers that are out there that you guys think are interesting or moving? I don't really have much that's hitting on my scanner. The last halt was Lunar with the unfortunate loss of contact or loss of signal on that launch. So here comes Palantir. It looks like it's about to break the trend. Seems like we're not going to get that 80 level again. Here, DLV, do I like Hewlett-Packard? Never owned the stock, never really paid attention to it. I'm not a huge fan of... Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. It's never really interested me. I think the growth is pretty much elsewhere. But do they report? They're not one of the names that report tonight, are they? Let me double check for a second. Let me just go live. Yeah, they're another one that reports tonight. And there's so many good names reporting tonight. Hewlett-Packard, if you like it, it's been a little bit of a dog here. I don't, but if you can find something interesting you like about the business, I think you're probably going to get an opportunity to dip buy it if it does anything decent to the downside. I don't like the stock. I've never been involved in it. I think there's other places you can go. Like I'd rather be involved in other aspects of tech. Like I like the chips profusely. I like IBM. That was one of my picks for this year. I just like IBM a lot better. I think you get a little bit of a quantum long-term exposure with them. Palantir decides to fall asleep the second it looks like it's going to go. So I can't will it into existence that it's going to break that trend line. Can I check Meta, cash now? Sure I can. I got this up over here in another level too. So if Palantir breaks, great. Meta doesn't look good. No stock does, but I think you're getting a great buying opportunity in Meta once we break these lows. I'm sitting, and hopefully I'll get some fills down here. I think I put 2. I have to probably double check, which you always should. I'm pretty sure I'm bidding. Let's just make an example out of this. Like, let's say you wanted to buy 10,000. I'm not saying I want to own just that much of Meta in this year. But let's say I did, then I would put 2 here, and I'd put 2 here, and then I'd wait for the back half of the year, or this in the third quarter to buy a little bit more. Something along those lines. Like, that's how I roll. And I'm trying to get more of Meta. I feel like it's a name that I'm underweight that I want to have more of. So that's my plan of action on Meta. Good stock that's under pressure just like everything else. And Sean and I were having this discussion. He's like, he does not buying stocks anymore because he wants to buy indexes. I was like more conservative when I started out. So I own like a lot of the indexes and usually find myself, looking for a little bit more single stock exposure. So I'm kind of the other side of it because I'm constantly buying the index. So for me, if I find a stock that I like, that I just like, you haven't been doing anything with it, hey, let's get a little bit more of that. So that's what I want to be able to grab. So Palantir is still looking for the same thing. It looks like maybe we are headed back down into the bottoms. It was screaming like it was going to break the top. And once again, they just fade off of those highs the second it was looking good. Yeah, so no short there in NVIDIA, no long yet in Palantir.
I just got back there. Sorry I was too long there. I ran into the lawyer.
Hey, what's he saying?
Well, no, I told him I needed a raise, but he said wrong department. So, said I need to buy more money to buy the dips.
You don't need more.
And then I went on a rant, of course, that I'm not buying. And I said this to him. I said, I just said to Neil, not buying any more stocks.
Well, I was just telling everybody the conversation.
Oh, okay, good. So there you go. See, so
we talk about.
You know how we're honest, right? He just tells the same story that I didn't hear, but.
If that's not shady.
Is Randy around here, or what is that? What does that mean exactly? Oh, that's just like.
This is a nice headset.
Oh, now I'm not buying any stocks. Oh, on that note, BBAI, there's going to be a lot of stocks I'm going to continue to buy. This is more of just. Okay.
What's the stock?
So I want to. When I say no, I should clarify it because this is getting a little bit carried away when I say that. I'm talking about longer term stuff. Like, I am not smart enough. I've come to that realization to do many things, but generally speaking, to pick tops and bottoms, and what I mean by that is like, I'm loaded up on Google, but did I sell anything? Not enough, if anything. Palantir, we got some out at 114. Who cares? Like, it's like, I know we can pick winners. I know we can pick good stocks. And I think Google's at a great level right now, for sure. But the idea is like, I listen to Jim Cramer. I listen to very different other things. Maybe that's my problem. But at the end of the day, I just feel that if you're buying the SPY or you're buying the NASDAQ in times like this, right, especially for the long term, then, I think you're going to mathematically, and I was just saying this to Brankles, investing is not really a game. It's a proven, you're gonna have the ebbs and flows in your portfolio for sure. But like the amount that you're down, obviously off the top of Meta, or whenever you're looking at the top of your portfolio, Palantir's down 30%, Meta down 15,
NVIDIA,
Apple bearish territory, I think today 10%. NVIDIA is a great example where a lot of us like the stock, and it was just at 140 on earnings last week. What day was this? Oh yeah, it was February 26th. That's right. Oops, because I switched with you. It was February 26th, so I remember that day. So February 26th. So that's right here. We got up, maybe we didn't get, I thought we got to 140, but maybe we didn't. Okay, so let's just say we got there February 25th. Yeah, 140. All right, so there's 140. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trading days. You've lost 25%. So it's fine because we celebrate when we win and when we pick up stock at the bottom and it goes 25%. Are you getting out? So no, I'm not getting out of this position right now, but it is causing, obviously we talk about gray hairs, lack of hair, loss of hair. And it's just very stressful to sit around here and I think try to pick bottoms in some of these names. I do believe in dollar cost averaging into the better companies. So I think, you mentioned Costco, we mentioned Walmart to get a little different, a John Deere, a Caterpillar, a J&J, Hershey was a great name from our guy there, Raider Trader. I think there's a lot of value in that, which is why I think an ETF, and do your own research. I don't know what the MERs are on this. I don't know, what they're taking, but something like the diamonds, that's going to be the Dow 30, right? So that's going to be 30 companies that have been vetted. The S&P 500 is obviously 500 companies. So when you see these downside moves, like since NVIDIA reported back there, we'll just say 7 days, you're down from 440 to 425. So you're down $15 on 400. Does it suck? Yes. But are you worried about it? No.
No.
So that's the whole thing. It's
not even
like,
a bit.
I don't want to say we're not buying stock because we are going to. We still have our swing account and all that. But I just think for longer term, trying to pick up some Bitcoin, when it dips down, I think that's smart to do. That kind of goes against, the investing thing. But I think Bitcoin does have a part in people's portfolios. And then buying indexes, because really, I'm still long many of these names. Like all the tech names, I'm very long. So, I never really started at a young age by buying indexes. I was just aggressive. Like the least name I bought were like banks, just because I thought dividends were good. Now I think kind of a little bit differently about that. But at the end of the day, high flyers like Alibaba and those, I think they're very specific to what environment you're in.
Well, the only,
like rate cut cycle.
The benefit to, not to say that there's, I haven't done the math, but I've done I've done napkin, lazy napkin math over the years to have realized when you're younger, if you take a few more shots on individual names, like the small shots in individual names versus the big institutional stuff or like indexes I was buying, I'd have done much better, right? But there has been a hidden benefit to it in that because I have a bunch of stuff that also has been giving me dividends, like I always have cash to deploy because I don't always, I'll get to a point where I just don't even drip. Like I like to turn off drip sometimes when I want to accumulate cash. But that's what a conservative thing does. But I've given something up to have that advantage. Let's just get back to trading for a quick little second. SMCI.
Is there a rebalance again, or?
No, MSCI is like, they do the indexes. Anyways, SMCI, I make that mistake a lot. I actually type it in like half the time I'll type that into. Just got back up to that 37. So we've been in it a few times, but most of it's been in this range. And if it makes a local high, I'm always jumping out at the local high and playing inside of the range to the 36 level. If you're watching Palantir, then you're probably observing the same thing that I am, which is it'll go, it's very, very close to breaking trend, and then it just doesn't break the trend, and we're just slowly heading back down, and very, very slowly heading back down. It's not falling rapidly like it was into this double bottom. So I think you're getting a little bit of sign of strength. So I'm still looking for the reversion breakout long here on Palantir and still feel like we might not get a chance to see this 80 bottom, but we are creeping toward it. So it's certainly still possible. Oddly enough, there's a couple of things already at 320 that have some early look imbalances.
That's just 320.
PCG's got a 3 million buy, and then VIPS is 1 million. I'm going to double check, just make sure there isn't anything happening on PCG. Kind of a large, it's a low price stock. I don't want to call them small. Power company out west. But PCG 3 million is the only one worth watching. I don't know if there's supposed to be anything on the indexes, but I always like to have an idea of knowing. And as I said, I had a little bit of less time preparing, and I didn't even check to see if there were any index actions that we should be looking at today. So Palantir we're still looking at. SMCI is exactly flat. I'm in at 89, it's at 88, so not really anything happening there.
All right. Yes, y'all. All right. So let's just review some trades because I didn't even realize it was. I mean, I did realize it was 320, but didn't really notice it. So, all right, Alibaba. We just took a piece out right here at 20s. I mean, we'll do that. I did put another offer right here at 40, I believe, at 35s. So if that comes in, we'll take that fill. Still looking for a nice upside move. Now, the thing about the market is we're holding the 50-period moving average. So chances are, it's not, we're too far away from view up. I was going to say chances are we're starting to finally turn up a little bit here, but this move came right back into the low of the day and then bounced. So that's giving me a thought. President Trump's talking about student loans now. He's talking about the education system, education department, all of that. But you know what? I know somebody that might have some information on this one.
True.
Let's go to Dara.
Oh, no.
I do have info on this. And Meta Snapchat on watch. Donald Trump saying he would, quote, probably extend the TikTok deadline. So in case you missed it, April 5th is the deadline. We had the TikTok, ban extended here for 75 days when Donald Trump was inaugurated. And so that extension will end on April 5th. So keep an eye on META, SNAP. We know that this ban being extended is not necessarily going to be great there for these names. We'll have to wait and see what happens here if TikTok can stay in the U.S. But Donald Trump is apparently looking at extending this suspension of the ban, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, I'm going to read a headline to you that I think is very, very dangerous. And I'm not American. President Trump says he wants to bring schools back to the states. Let the individual states run the schools. I don't know how it's run now. And maybe it is already different. I just know there's such a different, from what I know anyways, which is nothing, there's such a different philosophy amongst the states about education and what needs to be taught and what should be taught. And I don't know if that's the way, I don't know what it is now, but I think that's also something that might be good for Doge, to get some of those controls under wraps. I don't know if it's a national thing now. I just know that that's a little something. We go through that here too, where something might be discussed in Quebec that's not, here in Ontario. The Toronto School Board will do something differently. So it's probably already like that. I kind of think uniformity there. If you grow up in one state, but I guess that kind of already happens, right? Where different states have different, thoughts about religion and education and all that.
I'm kind of a localist in that
Maybe that's
regard.
fine. And I don't know what, I was thinking about what stocks to trade on that. In China, we know there's the individual private school companies there, but I don't know if there is anything there. And I also have no idea.
Not to get
all right. Yeah.
Just two things.
We're into Palantir. Intel's coming down. Yeah, go ahead.
I got to look at Intel. No, I took it off the prior low in Palantir. It broke that, and now I'm looking at. I got to zoom in. You can't even. There we go. Took it off the prior low, broke that low. Now we're waiting for 80. So I took one shot at the higher low. Now the 80 level's starting to come in. I did get a fill in SMCI, but Palantir is getting to that 80 level. And Daniel asked me in the chat, don't you buy the CDRs for Meta? I'll show you guys the chart of where I'm buying the stock in the US just for your benefit. But yes, I do buy mostly the CDRs, which is just Canadian depository receipts. It's essentially you buy it in Canadian dollars here in Canada. They're through CIBC. They're fantastic. But I show you guys where I'm buying the stuff on the chart.
You just got in and out of Palantir?
Yeah, I thought we'd get the 80s and didn't get it.
Okay, yeah, so I'm long here at 80. I thought we were in the same trade. I'm long here at $80.35. We just took some out at 50 for 15 cents. Obviously, our stop is going to be a break of 80s. So right now, it's more than 1-to-1 right now to the upside. So we're going to start to take some out here if we can. There it is. We'll take a 59. I'm also averaging this out. I have a 74 fill. I don't know if that's going to fill. We'll take some more out at 50 right now. So we're running the gauntlet. Your boy is positive. So I know it doesn't mean anything to you guys, but it means something to me. So there it goes. Nice move to the upside. We talked about being down 1/7 or whatever of what we were yesterday, but no more, Neil. Here we go. And this is what we talk about again, right? This is why I get excited. I'm in the trade. We're still here. This trade is starting to go higher, man. Nice little move into the end of the day. It's a 50-cent banger. It's starting to go upside. This is a big trade for me, guys. I don't know what else to say, but here we go. It's a nice move to the upside. There it goes, man. I told you. Teaching, doing, we're right here, right now. Different strategies, right? We talk about that. Take yours to yourself. You know what your nets are. We know what ours are. There it goes. Nice upside move for Palantir, getting into the 70s. This might be a spot. I know you mentioned 80. We'll see if we can get this here. 80.80 is the price that we're looking for. And there it is. Bang. We get that right now. It is a hot dog kind of day here with a chicken dinner winner, though. It was Raider Trader that mentioned dancing hot dogs. And there it goes. It's a nice move back up there to the upside. So yeah, man, we're celebrating this one. It's a big trade with Palantir. There's earnings. Okay. I don't know. Ramin just said earnings. So let's go over to Adara.
Earnings preview here. That's probably the better way of putting that. But So we're going to take a look here at the expected moves for tonight. This handy infographic implies the ETA for all of these names and their expected moves. So biggest expected move by far is actually shockingly not Big Bear AI. It is Samsara IoT, which it reports at 4:10 p.m. A lot of little small runners on watch today, Serve Robotics and BBAI, both going to be on watch here. Gap reporting, but the two biggest ones by far are these two guys right here, Broadcom and Costco. So keep an eye on these earnings. You can check those out at 4 p.m. Eastern with Sean and Joe in about half an hour for that market recap show. You can check this out on X at TTP Research. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Yes, sir. And you may not own Broadcom, but you know you own Broadcom somewhere. That's the joke of it's too big in the index that everyone, you got a piece of it, so I know you're going to care about it there. I didn't realize Samsara was even reporting. It's a big list of names that are reporting on this Thursday. So I just reloaded back into SMCI here. Got to the 60s. Now we're right back up at 90. So reloaded the 90s. It went 30 cents down. The bottom of the range is 70 cents down. So if it breaks out the local high, we'll jump out of it. The market is, okay, maybe. I mean, it's not, the bounce isn't as good as it. It kind of felt like it was a better bounce, to be honest. But I guess the market overall isn't doing that big of one on the NASDAQ. So in about 2 minutes, we'll get a few other names on the early look. But I did just reload SMCI. NVIDIA isn't really doing anything. Palantir, great one. I thought we'd get filled. You can't tell by the scaling, but I got out. I went 60 and got out underneath 45 to get back in the teens, in front of 80. I didn't get it. I should probably just cancel it now. But I didn't actually get it back in there. So if we can get one more shot, I don't know if we will. I feel like an SSR bounce this late in the game, you want to happen by now. Like if it hits that fresh low in the bounce too late in the day, I don't want it. And the other thing to keep in mind is Palantir is going to be SSR tomorrow. And we've seen what happens the second day on an SSR play. NVIDIA had a ridiculous one when it did it last time.
All right. Yeah, there's the explanation. And again, like 15 cents worth of a stop for Palantir, you know, pretty conservative, but that's the style. And I had the same thing. Like my long was down here at 35. If it breaks, O's were out. So for me, I'm like 40 or 50 cents, right? So it's kind of the same trade, just a little bit different levels. I bought it a little closer. And this is what I'm saying. Like, and I talked about this with Obi before. You can't use bigger share sizes and get too... I can do whatever you want, Ramin, honestly. Whatever you need from me, I am here for you. At the end of the day, when you're trading like that, you have to have your outs, but you have to be more specific about when you're getting in, right? I still feel, what? Where was my, oh my gosh, where was my bid on AMD? Bid on 98.20s. Oh yeah, I didn't even get close there, 98.50. Okay, so I feel lucky on AMD because we wrote down 101. And we should not have been shorting into here. This short's fine to start the day. I'm fine with that. You know, we broke the pre-market low. That was a good trade. That's 50 or 60 cents. But this and this and this, pretty carried away. These ones are fine. But again, you know, going short into 101, if that's what you're going to write down, then that's really, you know, what you need to be waiting for. All right, man. Many people believe that trading is a hard business, and it is. I'll tell you that right now, and that's why I want all of you to understand this program with Real Trading Campus is the real deal. It's brought to you by some of the best trainers in the business, all right? You can scan that QR code right now. It is not available to U.S. residences. But if you own a U.S. resident, no, if you're a U.S. citizen, cannot participate. But anywhere else, sign up. It's a curated stock list. You can now trade U.S. equities, so that's kind of cool. It's the same platform that we use here right now. It's trying to get traders comfortable in the prop environment, right? You're going to be trading other people's money as you go, and it is going to be a great experience here for you guys with the Real Trading Campus. So there it is. Join the exclusive online community of like-minded individuals. I mean, it's how I started. We brought Neil on board. It's been great. Now the show is here. Follow this, man. This is exactly basically the road that we used to take traders through as managers, and now we're doing it for you guys there. It's Real Trader. It's campus program. And I mean, right here is a perfect example. Let's run through some of the numbers. Neil, we're putting some numbers up right now. That's a dollar winner right now with 35, 40 cents worth of risk right there for Palantir. All right, we did this earlier on in the day. This is yesterday's numbers. They're not huge, but this is from Real Trading, so could be people in the Trading Campus program. NASDAQ, New York, 16,000. These are US dollars. 13,000 Amex and NASDAQ. And remember, part of Real Trading and part of what we do over here, over 60, you won't be able to tell between me and Neil because we only trade the US markets. But New York and NASDAQ, Amex, NASDAQ, there's Canada. If you're American, please close your eyes and plug your ears.
Don't.
All right, there's the Canadian market. Unfortunately, I do not have any other countries on the board. Let's go, Palantir. You know you can do this, my guy. Canada there, Amsterdam, LSE, Paris, LSE. What is IOB? Is that there overnight? I'll have to find out. LSE, Madrid, Milan. We had LSE on the show. There it is, man. Palantir Now Dollar Club. We just took some out. Paris, Blue Ocean. There we go. We talked about an overnight market there as well. Canada, TSX, Oslo, Paris. I'm working my way. Hey, wait a second. There it is. We skipped over something very, very important to many, many people around here. It's probably not that important to her, but you know, the fact that we're trading the Saudi Arabian market is great because you get Saudi Aramco, various names in there.
I don't know what else you get, but that's a big one.
Yeah, me neither. But oil, gas, great people of Saudi Arabia. But no, anyways, I just wanted to show you that, you know, the many different markets, and it's where your bread is buttered that matters, right? It doesn't really, like anybody can trade any market, find sort of your niche. Obviously here on the show, I've clearly found mine, and it's right here with these names. There we go again, man. Neil, it's now the #1 P&L name. Alibaba's #1 and Palantir's #2. And we made it all back from this mistake right there. So, I mean, we're really happy, man. We're feeling pretty good about it. It'll be another big day. When it turned out, it didn't start out that way, but we stuck with what we needed to do. We stuck with that confidence, and it really came through for us in the end.
Yeah, just a quick note. We do trade other markets. Like I do trade Toronto. You know, we talk about like there's other stuff like market making and other kinds of things that are in there. And over the years, like there was a time when we had our own office over a decade ago, we temporarily could not trade the U.S. markets. It wasn't a very long amount of time, and we had to. We were either close the doors or learn to trade a different market. At the time, we were making a little bit of money on Europe, and we all went over to Toronto and were able to do pretty well, just kind of doing some similar things. This PSTV, I see a lot of people talking about it. It just broke the high of the day. It is 300% to the upside. It just had a halt, reopen, and break the top, and it is now cruising toward. It's a little bit late in the day, and I usually would never touch a stock this late that's trying to break a major high like this at 150. This is exactly, come on, this was a 20-cent stock 2 days ago. Nobody's going to be taking profit in front of $1.50, so I generally think that this is an obvious place. Taking profit makes a little bit of sense on PSTV. I'll just leave it at that. I'm glad you're in Palantir. I thought we'd get 2 cracks at it. I'm more of a, if I'm going against the grain, never hold it past the low and try to catch it on the way back up. Now, some of that has to do with when I do like market making strategies, that's like ingrained in me that if I don't do that, I get wrecked. So I kind of sometimes should do it the other direction where you just go in front of the $80 level, but I just generally don't like that. I tend to not want to be all in as it's going down into that big flat bottom. So that PSTV, lo and behold, it got close to 150, and you're starting to see some chunk orders. Anybody trading, if you were just watching level 2, when I say chunk orders, it gets up close, and you'll see 5, 10x on the offer as people are getting out of bigger positions, and the daily chart would suggest to you that that's obvious why they'd want to. All right, 20 minutes to go to the amounts. Still nothing. It's just PCG on there. There is no index action on PCG whatsoever. So I'm just looking over like any scanners that I have up there to see what's moving. Like my trade rate as a stock I've never heard of at the top, KORP. But after that, it's Amazon, Intel, Marvell, Nvidia, Palantir, Tesla. Some of the things that you would expect to hear when you are looking at the markets. But you know, I tend to think it's important to have indicators out there that are going to work for you, especially this one, so you're trading in the right spot. And that kind of brings me to eSignal, everybody. Because at the end of the day, win, lose, or draw, every day you're trying to get better. And if you're a trader like everyone here is, and you're looking for the tools to make you better, then what's going to be a better opportunity than a free shot at eSignal for 1 month? Because they're doing it free for a month. It's an easy-to-use platform. It's very user-friendly. Like, if you've been trading, you'll understand it. You have all the tools and indicators out there for you, all the scanners you could possibly imagine, so you can make your own, curate your own list. You can back-test your strategies. You can forward-test, which is important. Not just back-testing. You want to see how it's doing in the current market as well. You can do the tick replay. You can attach the API. You can automate trades. You can attach it to your broker so that you can trade directly into your account for a lot of brokers. I'm not going to say every single one. And the key thing is, it is free for a month. So check it out. Scan that QR code below. If it works, it does. If it works or doesn't, you get a free shot to see if it can work for you. So it's also linked in the description for eSignal. So shout out to them. Soxl just popped up there on my trade rate, which I still have not. I keep meaning to put a filter on there for price, because I actually want this one not to have too many. Not price. I mean volume. That random stock that was up there, it was too little volume on the day. Like, you need to have you need to have a KORP. You need to have a volume limit or something, so that you don't have a stock which is like, oh, it's on 100,000 shares on the day, but it just did 50,000 of those shares in the last couple of minutes. That's useless to me, because it still hasn't done enough. Fed's Waller's talking right now, but I haven't heard anything big.
All right, we're going to get some more out here on Palantir. The big thing, as we continue to go, we're at 3:38 right now. So we have 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 12 minutes until those imbalances come out at 3:50. So we're getting, on Palantir, I just had 10%. I now have 9% left. So if it breaks back down, I will not be getting back in. We've already done what we've already done today. We went from the rear, as far as trading is concerned, like, we were down, it was not good, to right now, being where we need to be for the day. So if we can wind up like close to our daily goal, I think that would be fantastic. We're getting closer to that. But again, it's about battling back. It's about having that perseverance. And it's about having like a good success rate on your trades. And I mean, that's what Neil just mentioned about back testing, right? Like, for me, and I know you took a 15-cent hit on Palantir, but like, I've sat here and watched Palantir, and I think this is what I do best. And I think Obi does this great as well. We all do our thing. Like Neil was talking about market making and stuff. Like, reading level twos and the way the stock moves here, and just how fast it moves and how it can teleport. Shout out to Luca, how he talked about that. 15-cent stop on Palantir for me, like that, like for the strategy, and again, it's just a different strategy, is like, it just moved 15 cents when I was talking. So just to get in and out like that, for me, it just creates too much noise. So that's why, like, when I let this thing drop back in, and remember we talked about missing it when it came back in, but we stuck with our spot because, I had just thought this was a decent spot. That's the low. I wanted the low. We still have the same ideas of breaking through 80. And if it would have just kept going down, we would have got hit, right? We would have lost 40 or 50 cents right there immediately. But that's why, you risk size appropriately, and that 40 or 50 cents would have done nothing. I mean, obviously, it wouldn't have put us back to the top, but it bounced off that level. So we played it with SSR bounce, and we played it with a level of $80, which we've seen hold right there, right? So, I mean, obviously it's wicked down to 78, whatever that was. But $80, we like that level. It's an options play there, down there as well. I still think it could break lower right now, so we are not reloading that trade. But that just goes to the whole eSignal part. Get to something where you can backtest and make sure. Like, when you look down at your net at the end of the day, you can see how many, like AMD, check. We don't have any stocks. Like, what I'm down right now on the TQs, I am down a quarter of what I'm up on Alibaba. I am down less than that on what I'm up on AMD. My worst stock today is Intel, which is about half of my best stock. So when I'm looking through the numbers today for myself, despite not having the greatest day ever, we can tell that we still had a pretty good day because of those metrics. You know, and I think that that's something that you have to measure and you have to figure out all of that stuff. So that's why when we talk about using trade ideas, for example, right here, using eSignal, understanding our own software here at Real Trading, you can download your trade list, throw that into a CSV, do the math, do the work, right? And just come back better, you know, the very next day. So that's where the confidence comes from to do this stuff. Like I've traded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 symbols today, and we'll be 3 and 3. With the greater, I just told you the examples there, is why we're net positive, because the stocks that we're up on are more than the stocks that we're down. That won't happen every day, but it's happening more often than not, which means we can start to increase our share sizes, which is what we've done. So even despite this day today down 2%, wow, we were down 3% on the NASDAQ. What are we still down 3%?
Still down 3%.
We're able to catch some of these bottoms because of discipline. So we're in this main right now, $1.20 in the money here with Baba, and we just made that dollar on Palantir. So the longs have come in and have put us to where we need to be. We just should have held more shorts early. So that's it. That's my little rant on back testing, on making sure that when you look down, you're honest with yourself and you're honest with the percentages, because at the end of the day, man, you got to pay your own bills. And the market will sometimes taketh away from you much faster than it giveth. So anyways, that's it. Tariff paused until April. Yeah, Dara's been dropping so many stories.
There's a lot.
It's been hard for me to follow.
So for everyone on that PSTV, they just someone just marketed 150 back through. So remember that level we were just talking about? It was trying to go, and a lot of people watching this one, I added up. I actually didn't pay for locates. Not that it matters. I would, generally speaking, usually wouldn't anyways, but there was sort of an obvious spot where it got into that resistance. If you're tuning in now, I'm just talking about right here at that 150 area. So the second it got up there, there was a market back down. It was maybe a couple of cents above. If you're really quick and you pay for locates, maybe you could have scalp shorted it, but you know, whatever. I'm not going to do it, and I'm not going to pay for the locates that late in the day. I want to be getting out of positions and looking for an imbalance type trade going into the end. The other thing, and the only point I would add to the discussion is, over the course of time, for my trading, at least for the last, I'd say it's not something that I discovered early on. It was probably something I discovered somewhere somewhere after the first 5 years. I've been doing this long enough. And that was look at each trade based on that particular trade. So if I'm up or down on Marvell, which I know I'm going to trade. I knew I was going to be more active in Marvell this morning, or like in Intel, let's just say. I've got to be able to grade that against itself. Meaning, like in this case, I didn't have any winners on Marvell, so it's not easy to tell. But on something like an Intel, I always sort of look at it from this standpoint. Like I've been in a lot of Intel trades today, and the question becomes, on any individual Intel trade that won, lost, win, lose, or draw, would the risk reward in that trade make sense? And that's the way I have to look at it. Like when I get out of the trade here and I'm getting back in at 21 and risking to the high, okay, did I make enough back relative to what I was losing on that trade? Answer yes, good trade. At the end of the day, I didn't get green on Intel, and I think it's obvious why I didn't get green on Intel. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with this trade here. And that's the one I got to talk about, because when I took this short, it was a horrible, horrible entry. Why? Because I got it all in on the way up, putting my stop underneath the prior high, right? So basically what I did was, because I got all in here, knowing the stop should have been, in and around there, I did respect it. It's just a bad entry. You don't want to be all in going on the back side of the trade, or the front side of the trade, I should say, and giving it that kind of room. If you're going to do that, then I should be tight to the stop, and therefore when I lose there, I'm losing a heck of a lot less. So that's just my style of trading. And again, at the end of the day, I wasn't really holding that much at that absolute high when we got wicked out. But if there's anything else watching that you guys are watching in here, let me know. I know PSTV is on a lot of people's minds, but I kind of feel like that's not a great buying opportunity. Where are we at? I'm not going to take a shot at Palantir again, because I feel like when you get a big level bounce, like an SSR bounce off an 80 level, when it already goes once, I don't want to try it at 847 when any random imbalance in the next 3 minutes can either just pop it $1.50 or can run everybody's stops at the low if it happens to be a sell imbalance. That's a big issue. I thought NVIDIA was going to be a little bit more interesting. It just never worked its way back up into that 112 level close into VWAP here. Like it got there once right after we finished talking to Andrew, and then it had already pulled back, and we just didn't get another shot here. Ooh, good poll. I guess that Fabian put this poll up. Thank you, Fabian. Which hurts worse? Missed a trade, got out too soon. I'll say it this way, but it's only missed a trade if it was and I'm saying it because it has to be a trade that I was supposed to take. If it's a trade that was, I'm watching that stock, I like that level, it gave me my setup, and I missed a trade, nothing hurts worse than that. But if it's a stock, if I missed a trade on a stock that was never a part of my plan, that I was never watching, it's like, yeah, if I was watching it, I might have had it. But I can't get mad at that. Well, who cares? Yeah, it has to be a trade if it's a trade that I was going to take, that I liked a lot, and I missed it. And that's why I'm looking at NVIDIA right now, because that fit the bill. That's why NVIDIA hurt. If I get out too soon, that's a more easily correctable mistake than getting away from something that was part of your plan. Like, that's a much bigger issue to me than getting out too soon on something, because you're not even in the right place in the first place. The first job of the trader is to be in the right spot, and then don't worry about the rest after that. So yeah, missing a trade that I'm supposed to be on for sure, no questions asked. There, Unique Trading Group. You got in at 35 on PSTV? Yeah, good on you. PST, 35 cents? Oh, yesterday, okay. Or maybe in the pre-market. I don't have, maybe that's early in the pre-market. I don't have any data that would give that price unless it was yesterday, but good luck. I mean, if you were in at yesterday's close price, obviously that's really good. Damn.
Yeah. So things are working, man. I mean, AMD is $2 in the money. Baba's $1.50 in the money. Intel's 30 cents in the money. Palantir's now came all the way back, but it's only 20 cents in the money. I'm just going to take some piece out here at 61. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. So the trades here so far this afternoon: Palantir long, bang. Intel hold the short, bang, right there. Baba and then Alibaba. This is the one. This is the one. All right, guys. Let's just have a quick look here because Joe, everything all right? Bro, things are popping over here, my guy. Me and Joe tonight. Neil on vacation next week. Enjoy the nice weather of Florida. All right, so HPE, Don Eden, yeah. Say what's up to Don for me. 7.9%, 13% for serve. IoT, man. We actually had Raider Trader on. One of his plays was IoT. This was a couple quarters ago. I didn't realize it was up today. He might have had a thought on that one. Samsara, Broadcom, thanks to Dara for all this. Costco, Big Bear AI. It's going to be a fun one, man. Really fun one. Gap 11%
bounces up
there as well. So, we're playing chess here, not checkers. And this is why we're doing stuff like this, right? Like we talked about Alibaba down there at 138. If we just continue to play chess and stick with our rules, then we're going to continue to do exactly what we want to do. Here, and that is to prove to everybody. Okay, first of all, the imbalances are now out. So here we go. Let's just have a quick look. We need to start getting out. I mean, we've already talked about this. We have 7% of Palantir left. We have less than 10% of Alibaba, but for some reason we got a part fill, so I'll have to figure that out. PCG open. There's NVIDIA with a buy, so that's starting to go. Neil, take it over because honestly, I have 4 positions.
Yeah, look, NVIDIA is the big one at 1.2, and that's pretty much it. PCG actually came out smaller than expected, so always a nothing burger. I keep the early look up because of that. If a big one comes out significantly smaller, I'm not that interested, and they paired off a bunch of it. Opens a $1 stock, it's $1 million, so 1.9 million into a $1.18 stock is not significant. It's KO with a 1.8 million buy imbalance is the only thing that's even a little bit out of pocket there. So what did it do? It was already running. This would be this is we talk about stocks on the imbalance locator flipping at possibly 355. We just mean they update it constantly as people take the other side of the imbalance. Often at 355, you have a big major pairing event. When a stock is running like this into resistance and it's a buy imbalance, the first thing I look for is that fade trade at 355. So if KO is still sitting right up here at the highs and we get to like 354 change or something like that, not just today's highs, yesterday's highs as well are up there, then I'd look for a reversion. So in the next 2 minutes, I'm kind of hoping that you get the push, maybe another 20, 30 cents higher, or at least stay up at the top and then try to get in. If it flips or pairs off, and it doesn't have to flip, it could just go from 1.8 million to like a few 100,000. That's usually enough to get it to the downside. So that's a trade that it's better on a big stock like an Nvidia or an Amazon or an Apple, but it still can be one that works on something like this here. So we'd like to be able to catch it if we can, but I have to wait at least a minute or two till we're closer to 355 because that's the opportunity for that flip trade in about 2.5 minutes here.
Yeah, all right. Good day there. Just finishing it off right now. So we got out of Intel. We just covered right there at this level. We actually got overfilled a little bit and we punched out, so that's why there's that red tick there. But there's the cover for us on Intel. I just covered it all on Palantir. No point in letting this thing drop through. We covered it for flat. We got a piece that we had 7% left. Palantir, again, positive name. We actually now will only have 2 red names today, Intel and Apple. End. So 4 and 2 right there today. So nice play as Palantir right now is going to break through 80. So definitely took advantage of that one coming through there today. Look, man, we celebrate our successes, and right now she just left, but leading the way today. Today will come in second, but we'll give the trophy to Adara today. So we'll say a big congratulations for Adara. I'm not going to talk about other people. Joe can tell you his kind of a day. Sharif is not here. Neil's right here. Alibaba, $1.25 in the money. We just cashed some out near that top. We'll figure that out. We're going to just punch them all out right there. We're gone. Bye-bye, Alibaba. We just punch out of that one. AMD, I still have a little piece left. I was kind of doing that thing like we talked about, waiting for, or Neil just explained there, trying to get that 98.80 level. We just got a piece out. What I was talking about, what we were explaining was the fact that these imbalances are going to flip at 55. And, Alibaba's a sell. It could flip back into a long and absolutely rip up. So if you guys are still in Alibaba, fine. But for me, for right now, I'm out of it. We just got out at 46 there. I don't know if that was the right decision or not. It looks like it might have been the right decision on Palantir. Neil, it just bounced off $80, so we'll definitely mark that on your iPad for tomorrow again. But I think tomorrow $80 is not going to be here.
It's highly doubtful.
We'll probably have another negative day.
Or it'll gap up away from it.
I just don't like. Yeah, I think
it'll.
Look, man. I think it Palantir today. We had the short at $88. So, gapping up and down, I have no idea where this thing is going to open. The fact of the matter is we were short here at the high of the day and long at the low of the day. To me, that's all that matters. We nailed it both times. But as Andrew said, when he was on here, which is why I was telling you I'm respecting this kid, is that it doesn't really matter. Timing is what's important, right? We have net short. The idea is net short. But you have the stop in there and you get stopped out. So that's the point. You get stopped out, you're out of that trade. We just said that Alibaba did have that chance to get going to the upside, and it just looked at 140 again. So at 355, some of those levels have switched over just a bit. Coke is still there as a buy. You asked Andrew about.
I just got in and out. I did take Coke and got in and out flat. And you're like, well, why would you go in and out flat if it didn't break the high and is kind of going down? Well, because it was still a buy imbalance. I gave it a chance to update because I wanted to see 1.8 go to anything smaller, but it didn't. So I'm not going against the imbalance in the last 4 minutes. So it just came in and out flat. I did punch into the position, so I'll pay fees on it. So you'd be down fees in a situation like that. I think I was able to at least get rebates out. So yeah, you pay like a third when you punch. Like 3 cents or $3 per thousand shares or whatever. And when you add, you pay 2, so you lose a tenth pretty much every single time when you do it that way. But that's the rule. If I'm taking that trade, it's because I'm expecting Coke is gonna go from 1.8 million buy to a sell imbalance at 355. When that doesn't happen, win, lose, or draw, to me, it's a gimmick trade, and a gimmick trade is a binary thing. And you're going to be like, yeah, well, it could have worked. Yeah, but then it only works if I break the rule. And I've found over the years of trading, if I have to break a rule in a winning trade, all it's going to do is lead me or give me reasons to break it and break that rule in the future. Which we had a trader one time that's like, regardless of how big the imbalance is, there's a phenomenon where you might have a stock that's going from like the S&P, like, I don't know, like one of the smaller indices to the big ones, be like the Russell to, the 5,000 and 2,000, those types of things. And if one is a buy in one and a sell in the other, it's a stay away unless it's really late. Don't take the trade because it tends to flip around a little bit because you're selling in one index and you're buying in another. And we had a trader load into it because they liked the size of the imbalance. It predictively flipped late, and it was like that trader's entire quarter because they broke a rule. And there was another trader who did that same thing and had the biggest trade anyone on the floor had for like a good half-year period. But after it happened, I told them that story, and they went white in the face because they realized what would have happened had it flipped on them. It didn't, but they realized what would have happened. So I think a lot of times, and of course, Coke is going to go to the downside. I just wanted to explain, hey, Neil, why'd you get out of this trade if it didn't break the prior high and is now working? And it's because the stock didn't flip on the imbalance locator. And that's what I was looking for. So you have to be able to follow your rules. David, thank you for the super chat there. No. There is not a 25% tariff on that donation. Unfortunately, there's a 30% YouTube takes it, but it's not a tariff.
Tax.
It's a tax. YouTube's got to YouTube's got to get paid. I'm not a hater. We own Google stock, so I can't hate on that whatsoever. I think YouTube is absolutely fantastic. Heck, they're about to get me to pay for YouTube. I'm considered paying for YouTube Premium because I tend to pay for all of those. They're good at getting. They're really. I like buying stock in companies that are good at getting your money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's.
I mean, yeah, my daughter.
It's an oversimplification, but.
I know. And my daughter wanted to watch Toddlers and Tiaras, so I bought Discovery, and then it was $6.99 or something with commercials. I was watching it with her. I'm like, I'm not. And then I just went on and just paid $10.99 or $9.99 and got it without the commercials, so she could watch Toddlers and Tiaras. Like. Oh my God. Okay, less than a minute left. Big Joe's ready to go. He's over there at the big desk, so that should be fun. I'll head over there in just a minute. As the NASDAQ, look, man, it's not pretty. It is closing at the lows. So, Fabian, ring the bell. Yeah, Fabian gonna do it, man. The man with the hair, the man with the plan. It is the Chilean nightmare himself. It will be Fabian ringing your bell here tonight. Always
cancel your orders, guys.
Yeah, cancel. I'm going to cancel. I have a script order still there on that. All right. Again, thank you everybody for joining us here today. We've had a great time. We wish Neil. Well, you're here tomorrow. Oh, we still got to we got to do those
SSR, baby.
We got to do those.
We're supposed to get shawarma tomorrow. Oh,
yeah, or Cabanos.
No, you're right. The burgers. We're gonna get the burgers.
We're gonna figure that out because today's salmon was about as dry as like.
It was terrible. Brought to you by Foremost Clean Energy is your bell, and there is Fabian to ring it right now.
Dun, 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 dun,
yeah, the salmon was very dry, but they had like this lentil thing that was next to it that I thought was kind of delicious. But the salmon was a bit of a fail.
Yeah, the salmon was a fail, but tomorrow we will get that all figured out.
You make a salmon steak. You have to. It's tricky because it's really easy to overcook. But when you do it right, it's absolutely perfect.
Yeah. So the problem with the cannolis, you know what? I'll just have to make the order tonight.
No, we can do it. We can do it another time. Because Randy's not here on Fridays.
Oh man!
No, we can do the ricotta. No,
I'm gonna message.
We can do it. We can do the cannolis anytime. Like we're here every day. The market is open.
I have to do the recap.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere.
Okay, all right.
Good one today. There's a lot happening after market tonight. Remember, you've got Broadcom, you've got Costco is going to be ringing it. Big Bear AI is going to be a big deal. We've got the Gap also, and it's going to be Joe. It's going to be Sean as well. Big shout out, obviously, to Fabian and Ramin on the ones and twos. We were here a little bit earlier doing some work, and everyone made it through the day. We've got to thank the boys on the midday, doing a great, fantastic job. Shout out to Obi, chilling in the cut back there, always willing to talk some trading, and a big shout out, of course, to all of you, our viewers. But look, you got to buckle up. Aftermarket was wild yesterday, and not in a good way because of Marvell. everybody here should be interested in Broadcom because they're a major part of the indexes, which got rugged today. So a lot is at stake. Broadcom's already down 6 points, but you're going to see everything live. Not just what the numbers are, but what the actual reaction is. And you're going to see it at the desk with Sean, with our good friend Joey Options, and of course, all of you, our viewers. So go get them.
Yes, sir. What's going on? This is my guy right here, man.
The team is back.
We're here.
baby.
We're
All
here right now.
let's
We're
go.
right here right now. All right, we're excited, man. We've got Big Joe on the desk here tonight. We're getting ready for earnings. We've got Big Bear AI. We're ready to rock and roll. We've got everything going right now. This is what we're looking for. These are the earnings plays.
Let's go.
HPE today, Serve, IoT, Broadcom, Costco, Big Bear AI, and Gap. You own
Gap.
any of those names?
I own none of them, my
Good
guy.
for you, man. I think that's a good success
None of them.
story right there.
None
We'll
of
get
them.
going on that, and we'll see what's reporting. Look, we're really excited. Despite being a disaster day today, real estate down 3%, uranium down 2%, XLF that everyone's been loving down 1.6%, XLK, which is the NASDAQ, down 3%, XLY, some of the consumer discretionaries, downside today as well. There's XLC right there. But you know what was up?
FXI.
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 So get ready for some Alibaba.
That's what we were doing. We were trading JD this morning. They reported earnings, guys. Fantastic trade in the earlier hours. It did fade off, but that's all right. We still believe in this China trade here, guys.
Yes, sir. People happy that Joe is here.
Hey.
So am I. We're getting ready for Big Bear AI. So right now, look, man, we're long just for fun on this thing. Couple hundred shares. We'll find out what happens. Maybe something like that. We'll wait to see what happens with Big Bear AI. I'm in at $5.
Okay.
We'll wait to see what that. If we get a 16% move, which we're expecting, should put us back up here, 470, 480. We'll see if that can come through right now. Big Bear, we wait for you. We do have the Benzinga Pro platform up, so I want to say thank you to everybody that's joining us. Joe's going to be scanning Twitter, everything. We got a couple
Everything
other
we got.
sources as well. And if anything hits on these, then we'll get you those earnings ASAP. There we go. As
There
soon
we
as
go.
possible. All right. There we go. All right. Bitcoin today, Joe.
Bitcoin.
Not too bad. Not too bad.
We'll take it.
We'll take it. I mean, I think on a day
take
like
it.
today, we'll take that, right? There it is. Bitcoin now 89.1, holding out okay. It's hard to look at this day over day because it doesn't stop. So it's hard to say Bitcoin was up 3 or 4% today. But still, there's that $90,000 mark right there. We've dropped off of that. Remember, this is a 15-minute chart, so this is basically the whole day. Bitcoin right now trying to find a bottom, Joe, at 88,000.
Yep.
Tomorrow's the big time.
Big time.
Tomorrow we wait for that crypto summit. We'll figure out what's going on with that, and we'll see if Bitcoin can rally a little bit. We're also keeping our eye on Ripple. We're keeping our eye on Cardano. We're keeping our eye on Solana because, honestly, those names, I think, took many of us by surprise, and we did not expect anything from those names to be listed in the tweet.
No, well, I agree with you on that front, Sean. But really, I know a lot of people are worried about, hey, why isn't it just Bitcoin in this reserve? Well, it still doesn't affect Bitcoin, essentially. It's going to be in the reserve, and you know Donald's going to prioritize it. So that's what we're going to be, our main focus is going to be on Bitcoin. And one thing I wanted to mention as well, too, is that we have that Ether ETF.
Right.
And Shreve asked me a good question this morning. He said, hey, Joe, do you think this is going to be anything else? You're going to see more of these coins come out and more ETFs related to them? Right? I don't think so, because Ether is not that popular of a traded ETF, right? Bitcoin is more popular than Ether, so I don't see maybe amongst retail investor traders that much of an interest in some other ETFs other than Bitcoin and Ether.
Everybody that I do talk to is Bitcoin focused. Everyone wants Bitcoin or they want some of these meme coins.
Agreed.
I mean, I like Ethereum. I think there's a way for that. The problem is, you know, those smart contracts are expensive. We talked about this with Obi, and like I remember when I used to trade and send Ether back and forth, the gas on that is pretty expensive.
Yeah, like you're spending a lot.
Like if I send one to you, maybe that's $10 or something. It's not that expensive, but it's a little bit more.
Exactly, it adds up. And to be honest with you, we got anything out here, guys? No.
I don't see anything yet. People are in the chat. If you guys are here, I also have the chat open. So if anything pops in there and you know we see it, we'll try to get to it ASAP. Big Bear's starting to inch up a little bit right here. We don't have this earnings report out until 4:15 is what we've been written down here. So again, we're just going by what we've had right here coming through today. So 4:05 is HPE. So we'll wait to see what's going on there. We saw Dell come out the other day. Samsara and Serve coming out at 4:10. Then 4:15 is when we all get going. So HPE just came out. It's 4:05. So let's have a quick little check on Hewlett Packard. Enterprise. All right, expected move over here, 8%. It looks like we are getting a nice little downside move here for HPE. Oh no. Let's have a look at what it looks like on the daily chart, because Neil and I talk about this all the time. We all do on this show, and that is when in doubt, zoom out a little bit. Yeah, and if you zoom out on HPE, you're not going to like it any better. You're right back into here, into September lows again. Obviously, we've covered up the election bottom. That little bottom of $15 for HPE, Hewlett Packard Enterprises. We're going to figure out what those numbers are.
We got those numbers here now, Sean. So
go ahead,
reported
Joe.
quarterly earnings of 49 cents per share, which met the analyst consensus estimates. This is a 2.8% increase year over year, guys. So 48 cents per share from the same period last year. The company reported quarterly sales of $7.85 billion, which beat the analyst consensus estimates of $7.82 by 0.5% there, guys. So this is a 16.25% increase over sales, $6.75 billion the same period last year. So that's HPE, guys. Headed to the downside. We want to see what this guidance is going to look like. It must not be good, Sean, here, because we're moving to the south side.
Right, so again, expected there. We had an EPS estimate of 50 cents with revenues of 7.81 billion, and we just got that number out at 49 cents. So they'll miss against 50. Sales a little bit higher as we just expected, but EPS either in line or a slight miss. We will, of course, get that guide, but it must be lower as we are starting to get to the downside right now. Yeah, look, for people asking me about Big Bear AI, I just thought this was a baby Palantir. I mean, if you, it's not in the same way, but here's Big Bear AI, right? So why does that say MongoDB down here? Anyways, this is an AI name. They have to deal with, they just got a Department of Defense a couple weeks back here. They're not making money. They're early days. I like the short vote of 21%. It's only down 5% since January 1st. That's not so bad. Market cap of just $1 billion does have room to run. But I say just $1 billion. They do have a negative earnings per share. So again, a company not making money. It's early days for Big Bear AI. So let's just see what winds up happening. I mean, to get involved at this name at the 50 period at $5, I think it's well worth it. We've seen Palantir, and again, and not to compare the two names, but again, both AI data-driven names looking for solutions both on the commercial side and on the consumer side, trying to get involved. Big Bear AI also involved with airport security as well. But if you're going to look at Palantir and even just go back, into a weekly chart, if we're going to talk about something like this, I was involved here right on the ICO direct listing. So there it is. That goes all the way up here during meme crazy and COVID times, all the way to $37, and then Joe drops to $6.
$6.
So it's like Palantir went from 40 back down to 6 up to 115. Right, 140 was the high there for
126. Yeah, 126.
I think it was higher intraday. I'm not sure about that, but anyways, there it goes. That's Palantir on the weekly. So that's part of the play that I'm thinking about. And again, Big Bear AI, I'm going to hold it regardless of what happens here today for that report. But man, oh man, was it not the greatest day for Palantir there today. As let's just go over a 3-minute chart. Look, man, we were short up here. It's crazy that we let it go, but we let it go. What can we do about it? We talk about that all the time, but we came back with a vengeance. Then we went long at 80 end of day. Now you're at 81 and change. All right, I'm looking back over here, Hewlett Packard again. Well, there it is. The Q2 guidance is below estimates. So that just came in again right now. So there we go, down into $15. We talked about a weekly chart for Hewlett Packard. Let's just, this is just a daily chart. We don't even have to go back that far. It looks like you're going to get support around 15. There's the tick right now, 1570. So you got to go back to March lows where you tick down to 1450. I think this is a buy for HP. Again, inline earnings per share, 49 versus 50. We'll give them a break on that one. And a beat on revenue, just the guide. Nothing wrong with sandbagging a guide. I'm not even sure a lot of these companies should be guiding right now anyways, because how hard is it to guide now? You don't know about the tariffs. You don't know, can your racks, can your servers, HP Enterprises, right? Can they be sold in China? Will there be a tariff there? Will people choose Xiaomi? What's going to happen? I just think I don't know if it's responsible or not. I just say watch out for some of these guides, because I know that if I was a CEO, CFO, it'd be tough right now. The environment is very, very foggy.
It is extremely foggy, Sean, and you're right on that front. We don't know how this is going to affect margins, right? We don't know how this is going to work domestically, so we need to be patient. These lower guides, maybe they're playing a little bit softly or just being careful in that instance, but But again, just be careful on these guys. They're going to be really important when we are at the tail end of earnings. So just be patient and let these stocks play out, and then eventually you'll be able to find an entry within these names here, guys.
All right, just real quick, man. Everyone's talking about LUNR. So there today, yeah, man, big time movement. And again, look at this downside play here in the after hours. So I'll check Benzinga for you guys. I mean, I know a lot of people might be holding this overnight thinking that they could have got a rally back. There it is. Let's just figure this out. Intuitive machine stock falls after uncertain. So this is, oh yeah, that's right. That's the moon landing where they had the loss of signal. So yeah, we did see that. That kind of sucks, but that news is from 223 right now. So I'm not seeing anything else on Benzinga here that might relate to that, but at the end of there it is. Samsara's out, my guy. We must have missed that. IoT. So let's go back over here. Check it out. If you can find those, Joe, great. There's IoT right now. This is a 3-minute chart. I'm just going to change this over to a 1 minute. I could probably call it up on here as well. IoT, just to see if we do get it. Yeah, so it's just here. I do have the results. We'll wait for that from Joe. But here,
we got those here.
Okay, so I'm just seeing, Q4 revenue of 346 million, 25% increase, 30% growth year over year. Give us the EPS. You got that?
Yeah, we got the EPS here, Mike. Actually, not quite yet. We're going to continue to look for them here.
No problem. It was out. We'll give Joe a second. Joe, take your time, man.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll look for that. Let's just talk about some of the names today individually before we get Costco. We're waiting for Costco right now. We're waiting for Broadcom. Broadcom's going to hold the key to a lot of these names. So let's see if it can get unlocked today.
All right, we're ready to rock
Let's
and
just
roll.
hope that Broadcom reports better and guides a little bit better, because like, what's that going to mean for NVIDIA today? Oh, I noticed this. Normally, I think the camera is a little bit low. Okay, no, we're fine. All right, we saw today NVIDIA down 6%, Joe. Not great there for NVIDIA. Broadcom down 6% today as well. Many of the electronic technology, as we have it here, down today. Not too many bright names in the spot. We do have Honeywell, though, today apparently upside. Meta down. Look at Netflix. You want to talk about buying the dream. Why is this down 8.5%? Why is Netflix down 8.5%, Joe? We always talk about like buying stock subscription service. I like subscription service business, and I don't know, man. This did I miss a story here? Netflix down pretty good today, down to 900. This was some
filling
of our
that gap there on the daily
filling
too.
This gap back into 800. Would you buy Netflix stock on dip? Or
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, okay,
well, think about it, Sean. We had a double in subs year over year. The previous quarter, right? Now we've added WWE and more live sports streaming, right? And they're also increasing the subscription cost as well too. So we love Netflix, right? We like this. I think it's a buy at any given. If you can get in on the dip, then look to grab some. A split would be nice, but we might not get that right now.
Yeah, so. I mean, a split is just going to be something that eventually.
We got those Samsara EPS here, guys. Reported quarterly earnings of 11 cents per share, which beat the analyst consensus estimates of 7 cents there, guys. 57.1%. This is a 175% increase over earnings of 0.04 cents, 4 cents per share from the same period last year. The company reported quarterly sales of 346 million, which beat the analyst consensus estimates of 335 million by 3.26%. This is a 25.3% increase of sales of 276 million the same period last year, guys.
All right, awesome. I mean, what a move for Samsara. I didn't even realize this, man. Internet of Things, huge move up to $60.
Yep.
Wow, talk about a name getting absolutely like, this makes me, Neil turned over to me and was like, he asked me today, should he buy Palantir? I said, no, let it settle down. I mean, right here, if you were buying Samsara at $42 off of a $62 high.
I think we got Costco out too, my guy.
Smoked right now. Costco's not going to be too exciting, but let's just wait to see what's happening. What's happening with Costco goes, someone fat fingered this. Let's hope it was down to $1,000 right there. But again, down a little bit, not too much. We'll get those numbers in a minute. Big Bear AI has just come in. Broadcom, people yelling about Broadcom, my guy. Is Broadcom out? Oh yeah. Broadcom's starting to go back up to the upside right here, Joe. So let's see what that number is. We were looking for right here on Broadcom. We are looking for revenues of 14.6 with an EPS of 150. So we'll get that in just 1 second as, again, Joe doing great job there, Joe.
Perfect.
All right, there it is.
Go.
We got the EPS of 160. Beat you to it, Joe. So that's a beat on the top line. 160 versus 149. Sales coming in at 14.91. Smoking 14.61. Broadcom, nice move up, but don't keep talking about it because it's coming back down. So we're going to have to figure out what's going on there. But Broadcom right now, here he comes to save the day.
There he comes.
It's Mighty Mouse. And we might not be here to stay. You don't know nothing about Mighty Mouse. You're probably
well, no, I know the UFC fighter Mighty Mouse.
Okay.
Yeah, Demetrius
Oh,
Johnson.
the fighter. What's
Demetrius Johnson.
right? Okay, I knew that. I knew there was a fighter.
Mouse,
There used to be a cartoon character
named Mighty Mouse. Yeah, so that's what he is, because he was a little itty bitty guy here.
Okay,
But Sean, we got some Costco numbers here for us, my guy. Let me pull those up here.
All right.
Let's see if I had those here. Where did they go? And net sales for a quarter increased 9.1% to 62.5 billion.
That's it?
From 57.3 billion last year. Net sales for the first 24 weeks increased 8.3% to 123 billion from 114 billion last year. Comparable sales for the second quarter and first 24 weeks of fiscal 25 were as follows, guys. So a net income of 1.78 million, $4 per diluted share compared to 1,743,000 and $3.92 per diluted share last year.
Thank you so much, Joe, for all of that. I mean, look, man, Costco about as like chilled out of a stock as you can think of, man. I mean, we're nowhere near the 50 period. It just moves down 2% on earnings. Again, we had the implied move there for Costco to be 4%. So looks like it'll be a little underwhelming on that report. But Broadcom, that is definitely, changing the mood around here a little bit. Broadcom bounces completely today off of that 200 period moving average, and we now start to tick higher into 192. Look, this was Broadcom's last earnings. Whoop! All the way up there to 250. Broadcom smokes it upside last earnings report. Let's see if we can carry the day. Is it doing anything to NVIDIA though? And again, they guide forward. Broadcom guided forward, yes, giving us the kick for NVIDIA a little bit. NVIDIA now up that $1 and change. AMD feeling ways as well. AMD up 50 cents. Where's Big Bear? Where's Big Bear? I don't like it when they don't come out on time, Big Bear. We need this stock to get out there. We'll figure out what it's going to do. I still don't see earnings on this name. Please, everybody in the chat, if you do see it, let me know. I'm running through. I just have the Benzinga Pro platform here, so I don't see anything happening for
continuing to climb higher here.
AI. All right, yeah, continue to climb higher is HPE is a downside play. Let's just double check that real quick. HPE, JPE, HPE. We're doing it all live. Most shows will have a producer that will throw up charts, all this.
Prompters.
You don't need no producer.
We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need any
teleprompters.
No. All we need is Benzinga Pro and a chart.
We had grade 8 Jackson. Yo, what's up?
Oh.
There we go. This is our producer right here, man. This guy's killing this. On the ones and twos. Shout out to our guy. Not only does Fabian ring the bell like a professional, but now he's switching these cameras, making us look good.
He's doing his job. There's a hard thing.
But not for you, my guy.
You know what I mean? So it's not for you. I was going to say not for you. You know what I mean?
I appreciate that.
Especially with the fresh haircut and everything along those lines.
Okay. All right. At the end of the day, we're going to have a little bit of a love fest here. We're waiting for Big Bear AI to come through. But like I said, no teleprompters here. We're doing it live. HPE, man, making lower lows right now, Joe. They beat on, or actually there was inline, beat on sales, guide lower. Broadcom goes 3 for 3 though. Broadcom runs the gauntlet. They beat on earnings per share, 160 versus 149. They beat on expected revenues, and they guide forward. It's Broadcom. It's taking out highs right now of 193. All right, Big Bear.
Let's go. We're waiting for Big Bear.
Where's Big Bear AI?
But with Costco, we had the beat on revenue, but the miss on EPS. Not a good look here for Costco, guys. So that paid membership, not really coming into play here, my guy. So
All right. Well, you know what? I mean, they're still getting my money. The thing is, we actually spend enough money that it's about flat.
Okay.
So you get 2% back if you get like the executive.
Ooh.
So, and I think it's about $120
a year.
So I think, so if you spend like about $1,000, almost $2,000, you get it all back.
That's okay.
So something like that. It's not that.
I mean, well, $2,000, that's not much at the grocery store,
not
right?
a single guy, but without kids.
Yeah.
Like, what's that? Bring that over here, Mike.
Bring it got the
Bring it over here.
Costco card.
Oh, you can't take
Ramin told us.
We won't show the number, but
there we go. We won't show the number.
Hey, this
there
is
you
the
go.
black card.
The
man.
black card.
This is the American Express Black. There it is. Oh, it's the Costco card.
There you go.
There's the executive membership. So thank you so much
there you go.
for that, Fabian. We like that. Again, I just think that if you're going to do that, especially if you're going to have a big purchase, like if you're planning on buying like that
things in bulk,
the refrigerator or whatever, like appliances, good call there, worth it, man. Maybe
I'm pretty sure they have a good return policy as well too. If you own it forever, you can return it whenever you want.
So what I do is I get like that 100-inch TV before.
There you go, and then just return it right after. That's what you gotta do.
I've never done
Then you
that.
get the sofa couch, you get whatever you want, use it for a year.
Okay. All right, let's go. That's Costco. We're still waiting for Big Bear. Not out yet. Wondering what's going on with that. So we'll have to wait for that. Really, really happy to have Joe here. All right, what's been happening today, though? We saw the spiders, right? I mean, let's go over to a 3-minute chart just real quickly here. Today's action, of course, led by tariff talk. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ both gapped down pretty much all day with them closing near the lows. Although the S&P 500 got a little bit of a bump up and is getting bumped up right now in the after hours with some of these calls by Broadcom. So that's going to be a little tricky there. Donald Trump, Claudia Sheinbaum announced that Mexico would not be subject to tariffs on goods that are covered by the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement. So the USMCA, a past trade agreement. So they're working their way through all of this. So some of the tariffs coming off a little bit. But we did have a bad day for Marvell, which again, another chip name. We've talked about that today. That was down 18% off earnings yesterday. So that wasn't good. And then off the back of that, we had NVIDIA down another 5%, 6% at its lows today for NVIDIA, bouncing off that 110, which is a very interesting level. Again, catching some Broadcom love now.
Guess what I got here, my guy?
I know, BBAI.
BBAI, all right.
It's not great.
There's
BBAI.
Great.
We're going to go to a 1-minute chart here to figure this out. Now, remember, yesterday, we did see Rigetti was not good, right? Yesterday. So if you're going to look at a Rigetti trade, and he's going to get those in just a second, there was Rigetti yesterday, downside move, right? There's the earnings report, all the way down to $7, popped to $9 on what was not a great report. So right here on that note, guys, let's go over Big Bear AI. I don't know the numbers, but the market does, and we're heading lower for Big Bear.
Yep. For a Q4, guys, 24 revenue up 43.8 million. So that is a 8% increase year over year to Q4 of 23 when we got 40.6 million there. We exchanged 182 million in 6% convertible senior note due in 2026 there, Sean, for 6% convertible senior secured note due in 2029. 58 million has already converted into equity since the end of Q4 24, resulting in 142 million remaining debt convertible notes, cash balance of 50.1 million there, my guy.
A little NSYNC. Bye.
Yeah, not looking too good.
Deadpool or something. I just watched Deadpool. Yeah, exactly.
Did you watch
you like Deadpool?
Yeah, I love that. I like the new one. Yeah,
I thought too much swearing.
It's all right.
I'm old. Down goes Fraser.
I don't like the new Hulk though. I don't know what's up with the new Captain America.
Captain America.
Yeah, but why do they got Harrison Ford in there?
He's been in there for a minute.
He's the Red Hulk, I think. Yeah. All right, he's old. Time to retire, my guy. You know exactly. He's time to he's in there.
I don't know enough about it.
So yeah, I think it's time to.
I watched that movie. I like Red Hulk, man.
Yeah, you like
Red Hulk.
Okay. Ooh. But you were green.
I don't want to flex,
you were
I don't need this shirt.
No, you were green. You were green.
Oh, we were green. Yeah, we were green at the end of the. You were green too, my guy.
Yeah, I was Green Hulk too. You know what I mean?
We're both Green Hulks. I don't ever want to be a Red Hulk. But Big Bear AI going to the downside. So those of you that are interested in Big Bear AI, we just dropped those numbers for you. I'm going to click on it myself right now. We could probably go over this, but there it is. Big Bear AI coming through here on Business Newswire. Again, revenue of 43.8 million, beating the 40.6 from last year, plus 8% year over year. We did drop some of those numbers. Everything's green in here, but again, the financial highlights must not be great. So we'll get a little bit of a breakdown for Big Bear AI, down 15% today, looking like it wants to get lower. But remember, we do have a short float on this name, right? The short float for Big Bear AI, 22%. So as we continue to get a little bit lower, wow, 350 now coming in for Big Bear AI. All right, I don't just want to talk about this name because it's getting killed, down 27% now. I guess we got to average in.
You got to average. DCA.
Broadcom, though.
Ooh.
Look, man, the amount of money that we have in NVIDIA and all these other names. I mean, that Big Bear AI, we'll roll with it. I actually think we have about 500 shares. So not a great trade there, but we'll get back into that one as well. We're still in it. Broadcom, though, we saw the move off last earnings. Now you're getting the bump up again. This name should work out, right? I mean, here we go. Finally, a name in the space that we can hold, our cards to tomorrow. We're only going to be up 2%, but that's including today's move, which was a bad one. There goes Broadcom. But let's not get too excited, Joe, because again, if we go back over to a 30.
Does this put them back in the trillion club? Is the real question here?
Where's
Sean?
the market cap? Yes.
All right, so we're back in
So
it.
if we just get a 10% move, we should be near there. So we could do the math. I don't think that's calculated real time. It's close. But at the end of the day, what I was going to get at, though, even though this is a big move back, like we're just back to where we were last week. So we had a little bit of a destruction here in some of these plays, but just back to where we were last week for Broadcom. So again, a good name, right? Diversify your portfolio, get into some new chip names. Broadcom might be the one for you. All right, man.
Ooh, it's
Gap.
Tough miss
Gap.
by BBAI.
We did not. I don't want to talk about Big Bear AI. Bring up Big Bear AI one more time, Joe, and I swear, you can always come back. Maybe. All right, so we didn't cover Gap. So what we were looking for Gap here on that, Joe, if you can find those numbers. Right now, revenue at 415, we were expecting 4.06 billion on the revenue side, and we were expecting an EPS of 36 cents. So 4.06 billion, EPS of 36 cents. Any chance you're able to dig those up?
We got those up. Reported quarterly earnings of 54 cents per share, which beat the analyst consensus estimate of 37 cents per share by 45.9%. The company reported quarterly sales of 4.1 billion, which beat the analyst consensus estimates of 4 billion and by just about 2/3% there. Sean Jones called you Sharif. There is a 4.61% decrease over sales, 4.3 billion the same period last year. So a nice beat here, a double beat here by Gap.
All right, yeah, man. And it's kind of gapping up. Not really. No, it's kind of weak.
Wow.
It's not.
No, it was a good one, man.
It was okay. Because here's the gap right there.
It was a good one.
Fabian.
It was a good one.
You're my favorite, So don't tell that to. Don't not tell that to Ramin. Yo, I heard.
What'd you hear?
That the Kit Kat went missing.
No.
Isn't that what I heard the other day?
No, I took one piece. It wasn't me fully. I took one piece.
One piece. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's still. No, I don't know.
Yeah. You know the One Piece guy, right?
One Piece.
Yeah, One Piece.
I watched that on Netflix.
The live action one.
Yeah. The live action.
Yeah, that's all I had was one Piece.
That's one of my kids' favorite anime.
Yeah, I like that. I forget. I can't remember his real name.
You know what we're watching right now on Netflix? It's actually Sakamoto Days.
Okay, no, I never watched that one. Is that anime stuff there?
Anime stuff.
All right.
You like anime?
Well, no, not really. I just want the live action. Actually.
I think so.
I thought I looked like a combat guy, UFC, boxing and stuff like that. You know what? Cobra.
Okay, so look, man, we're having too much fun. Does this happen? I gotta watch the after show a little more. Okay, so there's Gap. All right, let's just go over this real quick, man. We only have a couple more minutes. I'm not keeping this guy too late. He's got to go to the gym. All right, so there's Gap. Am I right on that?
Of course, we got a hockey game tonight. Back in the lineup.
What do you mean back in the lineup?
I was out. Yeah, I was out for about a month. Yeah, I heard a little in the injury.
What are we playing? What are we playing? Right wing?
Yeah, we're gonna be back on the wing there tonight. So yeah, we're back on the wing, brother. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Luffy. Yeah, Luffy Monkey.
All right. Monkey D. Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy. That's Luffy. Monkey D.
What are we even doing?
Yeah, I don't know.
The more you're doing shows with me, man, I don't know, your career might be at risk because I just like we're having too much fun over here.
So maybe, we're gonna make it more professional here.
No, we're not. You're with me. Everyone likes Joe's glasses. We love Joe. Hey, man, put the ones up in the chat. I got to thank Joe because you stepped up there.
Thank you.
I wasn't aware until afternoon that Adair wasn't going to be here. I asked this man, and he stayed late. So thank you so much for that, Joe, as we continue to have some good fun. All right, let's review the earnings and then we'll get out of here. All right, real quickly, man, get the numbers lined up, Joe. We got Big Bear AI. So we're looking for that one. That's a nice move to the downside. EPS minus 5 cents is what was expected. What did we get on Big Bear AI? First of all, they guided revenues 160 to 180 million. So I think they got a nice little move up there on a better than expected. Look at the love for you in the chat right here, Joe. Lots of ones throwing up, man. The chat can't even stop right now. So we love Joe. Thank you so much for all of that. Big Bear AI, there it is. Misses. Oh, geez. Almost threw up a little bit in my mouth there. Their gap was minus 43 cents. Their EPS was minus 43 cents versus an expected 5 cents. Not me.
Oh, man.
All right, that's a big meatball miss right there. 43 cents versus 5 cents. Also a miss on sales. But the thing is, the sales right there, 43 million, right? The story that I just read right here on Big Bear AI was that they actually guided FY25. So the full year, 160 to 180. So that's kind of in line with what they just reported. So hopefully they see continuation. I'd like to see that number just a little bit bigger. So that's Big Bear AI. Nice downside move right there. We just went over that. Do you have the Broadcom numbers there quickly? Because why don't we review those, Joe?
Yeah, we're going to pull those up right now. We're going to go over them. So here we go with Broadcom, guys. So we see a Q2 revenue. Okay, so this is going to be guidance, guys, of 14.9 billion versus 14.7 billion. Estimates see Q2 adjusted EBITDA at 66% of projected revenue. Okay, so that's interesting from Broadcom. Let's see what else we can find on here. There we go. We got the numbers here, my guy. So, another guidance here. Q1 2025 adjusted EPS 1.6 beats analyst consensus of 1.49. Estimate sales of 14.9 billion beat 14.6 estimates there.
All right, and Broadcom obviously helping with the whole chip story as well as NVIDIA touching out at 112. I am going to sneeze in just a matter of seconds. I promise you I will hit that mute button potentially. All right, HPE, downside move, down into 14.9. I mean, I think this is a potential buy area as we get right back in. We are right down here right now. This is where the tick is. You can see where I'm highlighting it with the mouse tracker. $15, we're all the way back down into March lows. So if you've had a chance to take advantage of HPE, man, I mean, now might be the time. Dell kind of feeling a little bit of ways as well recently. There's the move down on Dell as sort of a secondary play on that one. All right, look, man, we got to wrap this up. Joe, thank you so much for joining us. We got your roll call still. Woo. All right, so everybody is, thank you so much for joining us here today, man. We had a big show, including seeing the NASDAQ touch down 3% and go out near the lows. I think Broadcom will help that move tomorrow. We'll see if we can get some plays on the back of Broadcom. But thank you to everybody there today. Man, looks like we'll be holding, what's up, Charlie? Yeah, looks like we'll be holding BBAY for a while. Thank you, David, man. Your super chats are always well appreciated. That is for sure. Jason says peace as well. Costco now turning to the upside. We definitely like Costco around here. PSTV says Harmon. Thank you so much for that one as well. But everybody that's here, anybody catching your eye on this list there, Joe? Do you have?
I don't have the
list.
All
right, that's okay. We'll just keep going. What's up to Alpha, Michael, Viking, Derek, RB Collection, and Ozan. Ooh. Thanks to everybody, and much love for the dried salmon, says Adrian. So I don't know if you had any of that lunch today.
I didn't have any of the lunch
today. Probably a good idea. All right, well, we do this on the show every time. You know what this is? A potato. And then what are these?
Fries.
French fries. So potatoes and French fries. Join us tomorrow, man. Catch Joe at 11 o'clock. I almost said 12 o'clock on the midday. I'll be live at 8:30 with Neil, Sharif, Adara, Brendan will all be here. You guys doing any options tomorrow? You'll be talking about that.
We do it every day. Yeah, we'll talk some options tomorrow, especially regarding Broadcom and some of these other big names. So we'll get into that.
Option talk tomorrow with Joey Options over there. For everybody, we want to say a big shout out to Bears versus Bulls as well. Everybody watching, thank you so much. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you, Fabian, for staying late. We really appreciate that. Big shout out to anybody that I missed, man. We had Obi on the show, Randy on the show, Big Sharif, and I think that's it. And shout out to Neil. All right, that's it. Thank you so much for watching. We'll catch everyone tomorrow at 8:30. For Joe, I'm Sean. Ciao.